Chapter 424. A huge whale made of quintessence appeared behind the green-robed guest. He pulled it out with his palm strike. The huge whale opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed with a cold light. Then it charged at Xiaochen. The green-robed guest was very confident in this palm strike. He believed that with this palm strike, he would be able to kill Xiaochen quickly. The green-robed guest had already practiced this palm strike to 100% perfection. Furthermore, he cultivated the state of water. With these two complementing each other, the might of this move would be able to display a 1/12 of its might. Not only was it very mighty, but the strong mysterious phenomenon would also break the opponent's movement technique, preventing them from dodging. Several cultivators stronger than the green-robed guest had died under this palm strike. Even if an inferior-grade martial king could block it, he would be severely injured. Xiaochen circulated his vital qi and rooted himself to the ground. He instantly increased his weight by 50,000 kilograms. Then, he firmly planted himself to the ground without any fluctuations. When Xiaochen saw the huge whale flying at him, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated his state of thunder to its limits and thunder roared in the sky. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xiaochen shouted and hacked down with the lunar shadow saber. The divine Wuxia tree was like a mountain. It carried a boundless electric energy as it clashed with the huge whale. Of the Wuxia saber techniques, Wuxia shakes the heavens was the strongest move when clashing head-on. There were no techniques involved. It simply turned the vast state of thunder into a strong force. The stronger the state and the denser the essence, the stronger the might of this move. Since the other party wanted to clash head-on, then Xiaochen would give him this opportunity. Let's see who was stronger. Bang! The huge whale made of quintessence clashed with the divine Wuxia tree. A strong force immediately burst forth. Thunder and water roared, and the walls of the alley immediately crumbled. The huge whale made of essence lasted for a moment before it scattered. However, the light of Xiaochen's Wuxia tree dimmed slightly, but it did not disappear. The Wuxia tree landed on the ground with a pa sound. The rippling ground also calmed down. The other party's state of water was broken. The green-robed cultivator paled. He took a few steps back before he came to a stop. He could not believe that Xiaochen had broken his palm strike. The green-robed cultivator suppressed the surging essence in his body and smiled coldly. You have some strength. No wonder you can strengthen that demon core. However, you still have to die. Wild dance of whales. Waves of water instantly appeared on the ground. Those were not illusions, but real waves of water. Xiaochen frowned slightly when he saw his pants soaked by the waves. He pushed off the ground, wanting to fly out. However, he discovered that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands in the water grabbing his legs. More than 100 whales made of essence appeared behind the azure-robed cultivator. They hissed as their auras merged and soared into the sky. This chaotic dance of whales is comparable to an inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. I can only use it once every 3 months. Unless you are a half-step martial monarch, you can forget about breaking out. This chaotic dance of whales is comparable to an inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. I can only use it once every 3 months. Unless you are a half-step martial monarch, you can forget about breaking out. The green-robed cultivator laughed maniacally. More than 100 whales made of essence covered the sky as they flew towards Xiaochen. The scarlet throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead immediately appeared. His aura also changed. The state of massacre started to merge with the lightning. The purple and red lights on the lunar shadow saber flickered continuously. The saber hovered above the water for a while. There was a flash of saber light, and the formless hands around Xiaochen's legs were instantly chopped in half. State of massacre! The green-robed cultivator was startled. He quickly controlled the essence whales to move faster. The hundreds of whales suddenly accelerated midway. Xiaochen grasped his saber with both hands and activated the blood flame shoes. Then he quickly moved through the huge whales. Saber lights danced around, containing the killing chi of the state of massacre. With every saber strike, the essence whales were chopped into countless pieces. Boom, 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 Explosions resounded continuously in the narrow space. The berserk energy of water spread wildly in all directions. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He left behind afterimages in the air. With the help of the blood flame shoes, his speed reached Mach 3. 5. Xiaochen was able to dodge the moment the essence whales exploded. It was like a storm raging on the sea. Huge waves soared into the sky as Xiaochen moved around. However, he did not get hit by the waves. Instead, he hacked down with his saber. The boundless electric light and the state of massacre hidden in the electric light seemed to be suppressing the huge waves. Damn it! Unexpectedly, he comprehended two states at the same time. Furthermore, his speed is so fast. When the green-robed cultivator saw Xiaochen hack apart the huge whales, he revealed a horrified expression. He hesitated for a moment, but when he looked in another direction, he persevered. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance. He knew that this fellow could escape from 15 half-step martial monarchs. He should be a genius cultivator who could fight above his cultivation realm. Hence, when the green-robed cultivator made up his mind, he used a messenger bird to inform his companions. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, when his companions arrived, he would be able to capture this fellow. A peak high-rank blood demon's demon core was worth the risk. Whether it was sold or used to open his sea of consciousness, it would be worth cities. Thinking of this, the green-robed cultivator's expression slowly turned resolute. When Xiaochen killed the final essence whale, his figure flashed. A palm wind rang out by Xiaochen's ear. He sensed the other party attacking from an extremely tricky angle. Without turning around, Xiaochen sent out an arc-light chop. A purple and red saber light moved in a strange arc, forming a semicircle that encased Xiaochen's body. Bang! When the green-robed cultivator's palm wind struck the arc-light chop, it exploded. A shockwave blasted the green-robed cultivator back. Xiaochen took advantage of this opportunity to quickly turn around. He looked at the pale green-robed cultivator and said calmly, "Even now, you still have not tried to flee. You still have companions, right?" The green-robed cultivator was startled. However, he did not answer Xiaochen. Instead, he charged over again. From the other party's expression, Xiaochen already knew the answer he wanted. He said indifferently, "You overestimate yourself. If you have not comprehended the state of water to its limits, you would not be qualified to fight me." Thunder rumbled as Xiaochen took a big step forward. His aura flourished as he charged forward, using offense as defense. The berserk energy combined with the boundless state of massacre completely suppressed the green-robed cultivator's aura, forcing him to retreat continuously. Pu Ci. Finding an opportunity, Xiaochen swung his saber and broke through the weakest part of the other party's palm wind, leaving a wound on his chest. Chop! With this strike succeeding, Xiaochen did not give the green-robed cultivator a chance to react. He used the most direct move of the 8 saber techniques and hacked down diagonally. Pa! In the time it took for a spark to fly, the green-robed cultivator clasped his palms together and clamped down on Xiaochen's saber. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. "You dare to use your bare hands to clamp down on my saber?" Thunder, explode. The electric light infused with the state of massacre instantly exploded, easily breaking the essence that the green-robed cultivator had on his palms. As the electric light flashed, the green-robed cultivator's palms immediately swelled up. Xiaochen's saber continued to hack down. A saber light flashed and landed on the other party's inner vest. ZZ. The scarlet electric light crackled and flickered on the saber, creating a long electric light. With the aid of the state of massacre, it easily broke through the other party's inferior-grade inner vest. The green-robed cultivator's skin tore open, leaving a 1-meter-deep wound on his chest. Blood and flesh were clearly visible. The electric light leaped around the wound, causing the green-robed cultivator's face to twitch in pain. Xiaochen took a step forward. Before the green-robed cultivator could flee, he placed his saber on his neck. "If you don't want to die, then don't move. Answer my question." Dita. The green-robed cultivator's chest had a bone-deep wound. Blood dripped down continuously. His expression was one of extreme pain, but he did not seem dispirited. Do you think I will believe you? If you want to kill me, then just kill me. I have long since come to this ancient desolate land. If I do not climb up by stepping on the corpses of others, I will die under the saber of others, becoming their stepping stone. The green-robed cultivator's resolve was rather high. However, Xiaochen was still confident of getting the answer he wanted. As the saber pressed against the other party's neck, Xiaochen moved forward a little. Do you think you have a choice? If you answer my question, I can buy you some time. Who knows, when your companions arrive, you might still have a chance to live. If you don't answer, I will kill you now. The green-robed cultivator's neck was scratched. As death approached, the green-robed cultivator's instinctive fear finally made him submit. Xiaochen's final words ignited his hope. If his companions arrived early, they might be able to save his life. Ask away. Very good. What is going on with the ancient desolate tower? Tell me in detail, Xiaochen said with a calm gaze. When the green-robed cultivator heard this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had thought it was some incredible secret. It turned out that it was just that. In that case, there was no need for him to continue pressing on. In Desolate City, there was a stone tower that had existed for an unknown period of time. It was said that it had existed since the ancient era. There were many mysteries in the tower. There were strong martial techniques, mysterious secret treasures, profound cultivation techniques, and even holy weapons that came from outer space. All sorts of things that cultivators dreamed of could be obtained in there. Cultivating in the tower could even increase one's cultivation speed. The tower had 9 floors. The higher one went, the more benefits there would be. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that this stone tower only allowed youths below the age of 25 to enter. Once one's bone age exceeded the limit, no matter what cultivation realm one had, even if it was Emperor Wu, one would not be able to enter. It was like a land of fortuitous encounters prepared for geniuses. The green-robed cultivator continued, Of course, if you want to enter, there are many difficulties. The ancient desolate tower opens once every 2 years. First, you have to pass some external tests. Then, you have to compete for a limited number of spots. Finally, you have to pass the test of the ancient desolate tower itself. Hu Qi. Just as Xiaochen was about to ask how to qualify for the test, a golden dart suddenly flew towards his forehead. The golden dart was very dazzling. It was like a golden sun. It hurt Xiaochen's eyes. Chapter 425. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 4. Furthermore, it contained an extremely tyrannical energy. Its aura was startling. It was not like a dart but a sword that could move the 9 heavens. It was incredibly dense. Everywhere it passed, it pierced through the air like it was a thin piece of paper, leaving behind a long, thin crack. Xiaochen felt a dangerous aura. The black-winged blood flame eagle on the blood flame shoes flickered with light. His speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he dodged to the side. Xiao! A figure followed closely behind the dart. Then he pulled the golden dart back. Then he grabbed the cultivator in green and retreated at lightning speed. Just as Xiaochen was about to give chase, a few auras of half-step martial monarchs came from the city and quickly headed in his direction. They should be the administrators of the city. They must have sensed the battle here and came to check it out. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, Xiaochen quickly left in another direction. Qin Pinyu, why didn't you help me kill him? The cultivator in green questioned the cultivator beside him after he was rescued. The cultivator called Qin Pinyu played with a golden dart in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, Let's go back first. I can only use my golden flash once a day. Furthermore, the people from the city lord's residence are here. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you sure it is him? The cultivator in green nodded and said, I am sure. I saw him take out that peak high-rank blood demon's demon core. When Qin Pinyu heard that it was a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He said, That's good. Keep an eye on him first. We will make our move after he leaves the city. You can take this opportunity to recuperate. Give me 1 month. When my comprehension of the state of water reaches its peak, I will personally kill this brat, the cultivator in green said ruthlessly. Back in Heavenly Spring City, Xiaochen spent some inferior-grade spirit stones to find a courtyard for cultivators. Aside from bedrooms, such courtyards also had specialized cultivation rooms, dueling grounds for practicing martial techniques, and all sorts of equipment for tempering one's strength. If one spent some money, one could even find a training partner. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaochen took out the firmament body tempering art. His strength had already reached 150,000 kilograms of force. After dealing with the miscellaneous items in the universe ring, it was time to practice this heaven-ranked body tempering technique. Xiaochen already had a rough idea of the ancient desolate tower from the cultivator in green. Without a doubt, it was a place that geniuses must go. Although they did not know how to get there, the most basic requirement was probably their own strength. If one didn't have the strength, even if they knew the way to enter, they wouldn't be able to pass the test. As for the clear spring in that Jiang Zimo mentioned on the 17th of next month, it was likely related to this. Xiaochen also thought of going there to take a look. However, before that, raising his own strength was undoubtedly the most important thing. At the very least, Xiaochen was not confident of defeating Jiang Zimo. It would be difficult for Xiaochen to advance to medial grade martial king within a short period of time. This was because Xiaochen's foundation was much larger than that of ordinary people. If it were other inferior grade martial kings, their essence would be like a clear pond, and a regular genius's essence would be like a gushing river. However, Xiaochen's essence would be like a vast ocean. Aside from regular peak geniuses, very few could surpass Xiaochen. Just his heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, could leave many people in the dust. Furthermore, Xiaochen had consumed all sorts of spirit herbs in the herb garden. As a result, his essence was much larger than that of a regular cultivator's. This made it even more difficult for Xiaochen to advance. It was like a tall building built from flat ground. Xiaochen's foundation was several times that of a regular cultivator's. Even if Xiaochen wanted to reach the 5th floor, he would spend more time than others. However, as long as he reached the height, the space inside would be several times that of a regular person. Thus, for the time being, Xiaochen intended to focus on tempering his physical body, focusing on cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The firmament body tempering art had a total of 12 layers. The first 3 layers were the foundation. They mainly strengthened the bones, flesh, and meridians. Starting from the 4th layer, the firmament body tempering art would increase the cultivator's vital qi. Every 3 layers was a huge hurdle. After every layer, one's vital qi would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiaochen closed the firmament body tempering art's secret manual and sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. Then he closed his eyes. Xiaochen started to circulate the vital qi in his body. He followed the firmament body tempering art's method and started to cultivate the inferior grade heaven-ranked body tempering art. Vital qi was different from essence. In layman's terms, it was the strength that a cultivator could circulate when they were not using their essence. In reality, as long as one was an ordinary person, they would have some strength. However, only cultivators who cultivated the body tempering art would be able to skillfully control their vital qi. They would be able to circulate their vital qi like essence, achieving the effect of tempering the body. They would even be able to release their vital qi. They would be able to split mountains, shatter rocks, and fly. Of course, they would have to cultivate to a relatively deep realm before they could do that. 3 days later, Xiaochen successfully broke through to the firmament body tempering art's 1st layer. All the bones in his body crackled continuously, becoming even tougher and unbreakable. At the same time, Xiaochen's bones underwent an earth-shattering change. His bones started to tremble from the inside out. This feeling was extremely painful. It was like someone had stabbed a steel needle into his bones. All the bones in his body were pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and endured. He did his best to prevent his mind from collapsing under this bone-shattering pain. The pain lasted for an hour before it slowly subsided. Finally, a warm current flowed quickly through his bone marrow. The earlier pain was swept away, making him feel very comfortable. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Xiaochen's delicate body had become even more robust. The lines on his face looked like they were carved by a knife. They were very sharp, very distinct, and very handsome. After enduring it, Xiaochen continued to work hard and started to break through to the firmament body tempering art's second layer. The first layer was tempering the bones. The second layer was tempering the blood. Blood referred to the flesh and skin, not just the blood. Time went by slowly. Xiaochen cultivated bitterly day and night. With the aid of the fasting pill, he even saved time for meals. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Xiaochen was finally about to break through to the firmament body tempering art's second layer. This was different from tempering the bones. The tempering of the flesh and blood did not cause much pain. It was just an unbearable itch. The skin and flesh on his bones wriggled continuously, making him restless. He wished he could stop breaking through immediately. Xiaochen's expression was very conflicted. He smiled faintly. It felt like there were countless caterpillars moving around in his flesh. Xiaochen guarded his mind and did his best to calm himself down, to forget that unbearable itch. This state lasted for 2 hours before it stopped. Xiaochen nearly could not endure it anymore. Compared to the pain of his broken bones, this feeling was even more unbearable. No wonder so many cultivators in the continent were not willing to cultivate the body tempering art. Just this kind of torture was enough to make a regular cultivator shrink back. After Xiaochen successfully broke through to the second layer, his flesh underwent an earth-shattering change. However, there were no obvious changes on the surface. However, the muscles on Xiaochen's arms and limbs started to swell. His originally delicate figure now looked much more muscular. Next up was the third layer. The third layer tempered the meridians. It was also the most important layer of the foundation. Meridians were the foundation of a cultivator. If the meridians were crippled, the cultivator would be crippled. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to use them. If a cultivator could truly temper their meridians, there would be many benefits. When the meridians became tougher, the cultivator would be able to use more essence and would not have to worry about the meridians bursting. The might of the various martial techniques would immediately increase by a level. This was the visible benefit. As for the invisible benefits, there were even more. Breaking through to the third level wasn't something that could be done in one go after a period of preparation. Instead, Xiaochen needed to continuously expand his meridians and prepare carefully at all times. He could not be too impatient or too timid. If he was too impatient, he would injure his meridians. That would be equivalent to crippling his cultivation. If he used too little, there would be no effect at all. It would just be a waste of time. Xiaochen needed to focus at every moment of the day, exhausting a large amount of mental energy. He could not relax for even a moment to expand and temper his meridians. After half a month, Xiaochen finally opened his eyes. He had a fatigued expression on his face. His eyes were sunken, and he did not look spirited at all. However, there was an unconcealable joy in the depths of his eyes. After persevering for half a month, he had finally reaped some benefits. Xiaochen had finally broken through to the third layer of the firmament body tempering art. After spending more than 20 days, he had completely laid down the foundations of the firmament body tempering art. All that remained was to consolidate his foundations and make preparations to break through to the fourth layer at any time. Although the difference between Xiaochen and Bai Lishi, who had managed to cultivate the fourth layer and break through to the fifth layer in 1 month, was quite large, Xiaochen was still very satisfied. It looked like with the help of the flowing light marigold, Xiaochen's comprehension ability had improved significantly. Otherwise, he would not have used only 20-odd days to cultivate to the third layer. Xiaochen stood up with much difficulty. He wanted to go out and take a breather to recover his mental energy. Who knew, the moment he took a step, his body would sway and he would collapse. Xiaochen struggled to keep his eyelids open. He felt sleepy and actually fell asleep on the ground. Half a month of intense mental energy exhaustion was much greater than Xiaochen had imagined. Even with his vast mental energy, he could not hold on for much longer. In reality, at such a cultivation realm, only Xiaochen would dare to expend energy like this day and night. No one else in the same generation would be able to do so. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights before Xiaochen woke up. He had recovered most of his exhausted mental energy. Gurgle! Gurgle! Xiao Chen's stomach growled in hunger. He sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. The effects of the fasting pill have worn off for a few days already. I have to take a bath and eat a big meal to ease my hunger. Xiao Chen got up and walked out of the cultivation room. When he arrived at the courtyard, he rang the bell in front of the courtyard. Soon, a pretty maidservant walked over. This was a small courtyard for cultivators to cultivate in. It was provided by a very strong power. It had all sorts of services available. Naturally, there was food and hot water. Of course, this was all on the premise that one was willing to spend spirit stones. If one was willing to spend a lot of money, they could even provide a courtyard with spiritual energy comparable to the heavenly saber pavilions. Chapter 426. The maidservant looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Young hero, do you have any instructions?" Xiao Chen said softly, "Prepare some hot water and a table of food. That's right, help me call a sparring partner over as well." The maidservant remembered everything. After Xiao Chen finished, she said, "What rank do you need to be a sparring partner?" "The fees vary according to rank." Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Peak Superior Grade Martial King." The maidservant was mildly startled. Peak Superior Grade Martial King. This youth is clearly only an inferior grade Martial King. He wants to find a sparring partner 2 ranks higher than him? Isn't he overestimating himself? Seeing that the maidservant did not move, Xiao Chen could not help but frown. He said, "What's wrong? Have they all been called away? In that case, you can bring a superior grade Martial King." No, there is someone. However, we will have to wait a little longer. The fee is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones for 15 minutes. The maidservant quickly said after she recovered her wits. 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones for 15 minutes? To a peak superior grade Martial King, this was not particularly expensive. Xiao Chen took out the wooden box containing 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He said, "As long as someone comes, it is good. I do not mind waiting a little longer." The maidservant counted the spirit stones and placed them in her spatial ring. Then she went to make preparations. The hot water arrived first. As Xiao Chen soaked comfortably in the bathtub, he completely relaxed. After soaking in the water, the fatigue from cultivating for half a month was completely swept away. His entire being felt refreshed, and he felt 100 times more spirited. After changing his clothes, Xiao Chen hesitated for a while as he prepared to put on the clear wind robes. It was not because his clothes were dirty. This kind of secret treasure had an automatic cleaning ability. It was definitely cleaner than washing it. Even ordinary holes could be repaired automatically. There would not be any problems even if he wore it for 10 years. The key was that the color of his clothes was too conspicuous. Back at the flowing wind pavilion, the cultivator in green had followed him because of his attire. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen used a small technique in the shape-shifting spell to change the color of his clothes to blue. As for changing his appearance, Xiao Chen did not give it much thought. Even if he did not like it, it was not to that extent. It was just a holy fire manner. After going out, the table in the hall was already filled with dishes and wine. Not having eaten for a long time, Xiao Chen's appetite had greatly increased, and he devoured the food like a mountain sweeping away the clouds. After the food was completely digested, Xiao Chen slowly walked into the courtyard. At some point in time, a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring aura was already standing there. Xiao Chen felt the other party's aura. Based on his cultivation, he was indeed a peak superior grade martial disciple. However, he did not know if his state had reached great perfection. "I'm Lu. Can we begin?" The middle-aged man said indifferently. He looked at Xiao Chen from head to toe and did not pay any more attention to him. However, an ordinary inferior grade martial king was not worth paying too much attention to. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I can." Lu Yu took out an hourglass and placed it upside down on the stone table. The sand started to fall slowly. His lips twitched as he said, "My time is limited. Whatever you want me to do it quickly. I am only good with my fists and legs. I can forget about weapons." A cultivator that was good with his fists and legs was what Xiao Chen wanted. "Just punch me with your full power." Lu Yu was stunned. He suspected that he heard wrong. Is this brat trying to be funny? What if I kill you? It was not that Lu Yu had never received such a request before. However, if he wanted to punch an inferior grade martial king, he would be seeking death. There is no need to overthink. I am confident. When Xiao Chen saw that Lu Yu did not make a move, he continued. Xiao Chen's physical body was originally made of dragon tendon tiger bones. Now that he had undergone the rebirth of a heaven-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique, his defense and toughness had increased significantly. Xiao Chen urgently needed to know how strong his defense was. That way, he would be able to deal with it more easily in battle. Xiao Chen knew which attacks he needed to dodge and which he did not need to dodge. He could take advantage of the situation to counterattack, achieving an unexpected result in battle. Lu Yu did not waste any more time. He got into a stance and prepared to attack. Since Xiao Chen requested it, Xiao Chen would let him do as he pleased. However, he still held back 40 to 50% of his strength. If he really killed Xiao Chen, it would be hard to explain himself. He just wanted Xiao Chen to suffer a little and not be so arrogant. Hu Qi! Lu Yu shouted and his suppressed aura burst forth. A strong wind blew. When his aura surged, the fallen leaves and dust on the ground were instantly blown up. Lu Yu stepped forward and punched Xiao Chen's chest with a surging fist wind. Bang! As expected, Xiao Chen did not get knocked back. Instead, it was Lu Yu who felt like he had punched a pile of steel. It was extremely painful. When Lu Yu saw the calm and unmoving Xiao Chen, his face filled with shock. How can this be? Although I did not use my full power in this attack, it should be more than enough to deal with an inferior grade martial king who is 2 grades lower than me. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Lu Yu did not feel any fluctuations of Xiao Chen's essence. That was to say, Xiao Chen had relied on his physical body to block this punch. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "Why did you not use your full power?" Lu Yu took 3 steps back and said with a grave expression, "In that case, as you wish. Don't blame me for being too heavy-handed." Lu Yu raised his aura to its peak and shouted. He leaped into the air and punched. Strong essence infused his hand. A long mark appeared in the air, giving off a piercing sonic boom. Its aura was very horrifying. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He circulated his vital qi and prepared to receive this punch. Boom! When the fist wind struck Xiao Chen's body, it gave off a thunderous explosion. Xiao Chen's body shook, but he did not move his feet in the end. The surging essence exploded in Xiao Chen's chest. Under the pain of the shockwave, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered continuously. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and felt the situation in his body. He discovered that his internal organs had moved slightly, but there were no major problems. Xiao Chen's bones and flesh had blocked most of the force from the essence. He had managed to block this punch. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. He continued, "This time, I will continue to use my full power. You can use your martial techniques now. Let's start with the yellow-ranked martial techniques first." The rank of the martial techniques slowly increased. Before Lu Yu's somewhat numb expression, Xiao Chen raised it to a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. After that, he infused his state into it. After testing it a few more times, Xiao Chen felt fatigued and called for him to stop. After testing it out, Xiao Chen had an accurate understanding of his bottom line. Without using his state, he could easily block a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique's attack. After using his state, if he continued to block it head-on, it would be significantly easier. At most, he would be severely injured after 3 times. Receive another punch from me and you can leave. Remember to defend with all your might. Do not be careless. Lu Yu nodded and crossed his arms. He was no longer as careless as before. The other party had given him too much of a shock. If he got careless, he might end up suffering significant injuries. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, and his bones crackled. He started to gather all the vital qi in his body. A purple qi whirlpool spun quickly, and essence flowed through his wide meridians and into his palm. After his meridians were widened, the amount of essence that he could instantly move was more than 20% more than before. This gave Xiao Chen a pleasant surprise. Xiao! Without any pause, Xiaochen clenched his fist tightly. The instant his vital qi and essence merged, he punched out. Xiaochen wanted to know how strong he could burst out with his current strength in the shortest time possible. Boom! An overwhelming force surged over. Lu Yu felt his arms tremble, and a huge force knocked him into the air. So. Lu Yu flew back several dozen meters. After he landed, he took a few more steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Lu Yu felt pain in his hands. Both of his arms had been fractured. His bones had snapped in half. He would need at least half a month to recover. Lu Yu's expression was somewhat horrified. He thought to himself, that's 350,000 kilograms of force. This fellow did not even have time to store up energy. Unexpectedly, he managed to unleash 350,000 kilograms of force in one go. In the end, I still underestimated him. If he had used all his might to defend, his arms would not have fractured. This deal was a complete loss. Widening my meridians can indeed increase my explosive power. In the past, I could only unleash 250,000 kilograms of force by merging my vital qi and essence. Now, it has increased by 100,000 kilograms of force. The firmament body tempering art truly lives up to its name as a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique. Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile. When Xiaochen saw Lu Yu's broken arms, he took out 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones and said, "Sorry for injuring you. Consider this a small compensation." Lu Yu's pale complexion finally revealed a smile. He swept the spirit stones into his spatial ring and said, "Thank you, brother. Goodbye." After that, Xiaochen flew off to find someone to reconnect Lu Yu's bones. Xiaochen looked outside the courtyard and muttered, "It will be the 17th the day after tomorrow. With my current strength, I should have a 50% chance of defeating Jiang Zimo. I think I should be strong enough to make a trip to the Clear Spring Inn." However, before Xiaochen went, he had to settle something first. He had to get an ancient desolate pass. Xiaochen now understood the importance of an ancient desolate pass. Not only did he need it to pay taxes in the city, but he also needed it to do business in the shops. Even now, he had to pay a lot more spirit stones to stay in this cultivation courtyard because he did not have an ancient desolate pass. Xiaochen finally understood the inconvenience of not having an ancient desolate pass. After calling over a maid, Xiaochen asked for the location of the Heavenly Extermination Union in the city. Then, he immediately left the cultivation courtyard. In an inn in Heavenly Spring City, the green-robed man and Qin Pinyu were currently chatting at a table on the second floor. This brat has been hiding in the cultivation courtyard for almost a month. I wonder how much longer he will have to hide. If the Holy Fire Manor's people find him first, he will have nothing left. The green-robed cultivator drank a large mouthful of wine as he spoke somewhat depressedly. Qin Pinyu, who sat opposite the green-robed man, appeared rather indifferent. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. The Holy Fire Manor will not look for him immediately. He cannot possibly remain in the cultivation courtyard forever." After they parted ways with Xiaochen that day, the two immediately sought out a local intelligence clan. They spent a large sum of money to obtain information on Xiaochen's whereabouts. After that, they waited for a long time. The green-robed cultivator smiled sinisterly and said, "Although my state of water has not reached its limits in 1 month, I have cultivated the medial-grade earth-ranked autumn water art to the 7th layer. If I meet this brat again, I will be able to deal with him in 10 moves." Chapter 427. When Qin Pinyu heard this, he was slightly startled. Medial-grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques normally only had 7 layers. If that was the case, the other party had cultivated a medial-grade earth-ranked cultivation technique to the limit. This is not easy to deal with. Although the superior-grade earth-ranked cultivation technique I cultivate has 9 layers, I have only cultivated it to the 8th layer. There is still a gap between me and the 9th layer. Given this, I do not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation techniques. I can only think of other methods. Seeing Qin Pinyu remain silent, the cultivator in green smiled coldly to himself. How could he not know what Qin Pinyu was thinking? The green-robed cultivator tapped his finger on the table a few times. He squinted his eyes and looked at Qin Pingyu. I advise you not to have any other thoughts. Just obediently kill this brat and split the treasures. Don't forget that this brat has many good things on him. Qin Pingyu smiled embarrassedly and said, How can that be? You are overthinking. This brat is not that easy to deal with. If he has any other thoughts, both of us will die at his hands. The cultivator in green snorted coldly and said, It's good that you know. Don't. Just at this moment, a shifty-eyed, skinny man came up to the second floor. He looked around and saw Qin Pingyu and the cultivator in green. He pretended to walk over casually and handed over a note. Then he wandered around the restaurant twice before slowly leaving. The cultivator in green said, The people of the Wind Surveillance Hall are really cautious. Even a manservant is so cautious. No wonder they can stand firm in Heavenly Spring City. Qin Pingyu opened the note. After he finished reading it, he revealed a faint smile. The latest news is that this brat has come out. He is rushing in the direction of the Heavenly Extermination Union. The cultivator in green's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, This brat should have gone to apply for an ancient desolate pass. Previously, I overheard in the Flowing Wind Pavilion that a white-robed youth did not apply for an ancient desolate pass and ended up losing spirit stones in the great competition. Qin Pingyu used his essence to crush the note into powder. Then he muttered, It is more troublesome to apply for an ancient desolate pass in Heavenly Spring City than outside. He has to complete a mission first, and he has to leave the city. The location of the Heavenly Extermination Union's branch in the city was very easy to find. It was just beside the city lord's residence. It was a vast, circular building that was much taller than the city lord's residence. From afar, one would be able to see it with a single glance. However, the city lord's residence could not. Comparing the two, it was clear whose position was higher. Inside the spacious gate, there were streams of people, but there were only people going in and no one coming out. Although there were many people, it was not chaotic at all. Every floor above the second floor had 8 doors and windows. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out from them. It looked like this was the exit of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Xiaochun found a receptionist on the first floor and explained his purpose. The receptionist immediately led him to a counter on the second floor. Since you want to come to Heavenly Spring City to apply for a pass, then we will follow the rules. You can choose any one of the missions on the wall over there, the old man behind the counter said with an indifferent expression. Xiaochun looked in the direction of the old man's finger and saw 7 walls of different colors. There were many cultivators gathered in front of each wall. The old man continued, You are a martial king. There is no need for you to look at the missions on the white walls. You can only choose from the walls behind. Through the receptionist's words, Xiaochun understood the rules. If he was in a border city of the ancient desolate land, like Underworld City, he would only need to register his identity to apply for a pass there. If one wanted to apply for a pass there, one only needed to register one's identity. After entering the Heavenly Extermination Lake, there were different rules for each place. The rule of Heavenly Spring City was that one had to complete a mission for the Heavenly Extermination Union for free. Of course, the rank of the mission would not be very high. Xiaochun could not help but feel regret. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Xiaochun did not feel any resentment. There were the most cultivators in front of the first white wall. Most of them had low cultivations. They were all martial saints, standing there and watching. Xiaochun arrived at the second blue wall. Most of the missions on the wall had already been accepted. The remaining ones were all difficult and unrewarding missions. Xiaochun stared at the wall for a long time. Then, he tore a mission slip that was stuck on the wall. The requirement of the mission was to collect 10 stalks of illusionary een grass. The reward was 500 medial grade spirit stones. The illusionary een grass was one of the main ingredients for refining the poison shadowless pill. A peak rank 6 spirit beast, the dazzling shadow leopard, guarded the area where it grew. The dazzling shadow leopard was not very strong. However, it was good at concealing itself. Furthermore, it usually moved in pairs and was not easy to deal with. The mission was troublesome and the reward was low. As a result, The mission slip had remained on the wall for a few days. However, Xiaochen did not feel any pressure. He had the help of his spiritual sense. The most troublesome concealment technique of the dazzling shadow leopard was not difficult for him. That dazzling shadow leopard was only a peak rank 6 spirit beast. To Xiaochen, it was not difficult for him to deal with it. The old man behind the counter received the mission slip from Xiaochen. The indifferent expression on his face warmed up. He smiled and said, "This is a troublesome mission. However, you have helped us a little. Leave your name and a drop of blood. After you complete the mission, you will be given the pass." After everything was settled, Xiaochen took the mission slip and descended from the window. The mission slip had the address of the illusionary Grass. It was in the inner valley of the Heavenly Spring mountain range in the west of the city. This saved Xiaochen a lot of trouble. After Xiaochen left the city, he rushed towards the Heavenly Spring mountain range. The mission was rather simple, so Xiaochen did not think of any schemes. He just needed to go there and use his strength to suppress them. Up on the city wall, Qin Pingyu and the cultivator in green watched expressionlessly as Xiaochen left. The cultivator in green said, "According to the news from the Wind Whispering Hall, this fellow accepted the mission for the illusionary Grass. We have already confirmed the location. However, this brat's mental energy is very strong. I'm afraid I will be discovered before I get close." The last time the cultivator in green followed Xiaochen, Xiaochen had discovered him in advance. This time he was somewhat worried. Qin Pingyu took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and smiled confidently. "I came prepared long ago. This is a medicinal powder refined from sage tailgrass. If you sprinkle it on your body, even a regular martial monarch would not be able to sense it." The cultivator in green immediately revealed a joyful smile. He said, "You are really willing to part with your capital. With this medicinal powder, this brat will definitely die. If I am unwilling to part with the bait, how can I catch a big fish? Let's go. Don't let him get too far behind." The Heavenly Spring mountain range was filled with lone peaks. However, they were not more than 2 kilometers tall. However, the mountain range stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Xiaochen spent 4 hours before he found the valley where the illusionary Grass grew. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, he immediately discovered the illusionary Grass. What a fellow! There are actually more than 10 dazzling shadow leopards. That is equivalent to a small tribe. No wonder no one came to accept this mission. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and exclaimed in surprise. It looked like the cultivators here were all very cunning. However, there were many illusionary Grass as well. Xiaochen had more than enough to collect 10 stalks. His efforts were not in vain. In the surroundings of the illusionary Grass, there were invisible figures moving about in the air. There were not even any footprints on the ground. No one could detect them with their normal senses. This was the dazzling shadow leopard that gave ordinary cultivators a headache. With more than 10 dazzling shadow leopards gathered together, even a half-step martial monarch would find it difficult to deal with them. Xiaochen had to think of a way to separate them. Xiaochen casually punched the ground, and rocks of various sizes immediately shot out. Xiaochen took out a carving knife and started carving carefully. Soon enough, dozens of lifelike stone eagles appeared. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen formed hand seals and shouted. The stone sculptures on the ground instantly came to life. They pounced at the group of dazzling shadow leopards. Cha. There was a lot of noise. When the eagles pounced, the entire group of leopards fell into chaos. 2 dazzling shadow leopards were lured away. By the time the dazzling shadow leopards shattered the eagles, they were already several kilometers away from the valley. Xiaochen smiled faintly and drew his lunar shadow saber. Boom, boom, boom. There were loud explosions on the ground as electric light flashed. Without the advantage of being invisible and alone, Xiaochen did not have to spend much effort to kill these dazzling shadow leopards. After 45 minutes, the corpses of 2 dazzling shadow leopards appeared on the ground. Xiaochen dug out their spirit cores and continued killing dazzling shadow leopards. For hours later, there were no more dazzling shadow leopards in the valley. They had all turned into spirit cores in Xiaochen's universe ring. Xiaochen took out an inferior-grade spirit stone and quickly replenished his exhausted essence. Then, he started to pick the illusionary yin grass. However, just as Xiaochen was about to make his move, the massacre throne in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. He held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, his face filled with wariness. Xiaochen scanned the area within a kilometer with his spiritual sense a few times. Finally, he found the hidden Qin Pinyu and the cultivator in green on a towering tree. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the two of them. It looked like they used some kind of medicine to evade the detection of mental energy. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. His spiritual sense was different from regular mental energy. It was like his eyes. Unless one had a special secret treasure, no one would be able to block his detection. Qin Pinyu put away the flashing golden light in his hand and frowned. This fellow is too sensitive to killing qi. He should have discovered us already. It's fine. Now that we are within a kilometer of him, he has no chance to escape. We will crush him head-on. The two of them no longer hid themselves. They spread their arms and leaped off the tree, quickly flying towards Xiaochen. So. The two of them flashed in the air a few times. In 3 breaths of time, they covered the distance of a kilometer. The cultivator in green looked at Xiaochen and smiled coldly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are destined to regret not killing me that day. Xiaochen ignored the cultivator in green's words. He looked at Qin Pinyu, who was beside him. The dart that Qin Pinyu used that day had left a deep impression on him. If it were not for the blood flame shoes that could increase his speed, Xiaochen would not have been able to dodge it in a short time. However, with the force of his saber, he should be able to deflect that dart. Qin Pinyu said indifferently, Little brother, hand over the peak high-rank blood demon and the secret treasure, and you may leave. You are so young and have such a cultivation. Your future is bright. You have to know that a dead genius is no longer a genius. Xiaochen smiled gently and said, A dead genius is indeed no longer a genius. However, you are not qualified to say that. Chapter 428. Stubborn Fool. Huge Whale Palm. Seeing that Xiaochen was unwilling to agree, the cultivator in green immediately executed the killing move that he had been preparing in secret. A watery light filled the air, and ripples appeared on the ground. They looked like waves, rising and falling. This was the result of the other party infusing his state into his martial technique. The lines on the skin of the huge whale formed from essence were clearly visible. Its sharp teeth flickered with a cold light. It looked very real. Xiaochen's eyelids sank slightly. The essence of this cultivator in green was much stronger than it was in the past month. However, it was unfortunate that he ran into Xiaochen. In the past month, Xiaochen's improvement was much greater than his. This fight was destined to end in tragedy. The pure state of thunder and saber technique of the lunar shadow saber merged continuously. Surging essence burst out uncontrollably. With the expansion of his meridians, the amount of essence that Xiaochen could move in an instant increased by 20%. Naturally, the might of his saber technique increased as well. When Xiaochen swung his saber, electricity surrounded the saber. Fuji. Countless arcs of electricity shot out from the saber. Purple arcs of light tore through the air, and the power of thunder spread out. The entire space seemed to be covered in a layer of electricity. The hidden weapon in Qin Pinyu's hand gave off purple arcs of electricity, giving off a zzz sound. His fingers actually felt numb from the electricity. How strong is this brat state of thunder? Why does it seem like it completely suppresses the state of water? Qin Pinyu thought in astonishment as he circulated his essence and eliminated the electric arcs. Xiaochen shouted and stomped on the ground. His essence merged with his strength, instantly reaching 350,000 kilograms of force. Bang! 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 The undulating waves on the ground immediately quietened down. The entire hill shook continuously. The green-robed cultivator's state of water was crushed by the force of Xiaochen's stomp. Break! Xiaochen moved to the side and stabbed his saber into the right side of the huge whale made of essence. Then he leaped up and the saber left a long arc of electricity in the huge whale's body. The electricity crackled and flickered continuously. Every time it flickered, the luster of the giant whale became much dimmer. When Xiaochen pulled out his saber, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The giant whale exploded with a crisp sound. Xiaochen's essence chi shook and dispersed the shockwave formed by the giant whale. It was extremely domineering. On the other hand, the azure-robed cultivator was blasted back by the shockwave. Qin Pingyu also flew backward. Xiaochen's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop at all. With a soaring aura, boundless lightning flashed, and lightning surrounded his body. He was like a god of thunder as he charged forward. The azure-robed cultivator was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiaochen, who needed some time to cripple his gargantuan whale palm a month ago. Now that the giant whale palm had been strengthened, Xiaochen felt even more relaxed. He did not even need to use the state of massacre. The green-robed cultivator stood firmly and looked at the surging aura of Xiaochen. Not daring to hold back, he raised his aura to the limit. The azure-robed cultivator shouted and charged forward. Then he sent out 6 palm strikes at lightning speed. With each palm strike, a giant whale made of essence appeared out of nowhere. Xiaochen sent out 6 palm strikes in a row. The 6 essence whales connected their heads and tails, forming a long line as they charged at Xiaochen. Soul extinguishing 5 poison. Qin Pingyu, who had been holding back for a while, finally made his move. His figure flashed 5 times in the air, and 5 darts flickering with dim multicolored lights flew at Xiaochen from 5 different angles. The dim multicolored lights were all different, looking incredibly strange. Clearly, they were all venomous. The angles at which they shot out were also very tricky, and their speeds varied as well. The 5 darts connected one after another. Even if Xiaochen dodged one, he would not be able to dodge the other. The angles and speeds were all calculated to their limits. There was no way to dodge them. Immediately, there were 6 giant essence whales with vast auras in front of Xiaochen. If he was not careful, there might be a chain of explosions. The might of the explosion of 6 essence whales was easy to imagine. Then there were 5 more darts that Xiaochen could not dodge. He could only receive them head-on. His path of retreat was blocked. He had nowhere to retreat to. Xiaochen's expression remained calm as he thought quickly. In an instant, thousands of scenarios appeared in his mind. Then he quickly reacted. Ding-dang! Ding-dang! Xiaochen executed the azure cloud soaring dragon art. His figure spun around and turned into a huge electric storm. The 5 darts were instantly repelled. When the darts passed through the trees, a black chi spread out. Those trees immediately lost all signs of life and withered. When the azure-robed cultivator saw the situation, he could not help but smile. If Xiaochen dodged the darts, he would not be able to dodge this chain of whales. Even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to face the might of 6 whales exploding together. Qin Pingyu's face sank slightly, but he did not get careless. A golden dart appeared in his right hand. Then he pushed off the ground and landed on the top of a tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After knocking back the 5 darts, the huge whale made of essence was already less than a meter away from Xiaochen. There was no time for him to dodge. The surging aura combined made it difficult to breathe. The ferocious aura caused Xiaochen's hair to flutter wildly. Ka-cha! Xiaochen sheathed the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it into the ground. A golden image of a tiger and a dragon appeared on Xiaochen's body. They coiled around each other and roared endlessly. Xiaochen clenched his fists tightly and looked at the huge whale flying at him. He took a deep breath and punched. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded one after another, creating huge pits in the ground. Dust and rocks flew into the air. However, the scene that the azure-robed cultivator had imagined, the 6 whales exploding together, did not happen. This was because every time Xiaochen destroyed an essence whale, he would use his body to withstand the impact of the essence. Xiaochen quickly destroyed an essence whale, not showing any intention of retreating. He continued forward, punching 6 times. Chaotic dance of whales. When the azure-robed cultivator saw Xiaochen emerge from the cloud of dust without any injuries, He did not think too much. He was about to execute his killing move. The black-winged blood flame eagle in the blood flame shoes flashed, and Xiao Chen's speed increased by 20%, reaching Mach 4. As the azure-robed cultivator rushed forward, Xiao Chen kicked the azure-robed cultivator's right head. Bang! The half-executed chaotic dance of whales was immediately broken. The azure-robed cultivator vomited a mouthful of blood as the kick knocked him into the air. Using the might of a medial-grade secret treasure, the speed and strength of Xiao Chen's kick reached the peak of a martial king. A half-step martial monarch would not dare say they could block it. When the azure-robed cultivator landed on the ground, he was no longer breathing. The force of Xiao Chen's kick had shattered half of his head. The brain was a vital point of a person. Since half of it was shattered, naturally, the azure-robed cultivator was dead. A clump of red light instantly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. The azure-robed cultivator's talent was average. He did not have a good opportunity to cultivate a peak cultivation technique. The longer this dragged on, the greater the gap between him and Xiao Chen. From the very start, Xiao Chen had not considered the azure-robed cultivator a threat. Now that he had kicked the azure-robed cultivator to death, he did not feel anything. Xiao! An intense sense of danger came. A dazzling golden sun appeared behind Xiao Chen from nowhere. The dazzling light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Qin Pingyu had finally brought out his golden flash, which could reach Mach 4. He had seen Xiao Chen use the secret treasure on his leg. Xiao Chen would not be able to use it a second time within a short period of time, so he did not hesitate to make a decisive move. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and turned around in an instant. He landed beside the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt with both hands. Then he drew it. Xiao Chen's series of actions were like flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. It was extremely smooth and natural. A dazzling purple light flashed. The saber erupted with a purple light that was even more dazzling than the golden flash. Kasi! The light extinguished, and there was a melodious sound. The golden dart split into two and fell to the ground. Shock filled Qin Pingyu's face. He had not expected Xiao Chen to chop this peak inferior-grade offensive secret treasure in half with one saber strike. Under an attack that was 4 times faster than the speed of sound, how much explosive power would it take to split a person in half with a single slash? Qin Pingyu felt horror in his heart. He did not care whether the azure-robed cultivator lived or died. He turned around and ran. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A bloody hole appeared on Qin Pingyu's left chest. Blood flowed out continuously. A purple flame burned on the wound, preventing the essence from healing him. In his panic, Qin Pingyu ignored the wound and continued to run. "You think you can run?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and a 1-meter-long flying sword appeared in his palm. He leaped out, and a basketball-sized wound appeared on Qin Pingyu's chest. Then he slowly fell over. Xiao Chen removed the spatial rings from the two's hands. He could not be bothered to look at them, so he casually tossed them into the universe ring. Then he started his unfinished business, picking the illusionary Yin grass. The largest restaurant in the city, the Clear Spring Inn, closed early on the 17th of the month. A sign saying, "Temporarily closed," was erected at the entrance. 2 rows of expressionless black-clothed cultivators stood at the entrance. Occasionally, youths would step forward and hand over their invitations before entering. The crowd on the street stood on both sides of the street. They did not understand what was going on. However, based on the atmosphere, it was clear that something big was about to happen. The person who just entered seems to be the great Xia nation's Thousand Sword Pavilion's Xia Xian. This girl is a rare genius of the Thousand Sword Pavilion. She comprehended sword intent at the age of 16. Now, she is an influential person of the great Xia nation's younger generation. She is one of the hot favorites for the top 20 of the 5-nation youth competition. There is also the great Chu nation's heavenly sword gates Ding Fengqiu and Jin Wuji. These 2 are here as well. They were in the top 100 of the previous Tianwu ranking. The great Tang nation's beast taming abodes people are here as well. That fellow seems to be the second disciple of the beast taming abodes sect master. He is very strong and is one of the top experts of the great Tang nation. That seems to be the Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Ling Yun. He is ranked 4th among the younger generation of the Southern Islands. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. What is going on? Why is he being so mysterious? The crowd watched as the youths handed over their invitations and entered. The more they talked, the more they felt that something big was about to happen. The people who entered the Clear Spring Inn were all young geniuses of the various nations. Aside from the Great Gene Nation, there were many geniuses from the other 4 nations. Could it be related to the opening of the ancient Desolate Tower? The ancient Desolate Tower opens once every 3 years. It seems like it is about time for it to open. Suddenly, someone in the crowd thought of something and said excitedly, Chapter 429. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, why would so many youths come here? However, the number of people invited this time might be at least 3 times that of the previous one. The age of geniuses has already sprouted. After 10-odd years, those geniuses have all grown up. The Heavenly Extermination Union will definitely invite more people. I just don't know what the test will be this time. Will there be a few more slots? The others all agreed. They were certain that the matter at the Clear Spring Inn had something to do with the ancient Desolate Tower. A huge arena stood in the middle of a spacious backyard behind the Clear Spring Inn. It was several hundred meters long and wide. There were some tables and chairs around the arena. Boom, boom, boom. 2 young swordsmen with unfathomable strength and long auras were currently exchanging moves in the arena. The violent energy, along with the collision of the weapons, stirred up energy shockwaves that overflowed in all directions. Just as the shockwaves were about to break through the arena, a formless barrier blocked them. Ripples appeared around the arena. It turned out that there was a strong barrier protecting the arena. This allowed cultivators to fight without worry about the strong energy destroying the surrounding buildings. Thunder, wind, sword, flash. 9 Yang sword. Boom. The 2 of them shouted and raised their auras to the peak. They executed their killing moves. Surging sword chi clashed with each other, giving off a chain of explosions. Sword chi flew everywhere in the arena, as well as boundless sword images. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves in the midst of the strong sword dance before they slowly stopped. Both of them stood firmly. After a series of exchanges, they were evenly matched. They no longer had any desire to continue. Furthermore, it was not yet time for them to make a move. Lu Chunxing, it has been 3 years. Your sword is still as sharp as before. However, I only used 70% of my strength. You will not have it as easy for you in the next Tianwu ranking. The gray-robed cultivator sheathed his sword first, appearing very confident. The swordsman called Lu Chunxing smiled faintly and said, Zhuotiancheng, don't think that you are the only one who did not use your full strength. I only used 50% as well. Just at this moment, Ding Fengqiu led Jin Wuji in from outside the courtyard. The moment Xiaochen entered the courtyard, the 2 people in the arena immediately looked over and focused their gazes on Ding Fengqiu. Sensing the other party's sword intent, a cautious look appeared in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a blazing fighting spirit. The sword intent from Xiaochen's body pressed over without fear. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them worked together to put pressure on Ding Fengqiu. Ding Fengqiu raised his eyelids slightly, and the surging sword intent in his body soared into the sky. There seemed to be the faint hum of a sword in the air. Even when fighting 1 against 2, Ding Fengqiu was not at a disadvantage. He slowly walked forward and his sword intent surged, suppressing Lu Chunxing and Zhuotiancheng. Ha! Unexpectedly, we cannot suppress Ding Fengqiu even after working together. Ding Fengqiu, it looks like you gained a lot in the deep-sea battlefield. A hearty laugh came from outside the courtyard. A young man with an elegant figure and a playful smile on his face slowly stepped into the courtyard. When Jin Wuji saw this person, his expression changed slightly. This was the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian, one of the top 100 rankers of the previous Heaven Martial rankings. Jin Wuji was eliminated by this person. He could not even block 3 moves and had to leave in a sorry state. Jin Wuji felt a deep fear for this person. Pei Xiaoxian also saw Jin Wuji. He mocked, "Why did you bring trash to such a big event?" Ding Fengqiu, Are you not afraid of embarrassing your heavenly sword gate? When Jin Wuji heard this, he became enraged. If he did not fear the other party's strength, he would have flared up on the spot. Ding Fengqiu withdrew his sword intent and looked at Pei Shaoxian. He smiled faintly and said, "Even your first senior brother does not dare to speak to me like this. Pei Shaoxian, have you forgotten about that sword strike from back then?" Pei Shaoxuan's face sank. When he thought of the sword strike on his chest, he did not say anything more. He said coldly, "Don't worry. No matter how strong you become, I will definitely take revenge for that sword strike from back then." The two people in the arena walked down somewhat dispiritedly. The two of them had lost to Ding Fengqiu in the previous heaven martial rankings. After 2 years of hard work, the gap between them and Ding Fengqiu had grown even wider. "We have to fight for a spot in the ancient desolate tower this time. Otherwise, if he gets in first, we will not have a chance to surpass him." The two of them thought to themselves. Only by entering the ancient desolate tower could they ensure that their strength could soar quickly or have a fortuitous encounter. Only then could they surpass Ding Fengqiu. As time slowly went by, the number of people in the courtyard increased. Many people gathered at the tables and chairs in the courtyard. The 100-odd people in the courtyard all found people they were familiar with. They gathered together and chatted in whispers. After a while, 4 old men walked into the courtyard. The leader of the group swept his gaze across the people in the courtyard. All the conversation stopped. He emitted a formless aura from his body. Unexpectedly, this old man was a bona fide martial monarch. The 3 people beside him were not simple either. They were all half-step martial monarchs. They were all experts. "Old Li, it seems like not everyone is here yet. The myriad fiend palaces Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya are not here yet," one of the people at the side said respectfully to the leader of the group after he looked around. Old Li went to a table in the middle of the courtyard and sat down. He said indifferently, "Then let's wait for a while. If Jiang Zimo does not come, the higher-ups will definitely gossip." The geniuses in the courtyard started to get excited. These 4 people were the upper echelons of the Heavenly Extermination Union. They were also the people in charge of the trial of the ancient desolate tower. How the spots for this batch would be decided was still a mystery. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Outside the Clear Spring Inn, Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya occasionally looked around as if they were looking for someone. Mu Xinya withdrew her gaze and said with some disappointment, "Zimo, it looks like the person you mentioned will not be coming." Jiang Zimo smiled helplessly and said, "Never mind, this is the first time we meet. He probably thinks that I am up to no good. Let's go. It is not good to make the others wait for too long." On an extremely desolate peak of the Heavenly Spring mountain range, Xiaochen was covered in wounds. He hung miserably from a tree. He held an illusionary yin grass in his hand as he panted. The inferior-grade inner vest on his chest was already in tatters. It had lost all its spiritual energy. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Just taking a breath would cause intense pain. It could be imagined that if it wasn't for the defense of this inner armor, this wound would have directly split him in half. Xiaochen placed the illusionary yin grass in his universe ring and said with a fatigued expression, "That dazzling Shadow Panther King should not be chasing us anymore, right?" One day ago, Xiaochen had just finished dealing with 2 superior-grade martial kings and was preparing to sweep away all the illusionary yin grass in the valley. Who knew, after Xiaochen picked 10 illusionary yin grass and relaxed, he would be ambushed. That was a dazzling Shadow Panther King. It had lived for a long time and eaten many illusionary yin grass. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen could not detect it with his spiritual sense. When Xiaochen was preparing to pick the illusionary yin grass earlier, the killing chi he felt did not belong to Qin Pingyu or Xiaochen. Instead, it belonged to this dazzling Shadow Panther King. Actually, Xiaochen should have guessed it long ago. Given Qin Pingyu's cultivation, how could his killing chi be so dense from a distance of a kilometer? Xiaochen could only blame himself for placing too much trust in his spiritual sense. In the end, a dazzling Shadow Panther King suddenly appeared. Xiaochen could not detect it with his spiritual sense. Hence, tragedy struck. The dazzling Shadow Panther King's first attack tore through Xiao Chen's inner vest and left a huge wound on his chest. Xiao Chen's combat prowess plummeted. Furthermore, he could not detect the dazzling Shadow Panther King's position or figure. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen sustained injuries. If not for his body being tempered by a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the dazzling Shadow Panther King would have torn him to shreds long ago. Xiao Chen used his cloning technique and all his trump cards. After fleeing for a day, he finally managed to escape from danger. Xiao Chen casually tossed away the inner vest on his chest and bandaged his wounds. Then he placed a medicinal pill in his mouth and started to treat his injuries. After this lesson, Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless in the future. Even if his spiritual sense confirmed that he was in a safe place, he could not let down his guard. This world was very big. It was hard to say if there were any cultivators with tools that could evade spiritual sense. If Xiao Chen was forced into a corner by a cultivator, he would not be able to escape easily. After half an hour, Xiao Chen's injuries were mostly healed. Then he called out his silver warship and flew quickly towards Heavenly Spring City. When Xiao Chen saw the blazing sun above him, he felt somewhat anxious. Today was the 17th, and it was already noon. Xiao Chen did not know if he could make it to the Clear Spring Inn. If he missed this opportunity, he would suffer a great loss. This was a fortuitous encounter that most geniuses could participate in. If Xiao Chen missed it, he would fall behind by a long distance. There was already a gap in cultivation in the first place. It would be even more difficult to catch up. Furthermore, according to the cultivator in green, the ancient desolate tower was a place that even the geniuses of the Thunder King's generation had to go to. Xiao Chen did not want to miss it. Xiao Chen traveled at full speed for an hour before he finally arrived at Heavenly Spring City. Then he rushed to the Clear Spring Inn, looking travel-worn. The inn looked the same as before. Business was booming. The sounds of people eating, drinking, and chatting filled the place. It did not look like anything major had happened. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He stopped a waiter and casually tossed a medial-grade spirit stone to him. He asked, "Is there a girl called Xia Xian or a man called Jiang Zimo in the inn?" The waiter caught the medial-grade spirit stone and said with a smile, "You must be here to ask about the ancient desolate towers candidates. However, you are too late. The Heavenly Extermination Union has already brought these people to Longyang Island." Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. He immediately asked, "In that case, are Xia Xian and Jiang Zimo still around?" Naturally, they left together. The waiter continued, "However, the Jiang Zimo you mentioned stood outside for a long time in the morning. He forced the Heavenly Extermination Union to delay their selection by 2 hours. Because of this, he offended several young outstanding talents." Xiao Chen walked out of the Clear Spring Inn and looked at the sky above him. He appeared somewhat disappointed. Chapter 430. Jiang Zimo had already done all he could. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in luck. He was fated to not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, "It looks like the ancient desolate tower does not welcome me. It was just an ancient desolate pass." Unexpectedly, a dazzling Shadow Panther King appeared. Xiao Chen calmed himself and headed for the Heavenly Extermination Union branch. Since he no longer had a chance, he should not continue to be dejected. Not being able to enter the ancient desolate tower did not mean that he could not reach the peak of cultivation. No matter what, he could not let his mental state fall. The number of people in the Heavenly Extermination Union branch was much smaller than when Xiao Chen arrived yesterday. This was somewhat surprising. When the old man behind the counter on the second floor saw Xiao Chen arrive, his face was filled with surprise. He received the illusionary ingress from Xiao Chen and smiled. "Brat, you managed to escape from a dazzling Shadow Panther King. Your strength is truly extraordinary." Xiao Chen's expression changed. He said angrily, "You knew long ago that there was a dazzling Shadow Panther King. Why did you not warn me? Do you know that you nearly caused my death?" The old man shrugged and smiled innocently. "Young man, don't be so angry. Did you ask for my permission?" Xiao Chen felt very depressed. This was a matter of life and death. Even if he did not ask, he should have warned him. The old man was clearly acting shamelessly. Since he could not do anything to him, Xiaochen could not be bothered with him anymore. He said, "Stop speaking nonsense. Give me the ancient desolate pass." The black-robed old man laughed loudly. He took out a white medallion and handed it to Xiaochen. He said, "This is the medallion I just made. It is all rank 1. However, although there is no reward for your mission, it is already recorded." Xiaochen received the medallion and looked at it. The words, "Heavenly Extermination Union," were written on the front of the white medallion. Xiaochen's name was carved on the back. After the black-robed old man handed the ancient desolate pass to Xiaochen, he took out an engraved card and said, "This engraved card is an extra reward for you. After all, this illusionary ingress mission was quite a headache. You helped me solve a big problem." "What is it?" Xiaochen looked at the old man and asked suspiciously. The old man held the engraved card and gently knocked on the table. He smiled and said, "What is it?" "It is what you want now." Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the old man with interest and smiled. "Interesting, do you know what I want now?" The old man said casually, "The ancient desolate tower." Xiaochen's expression could not help but change. He did not think too much about how the old man knew. He pointed at the engraved card and said, "This thing can allow me to enter the ancient desolate tower?" The old man shook his head and said, "No, they only gave you a chance to compete fairly with others. Do you know why you did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Extermination Union? It is because your cultivation is too low. White-robed bladesman Xiaochen, you are quite famous in the Great Qin nation. The upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union noticed you long ago. However, at that time, your cultivation was too low. Even now, you are only an inferior grade martial king. The minimum requirement for an invitation is to be a medial grade martial king. As for whether to give you an invitation or not, the Heavenly Extermination Union split into 2 factions. They debated for a long time. You are very lucky. I happen to be on the faction that supports you." Xiaochen had not expected such a small invitation to have so many tricks up his sleeves. "So, you did not tell me about the mission for the illusionary ingress. Is this a test for me?" The old man nodded and said, "That's right. In fact, to obtain this ancient desolate pass, you just have to complete an ordinary mission. No matter what you choose in the end, I will give you the mission for the illusionary ingress." "You did not disappoint me. You were able to escape from the hands of the dazzling Shadow Panther King. You are definitely strong enough." Right now, Xiaochen felt like he had gained something and then lost it. He originally thought that the ancient desolate tower was far away from him. Unexpectedly, he found an opportunity that was even more reliable than Jiang Zimo's. Xiaochen stretched his hand out to take the engraved card. However, the old man did not rush to hand it over. He smiled and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you this time. By taking this engraved card, you will only gain an opportunity. It does not guarantee you entry into the ancient desolate tower. The test you will meet might really take your life." Xiaochen did not hesitate to take the engraved card. He said resolutely, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tell me the details." The black-robed old man muttered to himself for a while before telling Xiaochen the rules of this selection in full detail. There were simply too many geniuses from the 4 nations and the ancient desolate land. Even though the minimum requirement was to be a medial grade martial king under the age of 24, there were still more than 1,000 people. This was more than twice as many as the previous selections. Hence, the selection changed from 1 round to 2. The peak geniuses from the 4 nations were split into 4 groups and brought to the 4 main islands of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The first test was to obtain 60 victories in the A-rank matches of the main island's wrestling city. Everyone would have a chance to win 100 matches. The old man said indifferently, "The rank A wrestling rings are second only to the rank S wrestling rings. Aside from half-step martial monarchs and above, cultivators and demonic beasts of any cultivation realm will appear. Furthermore, these 60 victories have to be completed within 6 days. Completing it within 3 days meant that one would have to fight at least 10 matches a day. Furthermore, the cultivation of the opponents in these 10 matches would not be much weaker than one's." Xiaochen thought to himself, "If this is the case, I will have to eliminate half of the people in the first round of the test. The old man continued. After passing the first test, the remaining cultivators will gather in Desolate City. After that, they will compete in the arena for points. The 20 strongest participants will obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient Desolate Tower. Among the 1,000 geniuses of the various nations, only 20 would be selected. The odds were small. It was easy to imagine how intense the competition would be. Xiaochen felt suspicious as he asked, "Why not invite the geniuses of the great Jin nation to the ancient Desolate Tower?" This time, the people who came were all cultivators of the 4 nations and the local clans of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. None of them were geniuses of the great Jin nation. Xiaochen had his suspicions for a long time. The old man smiled and explained for a long time. Only then did Xiaochen slowly understand. Aside from the great Jin nation, the other 4 nations had very few spirit veins. The density of their spiritual energy was worlds apart from that of the great Jin nation. Hence, in every 5-nation youth competition, most of the top 100 of the Tianwu ranking were from the great Jin nation. The higher they went, the fewer people there were from the other 4 nations. Needless to say, the top 10 contestants were all taken up by the warriors of the Jin nation almost every time. No matter how talented the cultivators of the other 4 nations were, very few could break this rule. At best, they could only make it to the top 20. The Myriad Fiend Palace controls half of the authority behind the Heavenly Extermination Union, and the other half is split between the 4 nations. The Great Jin nation has nothing to do with it. Do you think that the other 4 nations would allow him to enter the ancient Desolate Tower after being suppressed so miserably by the Great Jin nation? Xiaochen said with some disbelief. Are the geniuses of the Great Jin nation really that strong? The old man had a grave expression as he said, "They are stronger than you imagine. With your current strength, it would be difficult for you to rank within the top 500 of the Great Jin nation's younger generation." Xiaochen did not refute this. He acknowledged this point as well. However, he did not feel too dispirited. All along, Xiaochen had never thought that he was weaker than anyone else, even the geniuses of the great Jin nation. All he lacked was time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on all these people and rise up in this budding era of geniuses. I have spoken enough nonsense. I will not speak any further. When you go to Wrestling City, hand this engraved card to the leader of the Heavenly Extermination Union. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. The old man waved his hand and dismissed Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not linger. He took his leave and quickly flew towards Longyang Island. Longyang Island was the core of the southern group of islands. Its position was equivalent to the capital of the Great Qin nation. It was more than 2,500 kilometers away from Heavenly Spring Island. After checking the map carefully, Xiaochen muttered, "Jiang Zimo and the others should have been gone for more than 6 hours. There are many of them, so they will not be very fast. I might be able to catch up to them." After leaving the city, Xiaochen soared into the air and tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Xiao! With a thought, a scarlet light lit up. The Scarlet Massacre Throne appeared from nowhere. A thick scarlet cloud churned under the throne. The Massacre Throne only needed to exhaust the state of massacre in order to fly at an extremely fast speed. If one did not worry about the exhaustion, the Massacre Throne could reach Mach 4. In the future, when the cultivation of the state of massacre increased, the speed would increase even more. However, the state of massacre was normally used for combat. If it was used for flying, it would be inferior in combat. Hence, under normal circumstances, Xiaochen would not use the Scarlet Throne to fly. At this moment, the situation was urgent. Xiaochen could not care so much. He sat on the throne and rode the scarlet cloud in the sky. A strong wind blew from the front. Xiaochen leaned on the armrest and propped up his chin, appearing relaxed. After all, he did not need to exhaust his essence. He only needed to exhaust the scarlet pool in the throne. Furthermore, this was obtained after killing people. It had nothing to do with Xiaochen's body. In order to avoid meeting other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble, Xiaochen flew up to 10,000 meters. As Xiaochen flew at full speed, the scarlet pool in the throne shrank at a visible rate. After flying for a long time, Only a small portion of the scarlet pool remained. Then Xiaoqun recalled the scarlet thrown into his sea of consciousness. It was not easy to replenish the scarlet pool. After exhausting it, it would be even more difficult to replenish it. Xiaoqun was already close to Longyang Island. If he still could not catch up to Jiang Zimo's group, there was no need to force himself. It was better to keep some state of massacre as a backup. Xiaoqun slowly descended. The silhouette of a huge island appeared before Xiaoqun. This was the main island of the south, Longyang Island. The number of cultivators in the sky gradually increased. Most of them were in groups of 2 or 3, flying quickly towards the island. Xiaoqun looked up and discovered that all the cultivators who came to Longyang Island were flying in the same direction. This was the famous wrestling city of Longyang Island. It was a city made up of wrestling arenas of various sizes. The entire city was filled with blood and violence. Chapter 431. There were 4 other wrestling cities like this in the entire ancient desolate land. They were located on the other 3 main islands. Strange, there are more than 10 cities on Longyang Island. Why are all these people heading in the direction of wrestling cities? Xiaoqun felt confused as he looked at the departing figures. I really can't figure it out. Wrestling City has not held a large-scale Rank A wrestling ring in the past 10 years. Who knows what is going on this time? They actually held dozens of matches. Who cares? The Rank A wrestling rings are a great opportunity to earn money. If you win 10 matches in a row, you will be able to obtain 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. If you win 20 matches in a row, you will even get an inferior grade secret treasure. I heard that the rewards this time will be increased. I wonder if that is true. If it is, then they will be spending a lot of money. A group of cultivators who passed by Xiaoqun spoke excitedly about why they were going to Wrestling City. When Xiaoqun heard this, his expression sank. He looked at the sky and saw the cultivators rushing towards Wrestling City. He muttered, "The news has spread so far. It looks like I will meet many famous cultivators of the ancient desolate land in the first round." The full moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was dotted with stars. Under the bright moonlight, most of the stars were covered up. In a residence within Wrestling City, the 4 people in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union led more than 200 geniuses from various places to a banquet. From tomorrow onwards, the cultivators below would start a cruel competition. They would be fighting high-intensity battles for 6 consecutive days. Hence, the people in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union decided to hold a banquet to let everyone relax. At the same time, they would take the opportunity to answer some questions. Old Li sat in the middle of the hall. Beside him were his 3 assistants. A long wooden table was placed in front of the 4 of them. There were also long wooden tables placed against the walls on both sides. Wine and snacks were placed on the tables. There were 3 or 4 cultivators behind each table. The cultivators chatted happily with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Seniorly, I heard that in the next 5-nation youth competition, the top contestants of the Tianwu ranking will be able to go to the upper realm. On the right side, a young cultivator put down the wine cup in his hand and respectfully asked Old Li, who was on the stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly quietened down, and everyone's gazes converged onto Senior Li. The so-called upper realm was a mysterious place to everyone. Rumor had it that the land of the 3 holy masters was in such a world. No one knew what kind of world it was. In the Sky Martial Continent, it was said that only those with the strength of Emperor Wu could break through the void and go to the upper realm to have a look. Before reaching Emperor Wu's level, if one wanted to go up and take a look, they would have to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. Of course, not every 5-nation youth competition had such an opportunity. Only when the geniuses of the various nations reached their peak would they attract the attention of the upper realm. Then, they would be given such an opportunity. However, in the past few thousand years, there had been no news of anyone obtaining the qualifications to enter the upper realm from the 5-nation youth competition. The earliest 5-nation youth competition was 4,000 years ago. It was said that the young geniuses of the Thunder King's generation obtained such an opportunity in the 5-nation youth competition. 4,000 years was too long. The matter of that time had already become a legend. Now, the young cultivators could only make some guesses. They did not dare to confirm whether it was true or not. However, this five-nation youth competition had already revealed some suspicions. Not only would the various nations and powers of the Tianwu continent send people to participate, but even the distant shallow seas of the boundless sea had already become a legend. Even the 4 shallow seas in the distant boundless ocean were planning to send people to participate. If it wasn't for the fact that they had obtained the opportunity to go to the previous World Championships, they definitely wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. When Old Li heard this, he smiled gently and said, "What I know, the supreme elders of the older generation of the sects behind you know as well. Since they did not tell you, naturally, I will not tell you either." But everyone asked, feeling confused. Old Li shook his head and said, "It is not the time yet. Now is the budding age of geniuses. Your generation has not matured yet. Telling you will only bring you harm. I can only say that if you all do your best, those with great luck will be pleasantly surprised." Jin Wuji and Ding Fengqiu sat at a table to the right at the back. Jin Wuji felt suspicious as he said, "This is strange. Why does your tone sound exactly the same as Master's? First senior brother, Master dotes on you the most. Do you have any inside information?" Ding Fengqiu took a sip of wine. A deep look flashed in his eyes, making him look very mysterious. Ding Fengqiu put down his wine cup and shook his head. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure. Don't overthink this. If you are not strong enough, you might not end up well there." The banquet continued. During this time, someone asked about the rules of the Rank A wrestling ring. Old Li answered all of them, not hiding anything at all. "Once you go to the wrestling ring, this old man will not be in charge there. Let me make things clear first. If there is any danger, just retreat. Don't try to be brave. As for the rules, they are the rules of the wrestling ring. You do not have any special privileges. Just think of a way to obtain 60 victories. Dong, dong, dong." Just at this moment, urgent footsteps could be heard. An attendant outside the hall held an engraved card in his hand. He quickly walked over to Old Li and whispered something into his ear. Old Li's expression changed slightly. He instructed, "Go down first and bring him up. I'll take a look at him personally." A few of Old Li's assistants looked at the engraved card and said in astonishment, "Elder Huang's engraved card. Who is he protecting?" Old Li casually put away the engraved card. His expression was somewhat sullen. He said indifferently, "It's that brat who objected so strongly back then. I want to know why this old Huang wants to protect him so many times." When the outstanding talents in the hall saw Old Li's expression suddenly turn sullen, they could not figure out what was going on. They felt that something was going to happen. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange, and the hall became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the door outside the hall, wanting to see who had offended Old Man Li. Mu Xinya whispered to Jiang Zimo, who was beside her, "Could it be that the person you spoke of is here again?" Jiang Zimo said softly, "It is hard to say. However, if it is really him, I will not be of much help. This elderly is not from our myriad fiend palace's faction." T. Soft footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Qin, dressed in blue robes and holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, entered the hall with a calm expression. Xiao Qin looked around from the corner of his eyes and scanned the faces of everyone in the hall. He saw a few familiar faces. There was Xia Xian, whom he had fought with before. There was Jiang Zimo, whom he had met before. The silver-haired girl beside Jiang Zimo seemed familiar, but Xiao Qin could not recall where he had seen her before. There were also his 2 old friends, Jin Wuji and Ding Fengqiu. Unexpectedly, they were here as well. When Xiao Qin felt Jin Wuji's hostile gaze, he ignored it. The atmosphere in the hall did not seem right. Xiao Qin did not think too much about it. He raised his head and performed a cupped fist salute to Old Li. "Junior Xiao Qin greets Senior." However, Old Li ignored Xiao Qin's words. He smiled indifferently and said, "I personally believe that cultivation realm is the foundation of a cultivator. Back then, I was the one who suggested the threshold for medial grade martial king. I really want to know why an inferior grade martial king like you is here. Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen's face sank. He remembered the words of the Heavenly Extermination Union's old man. It looked like he was unlucky. The old man in front of him was the one who opposed him back then. Go back to where you came from. Enter the wrestling ring and renew the life and death contract. Come back again when you are a medial grade martial king. It would be a pity if you fall here at such a young age. Don't think that after being famous in the Great Qin Nation for a while, you have great talent and can ignore the rules. The Great Qin Nation is always the weakest of the 5 great nations. When the people below heard Old Li's words, their expressions became playful. It turned out that this person had used his connections to enter and compete with them for a spot. Unfortunately, his backer was not that strong. This Old Li did not buy it and ended up being humiliated instead. A quick-witted young cultivator could tell that Old Li did not like Xiao Chen. He immediately followed along and mocked, "An inferior grade martial king wants to compete with us for a spot in the ancient desolate tower? You overestimate yourself." The others immediately agreed, "Indeed, go back. If you die in the wrestling ring, you will have nothing left. This is not the Great Qin Nation. You are a peak genius there. Here, you are nothing." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not care about the words around him. He only committed them to memory. He looked straight at Old Li and said, "Cultivation is indeed the foundation of a cultivator. However, combat techniques, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques are equally important. They might even be more important than cultivation." Old Li snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you are qualified to speak to me? I do not need you to teach me what is the most important. Scram immediately." Jiang Zimo could not stand it any longer. He said, "Seniorly, as far as I know, Elder Huang took out his engraved card. He has the authority to recommend someone." Old Li seemed to be afraid of Jiang Zimo's identity. He did not refute him. What Jiang Zimo said was the truth. However, back then, he was the one who proposed the requirement to become a medial grade martial king. He was also the one who vetoed sending an invitation to Xiao Chen. Now that he had to agree to Xiao Chen's request, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. If he could persuade Xiao Chen to withdraw, he could say that Xiao Chen withdrew of his own accord. Elder Huang would not be able to do anything to him. However, looking at the current situation, Xiao Chen was very patient. Furthermore, Jiang Zimo had spoken up for him. It would not be good to chase him away. When Old Li's gaze fell on Xiao Chen, he thought of a countermeasure. He smiled gently and said, "Very well, I will give you a chance. Since you say that combat techniques and cultivation techniques are more important than cultivation, then choose a person in this hall. Then choose someone from this hall. If you can defeat him within 10 moves, I'll give you this opportunity. Let everyone see just how brilliant your combat skills are." The hall was very quiet. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen with eyes filled with schadenfreude. Clearly, this person had offended Old Li. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to defeat them within 10 moves. The weakest cultivator here was a peak medial grade martial king. Chapter 432. They were all top-notch geniuses in their respective sections. They did not lack high-ranked cultivation techniques or martial techniques. As for the so-called combat techniques, they did not think that they were inferior to Xiao Chen. Jin Wuji laughed in a carefree manner, to think that this brat would have such a day. After being humiliated by the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders, the anger in his heart has lessened somewhat. A girl beside Xia Xian also smiled and said in a soft voice, "Senior sister, who is this person? He is just an inferior grade martial king. Why is he here?" However, Xia Xian's expression did not change much. She said, "Xiao Rou, don't think that way. He is not an ordinary inferior grade martial king." A trace of killing intent flashed in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. He looked at Old Li and said, "May I know senior's name?" Old Li said indifferently, "This old man is Li Xiuzhu. If you are afraid, you can leave. If you stay, you have to agree to my request." Li Xiuzhu, Li Xiuzhu. He firmly remembered this name in his heart. Xiao Chen swore that he would return today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Without changing his expression, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "As you wish. I hope you will not regret your decision today." Li Xiuzhu smiled coldly and said, I will regret it? This old man has seen many geniuses, and I've seen even more people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if I give you 10 years, you won't be a threat to me. Bang. Li Xiuzhu slammed the table heavily and snorted coldly, I will let whoever defeats him pass the first round. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. All of them rushed toward Xiao Chen at the same time. If he directly passed the first round, not only would it be a pity that he could save a lot of energy, but he could also observe the various trump cards of others and not reveal his own trump card. There were many benefits, and they would be able to gain a great advantage in the second round of the arena battles. There was no one who wouldn't want this opportunity. Xiao. However, a figure rushed ahead of everyone else. It was the heavenly sword sex Jin Wuji. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. The moment Li Xiuzhu spoke, Jin Wuji's figure appeared before Xiao Chen with a so sound. Ding Fengqiu's hand hovered in the air. He had just been about to stop Jin Wuji when he withdrew his hand. In such a short period of time, he had actually burst forth with such great speed, not giving him a chance to react at all. I can't even stop him. How foolish. Fine, if you want to send yourself over as a stepping stone, it's up to you. Ding Fengqiu shook his head as he drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. However, this was a good opportunity for him to see what cultivation realm Xiao Chen had reached. Jin Wuji's killing chi spread out uncontrollably. He smiled somewhat savagely and said, Xiao Chen, you did not expect such a day to come, did you? Back then, you sneak attacked me and trampled on me. You definitely did not expect that one day I would personally bury your hopes. Ha! Jin Wuji laughed heartily. Back then on the island he had been stepped on by Xiao Chen. He had not even been able to retaliate. That was simply a nightmare. After that, when he cultivated several times, Xiao Chen's appearance would appear in his mind, causing him to break down. Jin Wuji knew that this was a heart demon. Xiao Chen had already become his heart demon. If he did not deal with him personally, the heart demon would exist forever. His inner demons would always exist, and his strength would always be stagnant, and there would even be the danger of regressing. Now, as long as he could endure 10 moves, he would be able to destroy Xiao Chen's hopes of entering the ancient desolate tower. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to deal with his heart demon. How could he not be in a good mood? Jin Wuji withdrew his smile and said with a sullen expression, White-robed bladesman, today, I will let you know that if you had not sneak attacked me, you would not have stood a chance against me. Xiao Chen flipped his palm and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. He said indifferently, What a joke! Do you really think it was only because of a sneak attack? When Mu Xianxia saw Xiao Chen take out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring, her expression fluctuated. She muttered, It really is him. Song Kei's palm strike did not kill him. From the moment Xiao Chen stepped into the hall, Mu Xianxia's gaze never left Xiao Chen. This was because Xiao Chen's temperament was too similar to that of the person in her memories. Calm, decisive, and unhurried. No matter what happened, his expression would not change. No matter who he met, he would not be servile or overbearing. At this moment, when Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber, the saber from Mu Xianxia's memories, she could finally confirm Xiao Chen's identity. Senior sister, do you think this Xiao Chen can win? Xia Xian's junior sister, who was beside her, asked. Xia Xian replied uncertainly, It is hard to say. His overall strength is definitely stronger than Jin Wuji's. However, it would be too difficult to defeat him within 10 moves. Even I am not confident. Most of the cultivators present felt the same way. This Jin Wuji is lucky. He does not need to go through the first round. Li Xiuzhu sat calmly in his seat. He had a faint smile on his face. He did not have any expectations for Xiao Chen. Such an ignorant cultivator would not be able to achieve much in the future. Suddenly, a resonant sword hum resounded in the hall. Jin Wuji finally could not endure it any longer and made the first move. The tip of the sword pointed at Xiao Chen. The long sword trembled continuously, and the air rippled like water. A sharp metal concept was emitted from the sword's edge. Before the sword moved, the wind from the sword had already arrived. An unparalleled sharp sword intent shot towards Xiao Chen. It tore through the air and entered Xiao Chen's forehead, trying to break his heart and disrupt his mental state. The state of metal had only one attribute: sharpness. It was incredibly sharp. Based on Jin Wuji's aura, it was clear that he had cultivated the state of metal to great perfection. There is no more chance. Jin Wuji's state of metal has already reached great perfection. Although it has not reached peak consummation, it is impossible to defeat him within 10 moves. Xia Xian sighed. The others in the hall all shook their heads. This battle was unfair from the start. Now Xiao Chen had no chance at all. Li Xiuzhu's frown relaxed, and he relaxed completely. He muttered to himself, "The result is already decided." When Xiao Chen felt that sharp sword intent, he had an idea. He circulated the qi that he had not used before. Ever since Xiao Chen condensed his martial spirit, he had experienced failures, setbacks, tribulations, perplexities, and worries. This was the qi that only a bladesman possessed. Dang! A melodious clang resounded in the air. It was like divine weapons clashing in the air, giving off a heavy vibrating sound that spread into the surroundings. Jin Wuji's sword intent was immediately blocked. The state of metal in the sword intent also vanished like smoke in thin air. Saber intent? When they heard the heavy vibrating sound and felt the qi from Xiao Chen's body, some of the people in the hall felt suspicious. Sabers were formed from swords. Saber intent was also derived from sword intent. However, it was even harder to comprehend than sword intent. If the chances of comprehending sword intent were 1 in 100,000, then the chances of comprehending saber intent were 1 in a million. Furthermore, in the past few thousand years, no one had heard of anyone comprehending saber intent before the age of 30. The 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land had all comprehended saber intent at the age of 40. Only the generation of the Thunder King had such a talented bladesman. If one wanted to trace this back, it would be the Tianwu dynasty, or even earlier, the ancient era. Ding Fengqiu's expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Fortunately, it is not saber intent. It is just a strand of qi. However, just a strand of qi can resist Jin Wuji's sword intent. How powerful would saber intent be?" The others in the hall also heaved a sigh of relief. If it was really saber intent, it would be a huge blow. Jin Wuji is not weak. If I want to defeat him under normal circumstances, I would have to fight him for more than 100 moves. If I want to defeat Jin Wuji within 10 moves, I have to catch him off guard. Then, I have to charge forward like a ferocious tiger and crush him in one go, not giving him time to react. Coincidentally, I have a set of saber techniques that can be used in one go, the rushing thunder chop. Although it is of a lower rank, Xiao Chen's essence and state can make up for it. It is sufficient to deal with Jin Wuji. After scattering Jin Wuji's sword intent, Xiao Chen took advantage of the moment his opponent was stunned to raise his right foot by half a meter. Then he stomped down ferociously. Bang! This stomp merged vital qi and essence. Xiao Chen did not hold back at all. It contained 350 tons of force, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hall shook. All the wine on the wooden table shattered with a kai sound. The crack quickly extended towards Jin Wuji. Pu Qi. A sharp energy that was half a meter tall soared up from the crack. As the crack extended, it charged straight at Jin Wuji. It was like a sharp knife trying to split Jin Wuji in half. The stunned expression on Jin Wuji's face turned into one of extreme shock. He had not expected Xiao Chen to suddenly make such a move. This was what it meant by catching the enemy off guard and attacking them when they were unprepared. Jin Wuji's body shook along with the ground. When he saw the energy rushing at him, he quickly dodged to the side. The energy passed by Jin Wuji and continued towards Li Xiuzhu, who was behind him. Li Xiuzhu remained expressionless as he stomped on the ground. The sharp energy instantly shattered into nothing. At the same time, the crack in the ground stopped. When it reached Li Xiuzhu's table, it was difficult to move an inch further. Xiu! Jin Wuji had just stabilized his footing when he saw Xiao Chen's right hand grasping his saber hilt. Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he rushed at him. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Chen's footsteps sounded like thunder. He moved as fast as lightning, creating a strong wind. Jin Wuji could not keep his eyes open. Jin Wuji had a bad feeling in his heart. He pushed off the ground and retreated. Can I retreat? It is already too late. Xiaochen snorted coldly in his heart. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, swung out. Drawing the saber. It was like a bolt of lightning had shot out from the scabbard. The purple light was so dazzling that it hurt everyone's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Jin Wuji quickly spun his sword and held it horizontally in front of his chest, blocking the sword strike. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off intense sparks and a chi-chi sound. As he ran, Xiaochen's aura was raised to its peak. On the other hand, Jin Wuji, who had lost the initiative and wanted to retreat, lost most of his aura. Jin Wuji's arm felt numb, and his sword trembled. He nearly lost his grip on it. Arclight chop. Xiaochen activated the blood flame shoes, and his speed increased explosively. In an instant, he arrived at Jin Wuji's side. The lunar shadow saber sent out a strange arclight. The arclight flickered with electricity. Chapter 433. Retreat. The arcs of light sealed off all points of attack. There was no weakness at all. There was no way for Jin Wuji to counterattack. Jin Wuji retreated again. No, I cannot retreat anymore. If I do, my momentum will plummet, Jin Wuji thought anxiously. I have to attack and regain control of the rhythm. Jin Wuji's sword trembled as he started to gather his killing move. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Xiaochen charging at him with his saber. If Jin Wuji did not retreat, his chest would be pierced by Xiaochen in the next moment, and he would die without a complete corpse. Retreat! How hateful! Jin Wuji felt extremely depressed. He scattered his killing move and retreated once more. Xiaochen's figure paused in the air. As he looked at the retreating Jin Wuji, it was like he had frozen. Rushing thunder chop. In the next moment, there was an explosion behind Xiaochen. It shook off all the dust on the roof, and his aura instantly soared again. Carrying the boundless might of thunder, Xiaochen chopped down with his saber. It was like rolling thunder. Jin Wuji was horrified. This saber descended like lightning, not giving him a chance to dodge at all. Its aura locked onto him, as if it knew where he would land. Sword light flashed, and Jin Wuji expended his essence without any regard for his life. He quickly created layers of solid sword screens, trying to block this saber strike. However, his momentum was already exhausted. No matter how strong the sword screens were, they were useless against Xiaochen's saber strike, which had reached its peak. Bang! 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 The layers of sword screens were easily broken. The surging energy shot out in all directions. The many cultivators quickly made their moves to block. Pu Si. The saber energy entered Jin Wuji's body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion was extremely pale. Rushing thunder second chain chop. After Xiaochen landed, he did not hesitate. The lightning-attributed energy that he had accumulated for 4 moves burst out ferociously. The electric light on his saber instantly became extremely resplendent. Jin Wuji did his best to block, but he was still knocked back by this saber strike. His clothes were in tatters and his skin was mangled. Jin Wuji fell miserably to the ground. The electricity on his body had not dissipated yet, crackling non-stop. The surroundings were silent. The martial artists who had previously mocked Xiaochen were all stunned. Xiaochen did not even use 10 moves. He only used 5 moves to defeat Jin Wuji. Even if he included that kick, it was only 6 moves. Bang! Li Xiuzhu was so angry that his face turned red. He smashed the wooden table in front of him into wood shavings. He looked at Jin Wuji, who had just climbed up with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with disgust. Trash! You cannot even deal with an inferior-grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to participate in the selection? Scram! From a distance, Jin Wuji suffered a heavy blow. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the hall. Then he rolled a few times on the steps before coming to a stop. Li Xiuzhu glared at Xiaochen before getting up expressionlessly. Without saying anything, he quickly left the place. Li Xiuzhu left in a huff, and his 3 assistants left one after another. Naturally, the banquet ended on an unhappy note. Inside the hall, the outstanding talents from all over no longer looked at Xiaochen with the same gazes as before. They no longer viewed him as a strong competitor. Their expressions were somewhat depressed. It was not a good thing to have another competitor in the intense selection. There were still 10 odd people in the hall, but their eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. They did not fear challenges. The more opponents they had, the more excited they would be. Pei Xiaoxian, what do you think? The Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Leng Yun, asked indifferently as he looked at the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian. Pei Xiaoxian played with the scarlet ring on his index finger gently. He said softly, "He is very strong, but there is no need to be too shocked. If you can catch him off guard, you can defeat Jin Wuji in 10 moves." Leng Yun nodded and said, "Naturally, I understand this principle. However, it's a pity that it's a little difficult to seize the initiative against a cultivator whose cultivation is not lower than his. This is where this person is brilliant." Pei Xiaoxian stood up. Before he left, he said indifferently, "The 100 battles are all real. You can catch him off guard once or twice. However, if you want to fight continuously, your foundation is the most important. I will see you tomorrow." The outstanding talents in the hall discussed the earlier battle for a while before they left. Since the banquet was over, there was no need for them to remain here. Xia Xian led her junior sister over to congratulate Xiaochen. She said, "Congratulations. It looks like I have another competitor for the ancient desolate land slot." Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "Miss Xia, you are exaggerating. In a battle between us, we would only have a 50-50 chance of winning." My first senior sister comprehended sword intent at the age of 16. Now, she is a superior grade martial king. She also cultivates a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. Her martial techniques are also peak earth-ranked martial techniques. She is not inferior to anyone in the same generation. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't overestimate yourself, Xiao Rou, who was beside Xia Xian, said in dissatisfaction when she heard Xiaochen comparing himself to Xia Xian. In her opinion, Xiaochen was able to defeat Jin Wuji in 6 moves. Although he was very strong, it was mostly due to his trickery. If it were not for that kick catching Jin Wuji off guard and causing him to lose the initiative, then forcing him to retreat again and again, it would have been impossible for Xiaochen to defeat Jin Wuji within 10 moves. However, Xiao Rou did not think that being able to catch an opponent of the same cultivation realm off guard and seize the initiative was a display of strength. When Xiaochen looked at Xiao Rou, he did not get angry. He could tell that she was trying her best to protect his first senior sister. She was like a little girl worshipping her idol. When Xia Xian heard this, she glared at Xiao Rou. Then, she said apologetically, "Sorry, this little fellow always speaks without thinking. Don't mind her." Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything. "I will take my leave first. See you tomorrow." Seeing that Xiao Rou still wanted to say something, Xia Xian quickly pulled her to the side and took her leave. Xiaochen sheathed the lunar shadow saber and did not linger. He prepared to leave. The battle in the wrestling ring tomorrow would be the real start. This was just an appetizer. "Brother Xiao, please wait a moment." Just as Xiaochen reached the threshold of the hall, Jiang Zimo called out to Xiaochen. Then he walked over with Mu Xinya. Although Xiaochen understood Jiang Zimo, this person had helped him time and time again. This made Xiaochen want to make friends with him. This was especially so when Jiang Zimo risked offending Li Xiuzhu and spoke up to help him. Compared to those people who tried to curry favor with Li Xiuzhu, Jiang Zimo was even more valuable. Stopping, Xiaochen turned around and performed a cupped fist salute. He said, "Many thanks to Brother Zimo for helping me earlier, helping me obtain this opportunity." Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, "It is just a small matter. I am not afraid of Li Xiuzhu. He would not dare to do anything to me." Jiang Zimo sounded very confident. It seemed like he had a strong power behind him, something that even Li Xiuzhu feared. Xiaochen did not continue with the pleasantries. He directly said, "Why are you looking for me? If there is anything I can help you with, just ask." "In that case, I will remember what you said." If there is nothing, I will look for you. Jiang Zimo smiled and pointed to the silver-haired girl beside him. He said, "She is the one looking for you. I will take my leave first." After Jiang Zimo left, Xiaochen looked suspiciously at the silver-haired girl before him. Although she looked familiar, Xiaochen did not remember seeing this girl before. "Speaking of which, do we know each other?" Xiaochen asked probingly. Mu Xinya looked at Xiaochen and revealed a bitter smile on her exquisite face. She said, "If I tell you, will you kill me again?" Xiaochen was shocked. When he heard the other party's voice, he finally recalled who this silver-haired girl was. Back then, in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this girl had disguised herself as a human girl, Mu Xinya, for the sake of rescuing the imprisoned Heavenly Wolf King. They had interacted with each other for more than a month. No wonder this girl's gaze never left me the moment I entered the hall. She must have found me familiar. When Xiaochen thought about the events of that day, it was still vivid in his mind. The pleading expressions of the miners appeared clearly in his mind. However, Xiaochen already had a different view of the events of that day. Those miners were sacrificed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on purpose. It was hard to tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen shook his head and replied, "No, I do not wish to mention the matters of the past. Everyone has their own beliefs. It is just that their point of view is different." When Mu Xinya heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "Can we have a chat?" Xiaochen nodded and the two of them flew out. Outside the hall, Jin Wuji's clothes were tattered. He lay on the ground in a sorry state. Occasionally, electricity would flicker on his body. The bones in Xiaochen's chest caved invisibly. That was a palm strike from Li Xiuzhu filled with rage. As a bona fide martial monarch, this palm strike caused more damage than Xiaochen. Furthermore, Xiaochen had injured Jin Wuji. Without half a year of recuperation and miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Jin Wuji to recover to his peak state. To these geniuses, wasting half a year was an extremely cruel thing to do. It might result in a gap that they would never be able to cross. When the cultivators passing by saw this scene, they felt that the world was like a game of chess. The universe was unpredictable. 15 minutes ago, Jin Wuji was the envy of everyone. As long as he did not lose in 10 moves, he would be able to pass the first round easily. However, 15 minutes later, an inferior-grade martial king defeated him in 6 moves. If news of this spread, his reputation would be ruined. Furthermore, Li Xiuzhu made a move to injure Jin Wuji, disqualifying him from being a candidate. This was like adding snow to snow. It was a tragic sight. Everyone remembered this lesson. In the future, they could not underestimate any cultivator with a lower cultivation. They could not guarantee that it would be another Xiaochen. Jin Wuji lying on the ground was the best example of how miserable their fates were. Ding Fengqiu slowly walked over to Jin Wuji and sighed to himself. Jin Wuji was completely crippled. He had lost the qualifications to compete with the top geniuses forever. In this age of geniuses, where the age of geniuses had just sprouted, this was undoubtedly a tragedy. I told you long ago, it is important to know one's limits. If you are not strong enough, don't use the Heavenly Sword Gate to show off. You are asking for it if you are crippled. Ding Fengqiu placed his palm on Jin Wuji's chest and circulated his essence. The electricity in Jin Wuji's body was immediately sucked into Ding Fengqiu's palm. Chapter 434. Ding Fengqiu raised his palm, and a ball of lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered on his palm. The unconscious Jin Wuji's expression immediately relaxed. Bang! Ding Fengqiu casually waved his hand and the ball of lightning landed on the ground. It blasted a huge pit and kicked up a cloud of dust. What a strong lightning-attributed energy. This person might be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such surging energy as an inferior-grade martial king. Ding Fengqiu frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. Furthermore, this was only the remnant energy. If he used it at full power, it would be even stronger. It had to be said that Ding Fengqiu's eyes were very good. With just the remnant energy, he was able to roughly guess Xiaochen's true strength. Ding Fengqiu, I told you long ago not to bring out trash. Now, you have embarrassed yourself. The beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian laughed loudly as he walked over. "You are seeking death." Ding Fengqiu's expression turned cold. He formed 2 fingers on his right hand into a sword and pointed at Pei Xiaoxian. "Xiu!" The sword at Ding Fengqiu's waist hummed and quickly came out of its scabbard. Under his control, it carried a surging sword intent as it flew at Pei Xiaoxian. "Boo, boo." The sword hummed in the air. Water-like ripples spread out from the sword. It seemed like space itself turned blurry. Pei Xiaoxian's expression changed. He had not expected Ding Fengqiu to make a move. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. A circular formation appeared in front of Pei Xiaoxian. An ape with skin as hard as steel blocked Pei Xiaoxian's path. Bang! As soon as the ape appeared, a huge bloody hole was opened up in its chest by the long sword. The sword pierced through its body and it couldn't be any more dead. Hu Qi! Pei Xiaoxian had not expected Ding Fengqiu to break the steel ape, which had a high defense, in an instant. Pei Xiaoxian did his best to dodge. However, the sword still managed to leave a deep wound on his right arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon, his entire right arm was dyed red. It looked very scary. "Pei Xiaoxian, on account of your first senior brother, I will not kill you immediately. In the future, you better watch your mouth. The people of the Heavenly Sword Gate are not for you to speak." "Gotcha." Ding Fengqiu waved his hand, and his sword returned to its scabbard. He picked up Jin Wuji's body and left without even looking at Pei Xiaoxian. As Pei Xiaoxian watched Ding Fengqiu leave, he revealed an extremely hateful gaze. The grudge between him and Ding Fengqiu had started long ago. During one of his fortuitous encounters, he had been severely injured by the other party while fighting for a natural treasure. The other party had even stolen all of his treasures, and he had always viewed it as a great humiliation. Otherwise, he would not have dealt a heavy blow to Jin Wuji in the previous 5-nation youth competition and eliminated him in a sorry state. After that, he retracted his gaze and stopped the sword wound on his arm. He squatted down and pointed the red ring on his right hand at the steel ape lying in a pool of blood on the ground. With a flash of red light, the steel ape's corpse and blood were sucked into the ring. Kacha kacha. A series of hair-raising sounds came from the ring. It was very strange. The full moon hung high in the sky, like a silver plate adorning the night sky. Xiao Chen and Mu Xinya sat on a roof in the city. Although they were chatting, Mu Xinya was the one speaking most of the time. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of what happened after she left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After inheriting the Heavenly Wolf King's power, Mu Xinya's strength increased rapidly. Now, she was already a peak superior grade martial king. The most important thing was that she did not have any bottlenecks. As long as she absorbed the Heavenly Wolf King's power, her strength would continue to increase. Her potential was unlimited. When fighting with others, she could draw on the Heavenly Wolf King's power. Even if she faced a half-step martial monarch, she would still be able to hold her own. She would not be like Xiao Chen, who had no chance and could only find an opportunity to retreat. Because of her, the Heavenly Wolf race, which was in a precarious situation, obtained a large amount of resources from the Myriad Fiend Palace. The overall strength of the Heavenly Wolf race increased by the day. Yichen, did you know? That month in the underground world was actually the most ordinary period of my life. Mu Xinya raised her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight shone on her silver hair, adding a faint glow to it. It looked somewhat dreamy. However, I cannot stop. The burden of the clan rests on my shoulders. There are 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. I must obtain one. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. In that case, I wish you success. I must obtain one of the 20 spots. Mu Xinya smiled. In that case, let's work hard together. When the time comes, we will work together in the ancient desolate tower. With our tacit understanding, we might be able to reach a height that no one has ever reached before. I'm leaving. Thank you for chatting with me for so long. I can finally let go of the burden in my heart. Mu Xinya waved her hand at Xiao Chen. Then she jumped off the roof and landed far away. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the distant Mu Xinya. He sighed softly. There are more than 1,000 peak geniuses. Just in this group, There are geniuses among geniuses like Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya. These 20 spots will not be easy to obtain. However, no matter what, he had to obtain these 20 spots. The ancient desolate tower had a total of 9 floors. Back then, the genius Thunder King had made it to the 7th floor before he rose up. In the past few years, although there were not many people who made it to the 5th floor, they had all obtained great benefits. Some of them had a great increase in their cultivation. Some had obtained ancient heaven-ranked martial techniques or heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. There were also those who had reached a bottleneck in comprehending martial techniques. They had a huge breakthrough in there, and their combat prowess had increased greatly after they came out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without the ancient desolate tower, it would be very difficult for the cultivators of the 4 nations to enter the top 50 on the Tianwu ranking. The next day, just as dawn broke, the light of dawn shone on every corner of Wrestling City. More than 200 outstanding talents from all over the world were already waiting in the Great Hall of Old Li's residence. Xiaochen stood in a corner of the crowd, waiting calmly for Li Xiuzhu to arrive. This was only the first round of selection. He believed that he had the strength to clear it. After a while, Li Xiuzhu walked out from the back of the Great Hall. Aside from his 3 assistants, there was an unfamiliar cultivator beside him. That person wore tight cultivator robes. His muscles were bulging, making him look very strong. He looked to be in his 40s and was actually a half-step martial monarch. There was a faint scar on the right side of this person's face, giving him a ferocious aura. His eyes were dim and lifeless, making him look very sinister. Li Xiuzhu found Xiaochen in the crowd and smiled coldly. Then he withdrew his gaze and said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is Wrestling City's city lord, Gao Yangyu. We will not be in charge of what happens next. 6 days from now, I will be in charge of counting the people who won 60 matches. I will bring those who meet the criteria to Desolate City and meet up with the people from the other 3 groups for the second round of selection. Those who do not meet the criteria will be sent home." After Li Xiuzhu spoke, he did not care about anything else. He led his 3 assistants and left, leaving the scene to Gao Yangyu. Gao Yangyu looked at the crowd calmly. With a flip of his hand, a stack of contracts appeared. Then he silently distributed them to the crowd. Xiaochen took a look at the contract. It was a life and death contract. The general content of the contract was that he was willing to participate in the A-rank wrestling matches. His life and death had nothing to do with Wrestling City. Let me state this first. Wrestling City does not have much of a relationship with the Heavenly Extermination Union. They have no control over me. In fact, I only received news about you people wanting to participate in the A-rank wrestling matches a week ago. I will not give you any special privileges. You will be the same as the other cultivators participating in the A-rank wrestling matches. Your life and death will be up to fate. If you want to participate, you will have to sign this contract first. After Gao Yangyu finished distributing the contracts, he spoke calmly. Li Xiuzhu had already told everyone about this. The outstanding talents present all had calm expressions. They did not hesitate to sign the contracts. Perhaps there might really be deaths in the A-rank wrestling matches. However, everyone here was an outstanding talent. They were all very strong. Who would think that they would be the ones dying? After signing the life and death contract, Xiaochen lined up at the back of the crowd. He was the last to hand the contract to Gao Yangyu. Gao Yangyu looked at the name on the life and death contract. He could not help but glance at Xiaochen. An undetectable killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiaochen could clearly feel this killing intent. However, his expression did not change as he slowly moved to the back. Xiaochen had no grudges with Gao Yangyu. Logically speaking, Gao Yangyu could not possibly have any killing intent towards him. The only possibility was that Li Xiuzhu had left some instructions for him. It looks like this old thing really wants to fight with me, Xiaochen thought to himself coldly. I will endure this for now and keep an eye out. After Gao Yangyu put away the contract, he appeared very satisfied. He smiled faintly and said, "Very good. No one is absent. I wish you all good luck in advance." Gao Yangyu twisted the ring on his right hand and space fluctuated intensely. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in the hall. Let's go. Gao Yangyu took the lead and stepped into the door of light. None of them were ordinary cultivators. They knew that this was a rarely seen teleportation door. There was nothing to be surprised about, so they all followed suit. As usual, Xiaochen was the last to enter. When he stepped into the door of light, he felt a mysterious energy pull his body infinitely. All the sensations disappeared. It felt like only an instant, but it also felt like an eternity. Xiaochen finally regained control of his movements. Just as Xiaochen found his footing, he heard earth-shattering shouts. The sounds did not stop for a long time. Xiaochen looked up and discovered that he and the others were in a majestic wrestling ring. The circular wrestling ring was at least 10,000 square meters in size. It was surrounded by a ring of spectator stands. The 10,000 seats were all occupied. It was very lively. Gao Yangyu gathered everyone together and pointed in a direction. He said, "Later, 1,000 demonic beasts will charge out from the cages over there. There will be a total of 200 iron medallions in the bodies of the 1,000 demonic beasts. You have to kill the demonic beasts and obtain the iron medallions before you can truly qualify to fight in the Rank A wrestling ring." Chapter 435. Everyone looked in the direction of Gao Yangyu's finger. They saw countless scarlet eyes flashing in a pitch-black space behind a metal railing. A strong aura came from inside, accompanied by the roars of beasts, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Damn it! They are all rank 7 demonic beasts. When someone sensed the rank of the demonic beasts inside, his expression changed drastically. He was clearly horrified. Gao Yangyu smiled faintly and said, "That's right. They are all rank 7 demonic beasts. Furthermore, they are extremely hungry." One rank 7 demonic beast was not scary. Everyone here could deal with it easily. However, 1,000 rank 7 demonic beasts, even if they split the rewards evenly, everyone would have to fight 4 rank 7 demonic beasts alone. Furthermore, they would have to split their attention to snatch the iron medallion. That would be extraordinarily dangerous. Xia Xian's expression turned grave. She said softly to Xiao, "Don't get separated later. Follow me closely." Although Xiao was strong, she did not have much experience. The 1,000 Sword Pavilion's plan was to let her undergo experiential training and try her luck. Perhaps she could even enter the ancient desolate tower. However, the 1,000 Sword Pavilion did not expect that they would meet with such danger at the start of the selection. The other people in the crowd also looked for companions. Under such circumstances, it was too dangerous to be alone. Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya also sent invitations to Xiaochen. Xiaochen shook his head and rejected them. He knew that they were helping him out of goodwill. However, he had the advantage of speed and was not afraid of such a situation. There was no need to owe them a favor. Gao Yangyu was very satisfied with the atmosphere. After he stopped the discussion, he said, "After you obtain the iron medallion, you can be challenged by anyone here. As long as you are not a half-step martial monarch, you can challenge them. All you need to do is defeat these challengers and obtain 60 victories. Open the gates." Without giving the crowd any time to react, Gao Yangyu jumped out of the dojo and waved his hand. The iron railing holding the 1,000 rank 7 demonic beasts immediately opened. Boom, boom, boom. Intense footsteps resounded as all the demonic beasts rushed out. Blood dripped from their mouths as they charged at the crowd with bloodshot eyes. Thousands of demonic beasts crawled on the ground and flew in the sky. There were wind attributed, fire attributed, ice attributed, all sorts of demonic beasts. All of a sudden, they all rushed over together. Black chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Their imposing manner was incomparably terrifying. The crowd did not hesitate in the slightest as they rapidly retreated. At this time, no one dared to test the sharpness of these demonic beasts. When a demon beast that was starving to the extreme suddenly smelled the scent of humans, it became several times more ferocious than usual. No one would be so stupid as to wantonly attack it now. Retreat. Everyone used their own movement techniques to retreat and quickly spread out. Boom, boom, boom. However, there were simply too many demonic beasts. The entire wrestling ring could only accommodate this group of demonic beasts. Soon, there were cultivators fighting the demonic beasts. 4 demonic beasts surrounded Xiaoqin. One of them was a scarlet steel snake that was as thick as a bucket and had steel-like spiritual scales. It was tens of meters long. 2 flame wolves covered in black qi walked on their hind legs, and an extremely fierce lightning bull stood on all fours. The incredibly fast scarlet steel snake took the initiative to attack. It opened its huge mouth and shot towards Xiaoqin, wanting to swallow Xiaoqin whole. Xiao! Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and activated the blood flame shoes. His speed reached Mach 3.5, drawing a purple arc in the air. Xiaoqin's figure flickered and landed on the scarlet steel snake's head. Then he stomped on it. Dang! Ding! A huge force landed on the scarlet steel snake's head, giving off an intense metallic sound. Xiaoqin stomped the scarlet steel snake's upper body into the ground. Rumble! A deep pit appeared in the ground. Cracks extended in all directions. Xiaoqin stood in the air. His ankle felt somewhat numb. However, he did not feel that the scarlet steel snake had suffered any fatal injuries. The rank 7 demonic beast scarlet steel snake was famous for its defense. Its scales were as hard as superior-grade frost iron. Swords and spears could not break them, making it very difficult to deal with. Qi! A purple bolt of lightning shot over quickly. It was the lightning bull attacking as well. 2 flame wolves covered in black flames followed the bolt of lightning and charged over. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and pulled back his palm. The purple bolt of lightning turned into a whirlpool and quickly gathered in his palm, turning into a clump of fierce purple flames. Without the protection of a state, Xiaoqin could absorb as much lightning-attributed energy as he wanted. Xiaoqin took a step forward and did not advance. Instead, he retreated and punched at the 2 flame wolves. A purple flame spread out from his fist, encasing the 2 flame wolves. Demonic beasts were very intelligent. The 2 flame wolves originally intended to take advantage of the time Xiaoqin blocked the lightning to charge up and attack. Who knew, Xiaoqin did not fear the lightning at all. With a flip of his palm, he withdrew the lightning. After the 2 demonic beasts charged up and attacked, they would remain in that state forever. Boom! The purple flames clashed with the black flames around the flame wolves, giving off intense heat. Then, Xiaoqin's punch knocked the purple flames back to the ground. After tumbling a few times, the flame wolves climbed back to their feet in a sorry state. Their fur was scorched, giving off black smoke. When the lightning ox saw that the lightning it was so proud of could not harm Xiaoqin, it became anxious and pressed its huge body toward Xiaoqin. The physiques of demonic beasts were generally stronger than those of human cultivators. When clashing head-on with their physical bodies, humans would usually be the ones at a disadvantage. Many demonic beasts like to use this move. If used well, they could even cause internal injuries to cultivators. Unfortunately, the lightning ox met with Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin clenched his fists and the image of a tiger and a dragon circled around his arms. The roars of the tiger and dragon resounded continuously. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiaoqin shouted and crossed his arms, taking on the lightning ox's frenzied charge. Bang! There was a loud sound of collision. Xiaoqin did not move at all. No matter how fast the lightning ox moved, it rebounded with a huge force. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. With the power of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Xiaoqin moved and arrived beside the lightning ox. Then he punched the lightning ox, which had just gotten up. When Xiaoqin punched, boundless tiger roars and dragon roars resounded endlessly. The sounds were ear-splitting, and intense explosions came from the lightning ox's body. Puchi! The lightning ox retaliated with all its might. Electricity lit up all over its body, giving off a purple light. Boundless electricity danced around in the surroundings. As the electricity surged, Xiaoqin's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. There were even faint traces of electricity moving about, giving off a sound. Xiaoqin did not show any fear. He punched the lightning ox's body with his right fist. Following the roars of the tiger and dragon, he punched the lightning ox continuously. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in Xiaoqin's body. His left hand continuously absorbed the electricity, forming a spinning whirlpool of electricity. After a while, the internal organs of the lightning ox were completely shattered by Xiao Chen's punch. The electricity finally dissipated. The scarlet metal snake and the flame wolves took advantage of this opportunity to pounce over. The three demonic beasts executed their best moves. The scarlet metal snake's wrong tail swept down with a heavy force. The two flame wolves had black flames burning on their claws, leaving long black flaming tails in the air. Xiao Chen turned around and retreated. As he looked at the fierce purple flame on his palm, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could I use this purple flame to execute the life bestowal spell? In theory, the life bestowal spell could make use of anything. When it reached great perfection, it could even make use of the air. Since he thought of it, there was no problem trying it out. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to split off a strand of purple flame and quickly made it into a soaring lightning fire goshawk. Pu Qi! Xiao Chen's right hand formed hand seals as the mental energy in his sea of consciousness drained continuously. The essence liquid in the qi whirlpool also diminished at a visible rate. Using energy to execute the life bestowal spell actually drained twice as much. It could also be understood as merging essence and mental energy together. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the life bestowal spell. The lightning fire goshawk immediately came to life. When it spread its wings, it was 10 meters wide. The goshawk crashed into the snake tail descending from the sky. There was a ka sound, and the scales, which were as hard as frost iron, shattered. The entire snake tail broke from the impact. It really works. It is actually so strong, Xiao Chen said with a smile, revealing a joyful expression. When Gao Yangyu, who was in the spectator stands, saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. This move seems to have merged essence and mental energy. How did this brat do it? How could the mental energy of a martial king not be able to withstand the explosive essence? This was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. Even a half-step martial monarch like Gao Yangyu could only barely grasp it. The lightning ox was already dead, and the scarlet metal snake was severely injured. Xiao Chen only had to face two flame wolves. Victory was basically in the bag. As long as Xiao Chen's luck was not too bad, an iron medallion should appear within the four demonic beasts. However, the one with the most dazzling performance was not Xiao Chen but someone else. The many cultivators in the spectator stands all focused on the battle in the wrestling ring. They wanted to see who was worth betting on. Chapter 436. Wrestling City had been in operation for over 100 years. It had already formed a very commercialized chain of events. Not only could the challengers obtain generous prizes, but it was also very profitable. Not only could the challengers obtain bountiful prizes, but the ordinary spectators could also participate in the various competitions organized by Wrestling City. Wrestling City was only 5 kilometers away from the island's main city, Longyang City. Every day, tens of thousands of cultivators would come to watch the fights. The total flow of people was more than 1 million. Almost everyone would go down the mountain to place a few bets. Even if each person only bet a few hundred medial-grade spirit stones, the bets would reach hundreds of millions of medial-grade spirit stones. That was a very large sum. Not only could they earn some extra income, but they could also watch some strong combat techniques in the wrestling rings. Wrestling City was very attractive to cultivators. Look, Ding Fengqiu already obtained an iron medallion and left. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, someone in the spectator stands exclaimed. Not bad, he is strong enough. He managed to pierce through a vital point with one strike. He is indeed strong. I will place my bets on him after today's competition ends. The beast taming abode's Pei Shaoxian obtained an iron medallion as well. What a fellow! He controlled 7 or 8 rank 7 spirit beasts by himself. He completely crushed them. Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya obtained iron medallions as well. It looks like the 3 experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace's younger generation are not undeserved. The Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord obtained an iron medallion as well. Leng Yun has been famous in the southern islands for a long time. It is not strange that he obtained an iron medallion so early. Some of the young experts who had been famous for a long time obtained an iron medallion and leaped out of Wrestling City. The moment these people entered the arena, they displayed a strong aura. After killing a few demonic beasts, no more demonic beasts dared to attack them. They went to look for weaker opponents. Their auras grew stronger as they fought. It was a tragedy for those who were weaker. The number of demonic beasts surrounding them increased. The originally difficult situation became even more difficult to deal with. Several people did not even have time to give up before the demonic beasts tore them to shreds and devoured them. Xiaoqun fought 4 demonic beasts alone. He did not even draw the lunar shadow saber. With his strong aura, no demonic beast dared to find trouble with him and take the initiative to attack him. Xiaoqun shifted his target to the other cultivators who were still struggling bitterly. The 2 flame wolves finally fell under Xiaoqun's iron fists. Xiaoqun broke open the corpses of the demonic beasts and discovered that his luck was not ordinary. 4 demonic beasts had actually allowed him to obtain 2 iron plates. However, no matter how many iron medallions there were, 1 was enough. As Xiaoqun prepared to leave, he discovered that Xia Xian and her junior sister were still blocking the attacks of 7 or 8 demonic beasts. Xia Xian already held an iron medallion in her hand. Unfortunately, her junior sister had too little combat experience. She was already flustered when dealing with 2 demonic beasts. When 4 or 5 demonic beasts attacked together, it was even more dangerous. He had no choice but to think of ways to help her deal with them. With Xiao Rou dragging them down, the number of beasts surrounding them increased. Initially, there were 4 beasts, but now there were 8 of them. If this dragged on and the number of demonic beasts increased, even Xia Xian would find it hard to escape. Xiaoqun hesitated for a while before deciding to help. No matter what, when he first arrived at Heavenly Spring Island, Xia Xian had given him a good impression. Furthermore, this was not something that would require much effort. If he could help, he would. There was no harm in making more friends in the future. Bang! Xiaoqun pushed off the ground heavily and leaped into the air. With the help of the blood flame shoes, his figure moved at lightning speed. With a whip kick, he sent a demonic beast surrounding Xia Xian flying. Half of the demonic beast's head caved in. When it fell to the ground, it could not be more dead. This shocked Xia Xian and Xiao Rou. Seeing Xiaoqun help, Xia Xian could not help but rejoice. She said, "Many thanks, Brother Xiao, for helping." Xiaoqun nodded gently and did not say anything more. He tossed an iron plate to Xia Xian and said, "Bring your junior sister away. I'll hold off these demonic beasts first." When Xia Xian heard this, she rejected. "No way. There are still 7 demonic beasts. How can you hold them off by yourself? Even if you can, you will have to expose some of your trump cards." "That's fine. I have the advantage of speed. There is no need to be afraid. You go first." Xiaoqun smiled faintly and sent out a few sharp fist winds, attracting the attention of the 7 demonic beasts. The pale Xiao Rou heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw Xiaoqun attracting the attention of the demonic beasts alone, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She had not expected that Xiaoqun, whom she had looked down on, had already obtained 2 iron plates. He even gave one to her. Now, he even helped her lure all the demonic beasts away. Seeing Xiaoqun lead the demonic beasts far away, Xia Xian said to Xiao Rou, "The other demonic beasts are about to surround us. Take the iron plate and leave first. I will help him kill the demonic beasts. No matter what, I cannot owe him too much." Xiao Rou was not insensible. She knew that she would not be of much help. So, she quickly took the iron plate and flew away. The 7 demonic beasts launched all sorts of attacks at Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun used his advantage in speed to dodge, dodging most of the attacks. As for the few attacks that were too concentrated, Xiaoqun simply blocked them. The larger the attack range, the weaker it would be. There was no problem blocking them. Kasi. Just as Xiaoqun was about to break through, a sharp sword light flashed. Blood spurted out, and a flame wolf's head flew into the air. However, Xia Xian turned back and landed beside Xiaoqun. Xia Xian did not say anything. Her sword light danced, and she danced around like a butterfly. She moved about the demonic beasts as she pleased, appearing graceful and natural. However, her sword qi was very dense and imposing. Furthermore, it was complemented by sword intent. Its might was startling, unlike her movement technique. When Xia Xian swung her sword, no matter how strong the demonic beasts were, they would be significantly injured. The weaker ones would have their limbs chopped off. This was Xia Xian's true strength. Without Xiao Rou holding her back, the first batch of people to obtain the iron plate would definitely have Xia Xian's name on it. Xiao Chen did not intend to leave immediately. He clenched his fists and relied on his strength and the strong defense of his physical body to fight the demonic beasts. With the two of them working together, the 7 demonic beasts slowly fell. The two of them took some time to extract their demonic cores. In the end, they discovered that the 7 demonic beasts did not even have an iron plate. Xia Xian felt somewhat fortunate as she said, "Fortunately, you helped me deliver an iron plate. Otherwise, after so much effort, we would not even have obtained an iron plate." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Sometimes, luck is just like that. It is hard to say. Let's go." Xiao. Just at this moment, a man landed beside the two of them in a hurry. He smiled at them and said, "Help me block them for a while. I'll leave first." The expressions of the two of them changed. They saw 10-odd demonic beasts chasing after them aggressively. This fellow had actually used Xiao Chen and Xia Xian as a shield. The lines on the blood flame shoes suddenly lit up. Xiao Chen's speed increased to Mach 4. With a xiao sound, he arrived in front of that person. Before that person's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen kicked out and said expressionlessly, "Scram." Xiao Chen's speed was too fast. That person did not even have a chance to react. The kick struck his chest and sent him flying back into the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Xia Xian took advantage of this opportunity and dashed forward. The two of them flew out of the wrestling ring one after the other and arrived at the spectators' stands specially prepared for the participants. In the spectators' stands, there were already 100 people who had obtained an iron medallion. They sized up Xiao Chen for a while before returning their attention to the wrestling ring. In the wrestling ring, 60 or 70 people were bitterly holding on. Forced by the situation, they had to work together to fight against the remaining 300-odd demonic beasts. Actually, as long as these people jumped out of the wrestling ring, even if they did not have an iron medallion, they would not receive any punishment. At most, they would automatically forfeit. Dozens of corpses littered the wrestling ring. Some demonic beasts cruelly devoured these corpses as tens of thousands of people watched. Dying without a complete corpse, reduced to food, this was the most tragic fall of geniuses. When Xiao Chen saw this, a ripple appeared in his calm heart. In this budding age of geniuses, geniuses were like fish in the river, emerging in an endless stream. To those talented cultivators, this was the best age. Only in this age could geniuses find a stage that belonged to them. They could shine brightly and leave their names in history. Just like the Tianwu emperor who founded the Tianwu dynasty. Just like the Thunder King from thousands of years ago. Even after tens of thousands of years, they were still remembered by history. This was also the worst age. Normally, the people here would be the ones who led the tide of the age. However, now, even the geniuses that appeared once in 100 years were no different from the crowd. If you did not work hard, you would be eliminated by the times, losing the opportunity to shine on this stage. The owners of the corpses in the wrestling ring had all thought of giving up when they were alive. However, once they gave up on this opportunity, they would be left behind. In this age, they could only be a spectator. To these proud and aloof geniuses, who would be willing to be a nameless spectator? Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly and muttered to himself, "The age of geniuses is here. Since I have come to this world, I cannot be a spectator." 300 rank 7 demonic beasts surrounded 67 cultivators. The battle could no longer be described as intense, it was extremely miserable. Another 10 cultivators obtained an iron medallion and broke through the encirclement of the demonic beasts, returning to the crowd. What surprised Xiao Chen was that the cultivator who wanted to use him and Xia Xian as a stepping stone was actually one of these 10 people. After that cultivator arrived, he looked at Xiao Chen with a sullen gaze before slowly walking into the crowd. Xia Xian said, "Don't underestimate him. He is the second disciple of the great Xian nation's Lamenting Valley's Valley Master. His lamenting palm is very powerful. He probably did not want to reveal his trump card, so he delayed obtaining an iron medallion. Xiaoqun nodded in agreement. In reality, he had hidden his strength as well. If he drew his saber, he was confident that he would be one of the top 10 people to obtain an iron medallion. After a while, no one else obtained an iron medallion. Instead, many of the cultivators who persisted died. Gao Yangyu shook his head and said to the people beside him. After a while, 10 half-step martial monarchs landed in the wrestling ring. Their strong auras merged together and pressed down on the rank 7 demonic beasts. Hu Qi! The previously insufferably arrogant rank 7 demonic beasts felt fear before this strong aura. They all retreated. Chapter 437. Dong, dong, dong. The 10 of them did not make a move. They only slowly walked forward and chased the demonic beasts back into the prison. The remaining people knew that they no longer stood a chance. Their expressions were very dispirited. They all left the wrestling ring through another exit with ashen faces. This was no longer a stage that belonged to them. Gao Yangyu withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, "This really exceeded my expectations. There are actually more than 100 people who qualified. The rank A wrestling ring has never seen such a grand scene before. The wrestling ring will officially begin in 2 hours. According to the rules, you will all receive rewards based on the number of victories. Someone will inform you about this later. Now, go and register your medal medallion numbers." A manservant of the wrestling ring led the crowd to a basement and started to register. At the same time, there was someone who gave everyone a rough explanation of the wrestling ring's reward system. For every victory, they would receive 300 inferior grade spirit stones. It did not seem like much, but if they could win continuously, the reward would be doubled. After 2 consecutive victories, the reward would be 600 inferior grade spirit stones for the second match, 900 for the third match, 1,200 for the fourth match, and 1,500 for the fifth match. If a person could win continuously, winning 100 matches in a row, the reward would be astronomical. Just thinking about it was horrifying. No wonder the wrestling ring could make so many cultivators go crazy. Under the stimulation of the huge rewards, there would be some intense battles. Originally, the people who did not pay much attention to the rewards became excited when they heard about the rules of consecutive victories. This was not a small sum. No matter which sect or power it was, they would not be able to give out medial grade spirit stones without limit. However, Xiaoqun felt that it was not that simple. If there really was a cultivator who could win so many matches in a row, the wrestling ring would suffer a huge loss. Indeed, that person continued, don't think that consecutive victories are that simple. The current record is 60 consecutive victories. Furthermore, no one has been able to achieve that in the past 100 years. The registration did not take long. There were still 2 hours before the official wrestling ring started. Everyone closed their eyes and recuperated, recovering to their peak condition. In a tall tower in the dueling ring, Gao Yangyu held the registration information of the crowd and distributed it to the surrounding old men. Find a few special people and advertise them. Just say that these people have a chance of breaking the 60-win streak. I want the bets on these people to reach 50 million medial grade spirit stones within 3 days. The few old men said awkwardly, "City Lord Gao, will people believe this kind of propaganda?" Gao Yangyu laughed loudly. "Can I trouble you to read through the information first? These are all the peak geniuses of the various nations. This wrestling ring is the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. If you spread this news, I estimate that the ticket sales will double." After saying that, Gao Yangyu revealed a somewhat depressed expression. He slapped his forehead and sighed softly. "Unfortunately, I only received the notice a week ago. Furthermore, the rules state that I cannot leak this information in advance. Otherwise, the spirit stones we earned this time would be enough for us to rest for 10 years. After that, an old man came over excitedly with a stack of information. He smiled and said, "City Lord, what do you think of this person? He is the white-robed bladesman Xiaoqun. He once defeated the geniuses of the noble clans in the great Qin nation. He even defeated the outer disciples of the Holy Lands. Previously, he snatched away a peak superior grade demon core in front of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs in the demon battlefield. They are all very good names. With a little packaging, they will be the biggest names. Gao Yangyu received the information and tossed it on the table without even looking at it. He said coldly, "Don't bother with this brat. No one is allowed to advertise him. Don't ask for the reason." The few old men exchanged glances. They did not understand what Gao Yangyu meant. 2 hours later, everyone had basically recovered. The earlier match was like a warm-up. After stretching their muscles, their bodies had returned to their peak condition. Gao Yangyu did not appear again. Instead, an older, gray-robed old man led everyone out of the basement and back to the spectator stands. The gray-robed old man stood in front and said, "There are only 10 matches on the first day. Just consider it a warm-up. In the next 5 days, there will be 18 matches every day. Later, all of you will go up one by one according to your assigned numbers." Xiao Chun looked at his own metal medallion. There were the words 15 carved on it. It was an average ranking. Dong, dong, dong. The moment the group walked out of the wrestling ring's passageway, they heard the sound of drums that stirred their hearts. The drums sounded like thunder, beating rhythmically. It was unknown what these drums were made of, but the sound was resonant and grand. It made everyone's blood surge and their fighting spirit soar. They felt like their blood was on fire. Xiao Chun looked up and discovered that the drums were coming from the 4 tall towers around the wrestling ring. With the sound of these drums, the atmosphere of the crowd had already been stirred up. The crowd was very excited and surging endlessly. This is the peak-grade heavenly tone war drum. It is said that it is made from the skin and tendons of the 1,000-year-old flood dragon, a rank 10 spirit beast. With the sound of the drum, it can stimulate one's fighting spirit and erupt out with even greater combat prowess than usual. The outstanding talents who knew their stuff all exclaimed in astonishment. A 1,000-year-old flood dragon was as strong as a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was omnipotent. It was very hard to find one. The gray-robed old man smiled faintly and said, "This is not the heavenly tone war drum. It is the superior grade golden cauldron war drum. Its function is the same as the heavenly tone valleys, but its effects are much weaker. You are not qualified to bring out the heavenly tone war drum. Only rank S wrestling rings would bring out the heavenly tone war drum." The drumming became even more intense, but the old man did not say anything more. "Who is number 1? Quickly come forward." A young cultivator in the crowd took a deep breath and leaped out of the spectator stands. The drumming instantly stopped. The young cultivator performed a cupped fist salute to the spectator stands and said in a loud voice, "Great Chu Nation's purple brilliant sex Yun Ping seeks your guidance." The gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands immediately focused on Yun Ping. Countless senses were directed at him. Some people withdrew their senses and shook their heads in disdain. Some people were interested, and some were deciding whether to go down and fight. Xiao! Not long after, a bald cultivator with a sword on his back flew over from the spectators' stands in the south. When he landed, he did not make a sound. Clearly, this person's control over his strength had already reached a certain level. Xiao Chun checked this bald cultivator's cultivation. He was a superior grade martial king. However, his aura was extremely vast. This person probably cultivated a superior grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. He should be quite strong. After the two of them performed cupped fist salutes, they immediately started fighting. At this moment, the drums suddenly started to sound. Then, according to the rhythm of the battle, the drums fluctuated. They grasped the audience's heartstrings tightly, causing the tens of thousands of spectators to be affected by the drumming. They formed a formless connection with the battle. It was like they were in the battle. The battle continued for 15 minutes. Yun Ping easily defeated the bald cultivator. The battle was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. After the bald cultivator landed, he walked over to Xiao Chun dispiritedly. Then, he handed the gray-robed old man 150 medial grade spirit stones. The gray-robed old man explained, The challenger has to hand over half of the spirit stone reward of the challenged. If he wins, he will obtain 300 medial grade spirit stones. The matches continued. Yun Ping's aura flourished. He won 9 matches in a row. His reward had already doubled to 2,700 medial grade spirit stones. This was a significant sum. As long as Yun Ping won one more match, he would be able to end today's matches perfectly. At the same time, he would be able to obtain 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. The moment the 9th match ended, someone eagerly jumped into the wrestling ring. This person did not control his strength at all. When this person landed, the ground gave off a loud, ping-ping sound, kicking up a large cloud of dust. It was very ostentatious. The person who arrived had a sword at his waist. He had a sinister look on his face. He smiled gently and said, "Yun Ping, right? I will take your 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. Remember my name, Xiao Yang." Yun Ping mocked, "Do you think that is possible?" Don't. The war drums rang out and the two immediately clashed. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed in the air. Xia Xian said softly, "This Yun Ping's 9 consecutive victories will probably come to an end." The battle had just started. How could Xia Xian come to such a conclusion so quickly? Xiao Chen asked suspiciously, "Why do you say that?" Xia Xian smiled gently and explained, "I have been to Wrestling City a few times. This Xiao Yang is quite famous here. He likes to make a move when his opponent has just obtained 9 consecutive victories. He rarely fails. Hence, he is nicknamed the 10-Victory Terminator." 10-Victory Terminator? Unexpectedly, there is such a nickname. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. It looks like without some strength, it would be difficult to obtain such a nickname. Xia Xian nodded and said, "He has been a superior grade martial king for a long time already. His attainments in sword techniques are no weaker than a regular genius. The most important thing is that the state he comprehended is very strange. It is similar to the state of Lamenting Valley. It can affect one's emotions." This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of a state that could affect one's emotions. He could not help but feel interested as he watched the battlefield carefully. As the two spoke, they had already exchanged 10 moves. Yun Ping could tell that his opponent was strong. He also knew that he had exhausted a lot of essence after fighting 9 consecutive battles. It was not good to drag this out. Hence, Yun Ping used every move he made. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, Xiao Yang appeared very relaxed. He moved around like a monkey, choosing not to clash head-on with Yun Ping. He continuously exhausted Yun Ping's energy and patience. Yun Ping tried to catch his opponent a few times to force him into a head-on battle. However, Xiao Yang nimbly escaped. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the other party's movement technique and analyzed it in his mind. What an exquisite movement technique! It seems like he can sense the direction of his opponent's attacks from any part of his body. However, it is useless against my blue dragon cloud soaring art. In the face of absolute speed, he cannot use tricks to break through force. Chapter 438. It's time to end this. Lose. Xiao Yang, who had been dodging for a long time, suddenly stopped. His eyes turned incredibly sharp as he thrust his sword forward. The sword whistled, creating a long trail of fiery red light in the air. That was an incredibly dense fire-attributed essence. However, Yun Ping did not panic. Instead, he laughed, "You are seeking your own death. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You should be the one to lose." Just as Yun Ping was about to use his powerful killing move, he suddenly felt fear in his heart. When he saw his opponent's eyes, he felt even more fear. There was no reason for this fear. It lingered on, throwing Yun Ping's mental state into chaos. Originally, he only needed 3 breaths of time to execute his killing move. However, he did not manage to do so for a long time. Compared to the chaotic Yun Ping, Xiao Yang's aura was even more condensed. Xiao Yang knocked away Yun Ping's weapon with his sword. Then his sword, which contained surging fire-attributed essence, exploded on Yun Ping's chest. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in Yun Ping's chest as he fell to the ground. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and a cold sword rested on his neck. Yun Ping was astonished. he could not accept such a result. However, Xiaoyang laughed loudly and said, "I said before, your victory ends here. Come again tomorrow. Pray that you do not meet me then." Xiaoyang sheathed his sword and walked over to the gray-robed old man. He took away the 3,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Before he left, he casually glanced at Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin felt that gaze, he felt it was strange. It was because that gaze was not friendly. Xia Xian said suspiciously, "This fellow seems to be targeting you. Did you offend him in some way?" Xiaoqin said indifferently, "I'm not sure. However, I am not afraid. I have already figured out what is going on with his state." Aside from that strange state, this fellow was actually not much stronger than Yunping. However, Yunping appeared very anxious because of the last battle today. He had wanted to end the fight in one move. In the end, he was led by the nose by his opponent. In the end, when Yunping became completely restless, the other party suddenly attacked and hit him with one strike. Yunping's defeat was not undeserved. Dong dong dong. The war drums continued to beat. The battles for numbers 1 to 14 were in full swing. In the following battles, there were a few exciting ones. Everyone who came out won at least half of their matches, but none of them managed to win 10 matches in a row. If they didn't lose a match halfway through, then they would lose the crucial final match due to their bad mentality and be ended by their opponents. Who's number 15? Hurry up. Finally, it was Xiaoqin's turn. Xiaoqin gently touched the ground with his toes and landed steadily on the drill ground. "I am the great Qin nation's Xiaoqin. Everyone, please enlighten me." Xiaoqin cupped his hands and said to everyone, "Xiu." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quickly landed in the wrestling ring. When he landed, the ground trembled violently. It was extremely ostentatious. It was Xiaoyang, who had defeated Yunping and was known as the 10 Winds Terminator. Xiaoyang sized up Xiaoqin. When he saw that Xiaoqin did not carry a weapon, only a pair of black gloves, he curled his lips and said, "A fist master? That's good too. I have not fought with a fist master in a long time. I Xiaoyang will fight you." Strange, why is Xiaoyang going down? This fellow rarely appears during the first match of others. I have not seen Xiaoyang in a few years. Xiaoyang appearing in the first match is really rare. Indeed, when did his character change? 300 medial-grade spirit stones should not interest him. This brat might have offended Xiaoyang before. This brat is in for a treat. Losing in the first match will be a huge blow to his morale. The cultivators in the spectator stands frequently came to Wrestling City. They were very familiar with Xiaoyang. When they saw him going down in the first match, they were confused. In a room at the top of a tall tower behind the wrestling ring, Gao Yangyu looked expressionlessly at the figures of Xiaoqin and Xiaoyang. He muttered, "Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for slapping Li Xiuzhu in the face. That old fellow is famous for being petty." An old man at the side could not help but say, "City Lord Gao, are you really going to let this brat lose every match? Do you want him to lose 100 matches? Gao Yangyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Li Xiuzhu has already spoken. What do you expect me to do? Don't forget, he is in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union's taxes. There is nothing wrong with offending someone. This brat deserves to be unlucky. Just follow my instructions." The old man nodded slightly. However, he shook his head and smiled bitterly to himself. Losing 100 matches, this brat is truly unprecedented. With such a great humiliation, he will probably be crippled for life. This Li Xiuzhu is too ruthless. He actually thought of such a vicious plan. As Xiaoqin looked at the evil expression on Xiaoyang's face, he did not feel any waves in his heart. Now that Xiaoyang was in this wrestling ring, no matter who he was or why he came here, Xiaoqin only cared about one thing. That was an enemy. There was no need to think about anything else. All he had to do was knock Xiaoyang off the wrestling ring. "I'm sorry. Given my status, it is indeed unfair for me to make a move against you. However, I was entrusted to do so. Don't blame me." Right after Xiaoyang spoke, he looked sharply at Xiaoqin's reaction. He wanted to see through this calm youth. However, Xiaoyang was disappointed. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen's mental state did not fluctuate at all. His expression was incredibly calm, as if he did not care about his opponent at all. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no need for you to apologize. You are not qualified to apologize either." Ha! Interesting. The corners of Xiao Yang's lips curled up. He smiled and said, "I want to see what capabilities you have to say such big words." Don't, 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 don't. The war drums, which had been silent for a long time, finally started beating passionately once again. It made everyone's blood surge and their spirits surge. When Xiao Chen was in the wrestling ring, he finally felt the might of the golden cauldron drum. The sound of the drum resounded in his ears, and his blood surged uncontrollably. Xiao Chen's aura gathered on its own, rising continuously. It was like he was in an ancient battlefield. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations, and he only wanted to fight with all his might. However, if he did that, he would fall for the wrestling ring's trick. The purpose of the golden cauldron drum was to make the challengers go all out in every match, going all out without realizing it. Every match would result in a lot of unnecessary exhaustion. In the long run, one's essence would be exhausted, and it would be very difficult to continue winning. Xiao Chen's vast spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell in his sea of consciousness. It gave off a drawn-out chime, and he immediately calmed down. Hu Qi! After observing for a long time, Xiao Yang could not find any openings in Xiao Chen. He took a step forward and drew his sword. He had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Xiao Chen did not dodge. He took a step forward and punched. A pure energy clashed with Xiao Yang's sword. Bang! Bang! The fist wind and the sword qi clashed continuously, giving off explosions in the air. Xiao Yang passed through the shockwaves created by the explosions and thrust his sword at Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen tilted his head slightly and dodged the sword. When the sword brushed past his face, he used 2 fingers on his right hand and flicked the sword heavily. Boom! A huge force came from Xiao Yang's fingers, spreading from the tip of the sword to the hilt. The sword started to tremble. Xiao Yang felt like the sword in his hand was trying to struggle free. His body could not help but be pulled forward by the force of the sword. What a strong force! Xiao Yang had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. He did not seem like an inferior-grade martial king at all. Xiao Yang was caught off guard and suffered a small disadvantage. However, he did not panic. Xiao Chen accurately calculated the moment Xiao Chen landed. He shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist, punching out. Xiao Yang had a relaxed expression. He was not too shocked. He executed that strange movement technique again. The instant Xiao Chen moved, Xiao Yang sensed the direction of his attack. Xiao Yang pushed off the ground and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. This strange movement technique, which allowed Xiao Yang to predict the future, had caused Yun Ping's killing moves to miss several times during their fight. Now, Xiao Yang used it on Xiao Chen, dodging in advance. Xiao Chen stopped and stored up power in his fist. He looked at the retreating Xiao Yang and smiled gently. Can you dodge? Blood Flame Shoes, activate. Xiao! Xiao Chen's speed instantly increased to Mach 3. 5. Xiao Yang had just stabilized his footing when he discovered an intense fist wind, accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, flying at him. Retreat! Xiao Yang was startled. He executed his strange movement technique again. He perfectly calculated the direction of Xiao Chen's next attack and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. However, Xiao Chen stopped and changed his direction. Then he immediately attacked again. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, Xiao Chen punched out with both fists. The fist wind was like a torrential storm as it flew at the retreating Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang executed that strange movement technique to its limits. However, no matter what he did, he could not shake off Xiao Chen. Every time he retreated, he would suffer a sharp fist wind. Xiao Yang brandished his sword and a fiery light flickered. Although he managed to negate a portion of the fist energy, the remaining fist energy struck his body. The accumulated injuries could not be underestimated. When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw this scene, astonishment flashed in their eyes. They had not expected this. The originally expected scene of Xiao Yang easily crushing his opponent did not happen. Instead, a nameless brat pressured the 10 victories Terminator into a miserable state. Scram. Xiao Yang finally realized that his movement technique was useless against Xiao Chen. After Xiao Yang made up his mind, his sword lit up with a fiery light. Then he clashed with Xiao Chen's fist wind. Xiao Yang accurately calculated the force of Xiao Chen's fist wind. If Xiao Chen dared to clash head-on, he was confident of inflicting a great loss on him. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You are the one who should scram." The purple chi whirlpool spun rapidly. Surging essence poured into Xiao Chen's right fist through his widened meridians. Boom! The instant the essence and vital chi merged, an intense wind burst out of Xiao Chen's fist, stirring up small tornadoes in the air. Xiao Chen's punch instantly contained 350,000 kilograms of force. Bang! 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 The rapid increase in strength exceeded Xiao Yang's expectations. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It shattered the fiery red essence energy on the sword, causing it to crumble and fall apart. Chapter 439. Xiao Chen's aura flourished. Dragons and tigers circled around him, roaring endlessly. His fists danced, and in an instant he had punched more than 100 times. Bang! Xiao Yang's protective essence energy could no longer withstand it. The powerful force shattered it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and knocked away his opponent's sword light with one punch. Then he punched his opponent's chest with the other. Xiao Yang vomited a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His face was pale, without any color. "Damn it! State of fear," Xiao Yang said with a malevolent expression as he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Boo, boo. A strange aura spread out from Xiao Yang's body. Soon it encased Xiao Chen. When Xiao Yang felt that Xiao Chen was within the range of his chi field, a cocky smile appeared on his face. As long as Xiao Chen entered this chi field, he would not be able to escape. As long as Xiao Chen entered this aura, he was confident of defeating even a peak superior grade martial king. Even if an inferior grade martial king cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and had surging essence, he would still be able to defeat him easily. Xiao Chen felt a strange energy like a sponge, trying to penetrate his mind. However, the ancient bell formed by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness shook gently and shattered this sponge-like energy. He did not feel anything. It had no effect on Xiao Chen. Indeed, it is as I guessed. A state that can affect emotions definitely involves mental energy. Xiao Chen's mental energy is comparable to that of a martial monarch. Before Xiao Chen, Xiao Yang's state of fear was simply not sufficient. The drumbeats reverberated endlessly, keeping a firm grasp on the rhythm of the battle. It was as if they sensed that the battle had reached its most intense moment. The drummer seemed to be exerting all the strength in his body. Every beat of the drum struck the deepest part of the hearts of the crowd. Everyone's hearts pounded. They were extremely nervous. "Fall for me." Xiao Yang smashed the ground with his left palm and his body shot up. Sparks danced on his sword and quickly turned into a blazing flame, burning endlessly. Xiao Chen's expression was incredibly calm. He watched Xiao Yang fly over and attack with all his might. Soon he found the weakness of this move. Bang! When he was 3 meters away from Xiao Chen calmly kicked out his foot. The tip of his foot accurately kicked the wrist of the man who was holding the sword. His wrist bone immediately shattered, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The surging fire attribute Yuan Qi immediately turned into countless sparks that scattered around the two of them. His right leg, which was still in the air, did not land on the ground. Instead, it slid downwards, and with a light hook, it landed on Xiao Yang's chin. Xiao Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. This kick sent Xiao Yang tumbling to the ground. "Impossible! How could you resist my domain of fear? You must have used some sort of cheating method," Xiao Yang said crazily as he placed both his hands on the ground. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to say more. He directly kicked him 100 meters away, and he slid down a distance on the ground. The drumming stopped abruptly. The result of this battle was self-evident. Bang! Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu, who had been watching the battle closely, was enraged when he saw the result. He slammed his palm on the table made of sandalwood. Damn it! Why is there something wrong with this Xiaoyang? Normally, he can defeat a peak superior grade martial king. Now, he cannot even deal with an insignificant inferior grade martial king. The old man beside Gao Yangyu muttered, Xiao Yang's 2 trump cards, the butterfly steps and the state of fear, were completely countered by this fellow. It is not strange that he lost. After all, aside from these 2 points, Xiao Yang is only an ordinary superior grade martial king. Gao Yangyu waved his hand and said, I don't care how you arrange it. Since we cannot let him lose 100 matches, we have to make him lose at least 40 matches. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to Li Xiuzhu. Gao Yangyu's original plan was to send Xiao Yang out and severely injure Xiao Qin in the first match. This would greatly reduce his strength. Then, he could easily make Xiao Qin lose 10 matches in a row. However, the situation had turned around. Xiao Qin did not suffer any serious injuries and easily defeated Xiao Yang. His plan to lose 100 matches in a row was completely ruined. The old man could clearly feel that this Xiao Qin was not easy to deal with. When he heard Gao Yangyu's angry words, he felt immense pressure in his heart. City Lord Gao, how about this? We will not send out any of our people for today's 10 matches. Let him fight 10 matches first. How about we send someone to deal with him after the elders' hall thoroughly analyzes his strength? The elders suggested. Gao Yangyu's expression turned sullen, and his thoughts raced. After a while, he said, We will do as you say. However, we cannot neglect the matters of the others. We still have to advertise them. No matter what, earning money is the most important. Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. Xiao Qin crossed his arms and formed a strong wall of qi. A tiger and dragon circled around him, blocking his opponent's strong attack. Dragon Hissing Tiger Roar. Defeat. Using the momentum and energy of Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, Xiao Qin brought out the might of the great dragon tiger fist to its limits. The ferocious fist energy caused his opponent to vomit blood. The war drums stopped, but the hearts of the many cultivators in the spectator stands did not stop. What a fellow! This is already his 9th consecutive victory. After defeating Xiao Yang, he became more and more valiant. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Unexpectedly, he duo cultivates the physical body and essence. Each match is stronger than the one before. I can't tell what his strongest state is. Originally, I thought that Xiao Yang lost because he was careless. It looks like his defeat was not undeserved. After defeating Xiao Yang, Xiao Chen's momentum soared. He won another 8 matches in a row, setting off the first small climax of the wrestling ring. As the war drums beat, the emotions of the spectators were stirred up. The sounds of discussion did not stop for a long time. It is possible that he will be the first person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. He is much stronger than Yun Ping, who went up first. Let's wait and see who will choose to go up first. After the consecutive battles in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chen's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. However, his eyes remained calm. No matter how loud the war drums were, Xiao Chen maintained his composure and put in as much effort as he could. After a minute, Xiao Chen's 10th challenger finally arrived. He was also a cultivator who specialized in close combat. He was a peak superior grade martial king. However, his cultivation technique did not seem to be anything special. Although his cultivation realm was high, his aura did not seem very strong. He should only be a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. Good martial techniques were hard to find, but cultivation techniques were hard to find. This was a very common saying in the continent. Even in the strong sects and clans, they only had a few superior grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques. Peak earth-class cultivation techniques were even rarer. As for heaven-class cultivation techniques, they were only passed down from generation to generation in a few top sections. Bai Mingfeng, please advise me. The challenger performed a cupped fist salute and reported his name. As the war drums sounded out, the two immediately started fighting. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them used their fists and feet to fight. Hence, the fight was very intense. Punches and feet flew back and forth, Every move was a head-on clash. However, the other party's attainments in fist techniques were much higher than Xiao Chen's. His coordination with his fists and feet was much more agile than Xiao Chen's. Soon, Xiao Chen received several punches. However, the attacks that Xiao Chen landed on his opponent were barely half of his opponent's. The Great Dragon Tiger Fist was only a medial-grade Earth-ranked martial technique. It was not considered a peak martial technique. It was not difficult to understand why an expert proficient in close combat would end up in such a situation. If not for the black gloves increasing Xiao Chen's attack speed, the situation would have been even more unsightly. However, Xiao Chen had the advantage in terms of his strong physical defense. His vital qi and essence far surpassed his opponent's. The force of one punch was equivalent to 5 or 6 punches from his opponent. When Xiao Chen's essence and vital qi merged, he could force his opponent back. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Bai Mingfeng's complexion turned pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Xiao Chen was not in a good state, it was still within the limits of what his body could endure. The cleansing of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique had strengthened his flesh, bones, and meridians. This was no joke. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. After exchanging another 200 moves, Bai Mingfeng's complexion was completely drained of blood. The qi and blood in his body surged. If he continued, he would suffer severe internal injuries. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and retreated, no longer attacking. I am not weaker than you. It is just that your physical body and cultivation technique are slightly stronger than mine. If I had the same physical condition as you, even 10 of you would not be a match for me. Bai Mingfeng wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Xiao Chen said indifferently, a win is a win. A loss is a loss. Why are there so many reasons? Xiao Chen found Bai Mingfeng's words laughable. The accomplishments of his physical body could not be explained in one sentence. Before the age of 16, Xiao Chen could not condense a martial spirit. All the spiritual energy he absorbed poured into his flesh and bones, laying a good foundation for his body. However, because of this, he was mocked for close to 6 years. In the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Song Ke nearly killed him with one palm strike, nearly causing him to lose his soul. After Xiao Chen obtained an Earth-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique, he finally stepped into the threshold of physical cultivation. Every time he fought for a spirit herb, there were all sorts of dangerous battles. After Xiao Chen obtained a heaven-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique, he suffered 3 types of inhumane torture. However, he endured all of them. The path of physical body cultivation was filled with thorns and thorns. Every step was extremely difficult. Xiao Chen had relied on his strong willpower to persevere until now. How could it be as simple as the other party made it out to be? What nonsense! Bai Mingfeng tossed over a box of spirit stones and smiled without a care in the world. Ha, it is as you said. The loser does not need to find excuses. However, your good days will come to an end tomorrow. You can take the spirit stones away. I can't be bothered to go over. Xiao Chen committed the other party's words to heart. He did not say anything more. He put away the spirit stones and headed for the spectator stands. Although Xiao Chen felt suspicious, he was sure that someone was targeting him. Xiao Yang and this Bai Mingfeng were sent by that person. However, if Xiao Chen took the initiative to ask this fellow, he would not get any results. So, there was no need to ask. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen return, he handed him the remaining 1,500 spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, little brother, you are the first to obtain 10 consecutive victories." Xiao Chen received the spirit stones and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then he walked to the back of the crowd. So. As he walked, Xiao Chen could feel many gazes on him. There were also all sorts of perceptions trying to probe him. Chapter 440. Strange, he is clearly only an inferior-grade martial king. Why is he so ridiculously strong? The outstanding talents of the various nations withdrew their perception. Doubts filled their hearts. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed had already raised their guard. He was definitely a strong competitor in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. They had no choice but to pay more attention to him. Xia Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya all congratulated Xiaochen one after another. The matches continued. For a long time, no one obtained 10 consecutive victories. This continued until the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian appeared. He finally became the second person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. Furthermore, Pei Xiaoxian had obtained 10 consecutive victories even more effortlessly than Xiaochen. This attracted even more attention. In every battle, Xiaochen summoned out 7 or 8 high-ranked spirit beasts. He did not have to do anything himself. Instead, he hid at the side and controlled the spirit beasts to surround his opponent. Xiaochen easily won every battle. He did not exhaust much of his energy. After that, the 3 people who appeared, Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya, obtained 10 consecutive victories. This brought the atmosphere of the wrestling ring to a climax. Each of these people was more incredible than the last. Each victory was more dazzling than the last. They completely suppressed Xiaochen's brilliance. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He did not care too much about this kind of reputation. As long as he could obtain victory using the least amount of energy, it was sufficient. The matches continued until the sky turned dark. Only then did the matches of more than 100 people come to an end. A total of 7 people obtained 10 consecutive victories. They were Xiaochen, Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, Mu Xinya, Pei Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian, and the holy fire manners Leng Yun, whom Xiaochen was wary of. However, Leng Yun did not pay any special attention to Xiaochen because of the dispute between Xiaochen and Old Qin. It was clear that he did not care. Not far from the wrestling ring, there was a small and exquisite courtyard. This was where the crowd would be staying for the next 5 days. Night fell completely, and the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Xiaochen sat cross-legged in his courtyard and cleaned up the hidden injuries from today's matches. In every battle, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he or she would leave behind more or less hidden injuries. If they were not cleaned up in time, they would become hidden injuries. At that time, it would be very troublesome to deal with them. Xiaochen had developed this good habit a long time ago. After every battle, he would promptly clean up his internal injuries. An hour later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. All the internal injuries in his body had recovered under the nourishment of the essence qi. Xiaochen was not in a hurry to sleep. He still had many things to do. He slowly replayed the battle during the day in his mind. Thinking back to the beginning, he got up and started practicing alone in the room. He wanted to see what he didn't do well enough so that he could be better prepared the next time he encountered the same situation. Although my physical body is strong, I can't keep up with the martial techniques of my fists and legs. The medial grade Earth-ranked Great Dragon Tiger Fist can no longer keep up with my rhythm. In the end, Xiaochen concluded. The last battle with Bai Mingfeng was the best proof. When facing a cultivator who also specialized in fists and legs, Xiaochen was at a complete disadvantage in terms of techniques. If it were not for his strong physical body, he might have had to draw his saber. Xiaochen muttered to himself, "After this matter is over, it looks like I need to find a peak Earth-ranked fist technique to practice." It was already late. Xiaochen did not dwell on this. He took out 2 medial-grade spirit stones and held them in his hands. Then, he entered into a state of cultivation. The next morning, Xiaochen woke up early. The moment he left the courtyard, he ran into Xiaoxian and Xiaoqin, who had gone out together. After they greeted each other, the 3 of them headed to the wrestling ring together. Along the way, Xiao Rou did not seem to be in good spirits. She had only won 3 matches yesterday. Her lack of combat experience was a fatal flaw. This was especially so when she met with cultivators with dense killing qi. Before the fight even started, she was already afraid. However, others would not be able to help her. If she could endure it, she would be able to grow quickly in the wrestling ring. If she could not endure it, she would not be able to walk out of the shadow of defeat. It would be difficult for her to improve in the future. Whether it was a blessing or a disaster depended on her. "Xiaochen, I heard some news about you," Xiaoxian suddenly said just as they were about to enter the wrestling ring. Xiaochen stopped and said, "Is it about someone taking special care of me in the wrestling ring?" Xiaoxian nodded. She had a worried expression on her face as she said, Li Xiuzhu is famous in the Heavenly Extermination Union for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He is very narrow-minded. Back then, when you embarrassed him in front of everyone, he already spoke to Gao Yangyu. Indeed, it was Li Xiuzhu's doing. It was as Xiaochen had guessed. Thank you. However, half-step martial monarchs cannot participate in the rank A wrestling ring. It should not be a problem for me to obtain 60 victories. Xia Xian shook her head and said, "It is not as simple as you think. In order to prevent people from obtaining too many consecutive victories, the wrestling ring has a special group of cultivators below half-step martial monarch to snipe the participants. Although these people are not half-step martial monarchs, they all have their own consummate skills. Just like Xiao Yang, there are also some old monsters that have lived for more than 100 years. They are truly undefeatable people below half-step martial monarch." Xia Xiyan continued, "Think about Gao Yangyu. If he specifically targets you and sends someone to severely injure you in the first match of the day, what will happen to the next 10-odd matches?" Seeing that Xiaochen did not seem to mind, Xiao said, "My senior sister has already told you so much. Why are you not worried at all?" Xiaochen smiled bitterly and helplessly, "I am very worried. However, there is no need to show it on my face. Furthermore, worrying is useless. I will deal with whatever comes my way. In any case, I must obtain the 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. No one can stop me." "Thank you for reminding me. Let's go in." Xia Xian sighed softly to herself. It was indeed as Xiaochen said. So what if I worry? It will not solve the problem. Everyone else had already arrived at the spectator stands reserved for the participants of the wrestling ring. Xiaochen found a desolate corner. After he sat down, he ignored the gazes of the others and sat down cross-legged. Then he started to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Is there any use in clinging at the last minute? When the beast taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. The others shook their heads as well, expressing their disagreement. What could they do during the day? They might as well observe their opponent's strength. Even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu felt that there was no need. Unless they wanted to make a breakthrough, cultivating now would be useful. However, that was not the case for Xiaochen. Furthermore, after advancing to Martial King, it was not easy to break through a bottleneck. There were many geniuses who could not break through even after half a year. After watching the wrestling rings for a day, Xiaochen had a rough understanding of everyone's strength. If not for Xia Xian, Xiaochen might have continued watching for another day. However, he now felt a sense of danger. Xiaochen would never fight a battle he was not confident of winning. Only by breaking through to the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer would he be confident of obtaining 60 victories. Thus, from now on, he could not waste any time. As for what others thought, why should he care? Don't. Amid the drumming, Xiaochen's mental state was as calm as a lake. There were no fluctuations at all. He focused on cultivating the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Xiaochen separated a strand of his spiritual sense and placed it on the gray-robed old man. Cultivating was one thing, but he could not forget about the wrestling rings. As Xiaochen circulated his vital qi throughout his body, strands of hot energy came from the top of his head. That was the excess energy that came from circulating his vital qi. Time slowly went by. Xiaochen turned a deaf ear to the noise and liveliness of the wrestling ring. It was like he was in a forest, quiet and peaceful. Number 15, go up quickly. After some time, Xiaochen's strand of spiritual sense heard the old man's voice. Then he slowly opened his eyes. When the gray-robed old man saw the calm Xiaochen, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Standing in the wrestling ring, Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute to the surroundings and said, "I am the great Qin nation's Xiaochen. Everyone, please enlighten me." In the tall tower in the distance, Gao Yangyu watched expressionlessly as Xiaochen entered the wrestling ring. He said to the old man beside him, "How is the person you mentioned? Are you confident of severely injuring him in the first match?" According to the rules of the wrestling ring, everyone could only fight twice in a day. Although Gao Yangyu had hired many experts, the wrestling ring did not have enough strength. Although Gao Yangyu had hired many experts, there were many participants. Furthermore, each participant had to fight 18 matches. It was impossible to place all the experts he hired on Xiaoqin. Thus, the first match was the most crucial. As long as he could severely injure Xiaoqin in the first match, Gao Yangyu would not have to waste his resources on the remaining matches. For the sake of the Spirit Stone reward, the spectators would also fight. Defeating the severely injured Xiaoqin would not be a problem. If Gao Yangyu lost 18 matches in one day, he would be able to deal with this troublesome Xiaoqin in 2.5 days. The old man knew the frustration and rage in Gao Yangyu's heart. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "City Lord, don't worry. The elders analyzed the 10 matches yesterday. This person is extremely strong, and his physical body's defense is extraordinary. However, his palm techniques are not very exquisite. As long as we find someone with a stronger physical body, we will be able to crush him easily." Gao Yangyu said sullenly, "Can you guarantee that?" The old man said with certainty, "There is absolutely no problem. If he cannot withstand severe injuries, City Lord, you can severely injure me." Compared to that person, Xiaoqin's physical body is on a completely different level. When Gao Yangyu heard this, he was slightly relieved. When Xiaoqin entered the dueling ring, the previously calm dueling ring immediately turned noisy as everyone discussed the dueling ring. Although Jiang Zimo and the others had stolen the limelight from Xiaoqin's performance the previous day, he was still the first person to set off a climax. Everyone was still filled with anticipation. Bang! After a while, a tall and stout man carrying a huge axe leaped out from his seat. As this person flew, he did not give off any fluctuations of essence. Unexpectedly, he was someone who cultivated the physical body. Bang! When the stout man landed on the ground, he gave off a loud sound and kicked up a cloud of dust into the air. Xiaoqin peered through the dust and saw this person's appearance. He could not help but reveal a smile. "Bai Lishi, you actually dare to appear before me. You are extraordinarily courageous." Chapter 441. Who else could the cultivator that the old man mentioned be other than Bai Lishi? In the ancient desolate land, only Bai Lishi fulfilled the criteria. Bai Lishi smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Before I came up, I really did not know it was you. They did not tell me your name." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Why should I care so much about you? If you want to fight, fine. Just return the medial grade secret treasure to me first." Bai Lishi cursed helplessly, "Damn it. Every time I run into you, nothing good ever happens. I just heard that there are rank A wrestling rings here, so I wanted to come and earn some money. Who knew I would run into you?" Since Bai Lishi knew that Gao Yangyu wanted to deal with Xiaoqin, naturally, he did not intend to make a move. Although Bai Lishi was greedy, talkative, and short-tempered, he was not an ungrateful person. Since Bai Lishi had recognized Xiaoqin as a friend, he would not betray him. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had taken a medial grade secret treasure from Xiaoqin previously. Logically or emotionally, he would not help an outsider deal with his friend. "Damn it. You can just casually defeat me in a few moves. That way, I will be able to report back. However, let me make this clear first. You are not allowed to hit my face, chest, or lower body. The most important thing is not to hurt me." Bai Lishi had a bitter expression on his face as he nagged. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "No problem, as you wish." Hence, the tens of thousands of people present saw an exaggerated scene that no one had seen in the hundreds of years since Wrestling City was built. Xiaoqin's figure flashed and arrived behind Bai Lishi. He merged his essence and vital qi into his body and kicked Bai Lishi's butt. Bang! There was a loud sound as Bai Lishi shot up into the air like a cannonball. The wrestling ring was several kilometers away from the spectator stands, but Bai Lishi flew over it. The fiery pain from his butt nearly caused Bai Lishi to collapse. The pain made his facial features scrunch up tightly. He was not allowed to hit her face, chest, or lower body. Other than hitting her butt, Xiaoqin really couldn't think of where else to kick. As for not hurting him, that was nonsense. How could it not hurt when hitting someone? In any case, this guy's body was stronger than his. A full-powered kick wouldn't hurt him. Bang! When the people below saw Bai Lishi's falling body, they quickly dodged to the side. His huge body immediately smashed the stone seats into smithereens. F***ck. Bai Lishi crawled to his feet and cursed. Then he quickly ran out of the wrestling ring. Gao Yangyu's men would definitely cause trouble for him. He had no choice but to run faster. He would not even have the chance to vent his anger at Xiao Chen. He felt extremely depressed. The audience's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect this to happen. The person with an even wider jaw than them was the old man beside Gao Yangyu. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He had never imagined that such a scene would occur. "You filthy thing!" Gao Yangyu flew into a rage and kicked the old man, breaking several of his ribs. The other old men in the room remained silent, not daring to say anything. Even though the commotion was over, the matches had to continue. Xiao Chen had already won 11 matches in a row. The rewards for defeating him were considerable. Although the rewards would not catch the attention of some of the peak experts, they were still a great source of income for many cultivators. In the following 17 matches, Xiao Chen only used vital qi. He did not even use his essence. Xiao Chen did this so that he could break through to the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In Bai Lishi's cultivation book, he had written about the key to quickly tempering the physical body. One of the most important points was to use pure vital qi to fight. Feeling the circulation of vital qi in the body and comprehending the mysteries of vital qi in battle was the fastest. In the 17 matches, as long as there was no life-threatening or serious injury, Xiao Chen chose to use vital qi to fight his enemies. The people who fought today were clearly stronger than the previous day. Many people were already familiar with Xiao Chen's combat techniques and thought of countermeasures. Every match was very difficult. Wounds slowly appeared on Xiao Chen's body. He was no longer as relaxed as the previous day. Some cultivators even found some of the mistakes that Xiao Chen had made, wanting to make Xiao Chen pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had carefully analyzed his matches the previous night. He would not make the same mistakes again. Furthermore, he could make use of the arrogance of these people to beat them at their own game, achieving an unexpected result. This fellow has a strong talent for combat. Although every match looked like it was not easy for him to win, he did win all of them. Let's wait and see first. If Jiang Zimo and the others do not perform well, I will bet 5,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Unfortunately, there is too little information on him in Wrestling City. They did not advertise him at all. On the contrary, Ding Fengqiu and the others did their best to advertise him. Xiao Chen's successive victories gave the crowd some anticipation for Xiao Chen's strength. Everyone started discussing him. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Chen paid a significant price. He was even in a somewhat sorry state. However, he still managed to walk forward step by step, obtaining all the victories. Xiao Chen's clothes were tattered, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Everyone could tell that Xiao Chen had not won easily. I think we should not bet on him. When the medial grade spirit stone reward breaks 10,000, it will attract some experts. When it reaches 100,000, all the peak experts will come out. He is already having such a hard time now. He will not be able to do it tomorrow. The day after that will be even more difficult. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Chen became the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories. Although his strength was acknowledged, the situation was not very good to look at. Many people believed that he would be defeated after he accumulated enough spirit stones to break his winning streak. Xiao Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and walked over to the gray-robed cultivator. Then he received the 7,400 medial grade spirit stones that belonged to him. In addition to the 3,000 that he obtained yesterday, Xiao Chen had already obtained more than 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to a tenth of his wealth. The gray-robed old man handed the spirit stones to Xiao Chen with some heartache. He said, "Congratulations, you are the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then he received the spirit stones and returned to his corner. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Today's fight was twice as intense as yesterday's. Furthermore, Xiaochen did not use his essence. There were even more hidden injuries on his body. He had to deal with them as soon as possible. However, after using his vital qi to fight 17 consecutive high-intensity matches, Xiaochen gained a new understanding of the way of cultivating the physical body. If nothing unexpected happened, the cultivation speed of the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer would definitely increase by another layer. Several people in the crowd looked at Xiaochen and shook their heads. They still felt that doing so would not be of much use. No wonder he works so hard. It is not easy to win every match. It would be strange if he did not work harder. The people of the great Qin nation are not very talented. Their brains are not very good either. If cramming at the last minute is useful, then what is the point of working hard normally? That's right. With one look, I can tell that he does not put in much effort normally. Otherwise, why would he still think about cultivating before a fight? Paying attention to his opponent's fighting style and techniques is what he should be doing now. How foolish. When they saw Xiaochen sit down cross-legged again, they all mocked him. Actually, some of their words contained jealousy for Xiaochen's consecutive victories. This was especially so for the people who fought before Xiaochen. They had not obtained consecutive victories. Furthermore, they did not think that they were weaker than Xiaochen. Even Xiaochen could obtain consecutive victories, but they could not. The disparity in their hearts could be easily imagined. Now that they saw Xiaochen's strange actions, they could not help but mock him. This was especially so for Yun Ping, who was the first to fight. His consecutive victories had ended in the last match. He was in a bad mood, so the one who spoke the nastiest words was him. Even this kind of trash can obtain consecutive victories. His luck is really F***king good. Xia Xian, Jiang Zimo, Mu Xinya, and the others who were on good terms with Xiaochen did not find this strange. Furthermore, they knew that Xiaochen would not care, so they could not be bothered with this group of people. However, Xiao could not help it. Back then, Xiaochen had helped her obtain an iron medallion. This had improved her impression of him significantly. Furthermore, Xiaochen was still young and had purer thoughts. When he saw the crowd continuously ridiculing him, he could no longer endure it. He said, "You people cannot obtain consecutive victories, so you go and mock others. Is there any meaning to it? You are really shameless." Yun Ping laughed loudly. "We are speaking the truth. How are we mocking him? Furthermore, what is the point of having consecutive victories? He just needs to obtain 60 victories. That's right. He just needs to obtain 60 victories. With his strength, he already had such a difficult time winning today. Can he still obtain consecutive victories tomorrow? Furthermore, you are just a little girl. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? You did not even obtain 5 victories yesterday." Haha. When the group of people saw that Ruru had seen through their thoughts, their expressions became very unhappy. One by one, they pointed their spears at her. Chapter 442. Xiao Rou's delicate face flushed red with anger. So many people were talking about her. Even if she wanted to, she would not be able to win. Xia Xian pulled Xiao Rou behind her and looked coldly at the crowd. A murderous intent gathered in the depths of her eyes. She said sullenly, "Is there any point in a group of men bullying a little girl?" When the crowd felt Xia Xian's murderous intent, they did not say anything. After all, Xia Xian's strength was clear for all to see. Furthermore, she had become famous long ago. She was one of the peak geniuses of the great Xia nation. It was not a good thing to offend her. The matches continued, but it no longer had anything to do with Xiaochen. He was completely immersed in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The mockery and rumors of the outside world entered Xiaochen's ears. He simply ignored them. They were just a bunch of jumping clowns. Xiaochen only quickly digested the comprehensions he gained today and used them to break through to the 4th layer of the firmament body tempering art. Xiaochen's improvement was much greater than he had imagined. Vital qi flowed through his entire body, surging in his 300-odd acupoints. The blue dragon hidden in his acupoints enjoyed this vital qi. Every time his vital qi surged, Xiaochen could feel the greedy expression on the blue dragon's face. After the blue dragon martial spirit was shattered by Song Kei's palm strike, it scattered throughout the acupoints of his body. As Xiao Chen's vital qi grew, the blue dragon qi sealed in his acupoints would automatically open up. Such a reason was also an important reason why Xiao Chen could not give up on cultivating his physical body. The strength of the Azure Dragon energy was the best proof of that. The Azure Dragon tattoo on his right arm was the best proof. Time slowly went by, and the sky slowly turned dark. Xiao Chen had already cultivated for 14 to 16 hours. The matches in the wrestling ring also slowly came to an end. The 7 people who obtained consecutive victories from the previous day all advanced to the next round. Their victories were magnificent and effortless. This was a stark contrast to Xiao Chen's arduous battles. This made the crowd and the spectator stands even more certain that Xiao Chen would not be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. The fight had ended. According to the rules, the contestants could leave. Xiao Chen got up and returned to his courtyard. After dinner, Xiao Chen went to a relatively open area in the courtyard and started to think about his battle plan for the day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Great Dragon Tiger Fist had too many flaws. There were too few moves, and the transition between offense and defense wasn't fast enough. As a result, when they encountered martial artists with exquisite moves, they would fall into a passive position. Looks like I have to make some changes tomorrow, Xiao Chen thought to himself. I'll make some improvements to my fist technique first. With his current realm, he was still unable to create his own fist technique. However, it was not a problem for him to make some changes that suited him. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen finally finished modifying the Dragon Tiger Fist. He then continued to charge towards the 4th stage of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He felt that he wasn't far from the lesser mastery of the 4th stage. At the same time, in the tall tower of the wrestling ring, in Gao Yangyu's room, a group of old men were busily tabulating the information. City Lord Gao, we have already tabulated the bets for today. Ding Fengqiu and the other 5 people you mentioned have already bet more than 5 million medial grade spirit stones. They should have no problem breaking 10 million tomorrow. An old man holding a stack of information said carefully. Gao Yangyu had been in a bad mood the entire day. When he heard the tabulation, his expression warmed up slightly. He smiled and said, as expected, the day after tomorrow is the last day to place bets. In that case, we will release the news that we are candidates for the ancient desolate tower tomorrow. It is not impossible for the bets to break 50 million medial grade spirit stones. The room in the tall tower was very large. 7 cultivators with strong auras sat in a corner to the west, resting with their eyes closed. Among the 7, some had white hair and eyebrows. It was unknown how long they had lived. Others had killing intent written all over their faces. Even with their eyes closed, one could feel a horrifying killing intent. There were also some with electric currents flickering around their bodies, small tornadoes, or strands of flames appearing out of nowhere. Clearly, these people had comprehended their respective states to the limit. Even with their eyes closed, they could still emit energy without them realizing it. When they heard that the bets this time might break 50 million medial grade spirit stones, joy flashed on the faces of the 7. City Lord, what should we do about that brat called Xiao Chen? Should we invite the 7 guest elders to come out? Any one of them should be able to crush him easily. Gao Yangyu glanced at the 7 people in the corner and shook his head. No, each person can only fight twice. This is only the 3rd day. This is too much of a waste. The old man continued, in that case, should we invite Shi Feng to come out and let him cripple Xiao Chen in an instant? He won't even have time to admit defeat. Gao Yangyu shook his head and said, that is even more impossible. Shi Feng is the treasure of the ancient desolate tower. If someone really obtained more than 60 consecutive victories, do you want me to go bankrupt? Never mind, don't bother about this matter. I will make a move personally and make a trip to Desolate City tonight. On the morning of the 3rd day of the wrestling ring, Xiao Chen sat on his bed and suddenly opened his eyes. The acupoints on his left palm and wrist suddenly burst open. 2 strands of dragon qi flew out and filled Xiao Chen's left hand. Bang! Xiao Chen clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the air. His vital qi surged out and suddenly exploded. Ripples appeared in the air. As the ripples spread, the entire room trembled slightly. Xiaochen revealed a joyful expression after his consecutive victories. He stood up from his bed and smiled. I finally reached small perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Unexpectedly, my vital qi increased by 10,000 kilograms of force and I managed to burst open 2 acupoints. If the 4th layer reached consummation, it would be possible to increase his strength by 50,000 kilograms of force. The effects of a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique were indeed extraordinary. Right now, Xiaochen's vital qi was already very vast. Every increase of 5,000 kilograms of force was incomparably difficult. Back then, Bai Lishi had been stuck at this stage for decades. Xiaochen was very fortunate to be able to obtain a heaven-ranked body tempering art right after he reached this bottleneck. The sky was already bright. Xiaochen headed for the wrestling ring and entered the spectator stands. When the gray-robed old man found Xiaochen, he immediately said, "Xiaochen, give me your iron medallion. It has been changed to number 125. Number 125 was the last person to fight. Xiaochen did not ask any questions and directly handed over his iron medallion. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiaochen's calm expression, accepting the change and immediately leaving without saying anything, he felt a pressure in his heart for some reason. This fellow is so calm that it is scary. To Xiaochen, there was no difference between number 15 and 125. As for what schemes there were, the gray-robed old man did not care. In this wrestling ring, the other party had the final say. Xiaochen did not have any chance to argue over such a small matter. After arriving at his own corner, Xiaochen ignored the gazes of the others. He continued to sit cross-legged and did his best to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. This fellow is trying to make a last-minute effort again. How foolish. The others watched coldly as Xiaochen moved. After a few taunts, they ignored him. The facts had already proven that comprehending the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer in battle was very helpful. Hence, Xiaochen did not need to care about the gazes of the others. The matches began. This day's matches were even more intense than the previous 2 days. The first 10-odd people did not manage to obtain even half of their victories. After 18 matches, even Yunping only managed to obtain 9 victories. This was not surprising. After all, he had fought so many matches in a row. The people in the spectator stands were already familiar with the unique characteristics of their martial techniques. If they were not like Xiaochen, thinking about every match, the matches on the second day would be incredibly difficult. It was reasonable for them to lose. Strange, they have already changed so many numbers. Why is that Xiaochen not going up yet? Why do you care about him? Maybe they changed their numbers. You did not even bet on him. Look, Ding Fengqiu is coming up. That's right. I bet 5,000 medial grade spirit stones on Ding Fengqiu. I bet that he can win 50 matches in a row. Ha! You are too timid. I bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones that he can win 60 matches in a row. The payout is double yours. Ha! You are too timid. I bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones that he can win 60 matches in a row. The payout is double yours. Some of the spectators felt that it was strange that Xiaochen did not go up. However, it did not cause too much of a commotion. When the popular Ding Fengqiu went up, all the questions about Xiaochen were forgotten. Don't. When Ding Fengqiu entered the arena, he felt the atmosphere of the crowd. The drums in the surroundings suddenly exploded out. In the 28 matches, Ding Fengqiu dealt with his opponents within 50 moves. He used the Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique to kill people from a kilometer away. Ding Fengqiu easily obtained victory without suffering any injuries. He was very popular. He was also the most popular candidate on the betting lists. I am Ding Fengqiu of the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. Please give me your guidance. The white-robed Ding Fengqiu held a sword and cupped his hands. Right after Ding Fengqiu spoke, someone immediately came down to challenge him. Now that Ding Fengqiu had won 28 matches in a row, the reward for defeating him would be enough to tempt some ordinary experts. Bai Yunfeng, sorry for the offense. The person who came was also a swordsman. Right after he spoke, he took the initiative to attack. He quickly rushed at Ding Fengqiu. With the heavenly sword technique, once Bai Yunfeng put some distance between them, he would not lose. He would only have a chance if he got close. Ding Fengqiu pushed off the ground. Contrary to Bai Yunfeng's expectations, he rushed at him as well. A surging sword intent surged out. Before his sword was drawn, a sharp light already appeared. Xiu. Ding Fengqiu used 2 fingers as a sword and pointed them forward. 18 blade-like sword qi appeared behind him. The sword qi buzzed in the air like they were real weapons. They carried a sharp state of massacre and kicked up 18 strong winds as they flew at Bai Yunfeng. Ding dang! Ding dang! Bai Yunfeng's expression changed slightly as he retreated. The weapons clashed with the sword qi, giving off metallic clangs and countless sparks. Using qi as a sword. An expert in the spectator stands exclaimed in shock. Using qi as a sword was an extremely profound technique in the heavenly sword technique. It turned the air into a sharp sword and could be used at will. This technique had nothing to do with cultivation realm or talent. Instead, it had a very high requirement for comprehension ability. Rumor had it that after it reached great perfection, a sword sage could create tens of thousands of qi swords out of thin air. The qi swords were very solid, containing the will of the cultivator. Chapter 443. With 10,000 swords, no matter how strong a person was, they would be riddled with holes. Under Ding Fengqiu's control, the 18 qi swords danced around and formed a storm of swords, forcing Bai Yunfeng to retreat continuously. Pu ci. Pu ci. The qi swords were astonishingly fast and there were many of them. Bai Yunfeng could only do his best to protect his vital points. The other parts of his body were injured by the swords, bleeding profusely. Combine! Ding Fengqiu shouted and his aura suddenly gathered. The 18 qi swords merged and formed a real sword in the air. A scarlet light spread out on the sword. That was Ding Fengqiu's strong state of massacre. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. The scarlet sword moved like a beam of light and flashed by. A bloody hole appeared in Bai Yunfeng's chest. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell over. Boom, boom, boom. Ding Fengqiu easily defeated Bai Yunfeng and used qi as a sword to end his opponent with one strike. Such strength caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Defeat, defeat, defeat. The defensive sword technique used qi to control the sword. It could be executed alternately or at the same time. Ding Fengqiu's aura soared into the sky along with the golden cauldron drum. He won 18 consecutive victories. Including the victories of the first 2 days, Ding Fengqiu had 46 consecutive victories. He was only 14 more victories away from tying the highest record in the history of Wrestling City. Following that, more contestants went up. However, Ding Fengqiu suppressed them. They could not pique the crowd's interest. Only when Jiang Zimo went up did the atmosphere become lively again. Jiang Zimo did not disappoint the crowd. Although he did not have it as easy as Ding Fengqiu, who only used 50 moves in each match, Jiang Zimo performed very steadily from start to finish. He obtained the final victory and became the second contestant to obtain 46 consecutive victories. However, the next contestant from the Holy Fire Manor, Ling Yun, was not as lucky. Someone found his weakness and ended his winning streak. It was a pity. Xia Xian also ran into an extremely strong bladesman. The two of them fought an intense battle for hundreds of rounds. They were evenly matched. In the end, they could only end up in a draw. According to the rules, their winning streak ended as well. Gao Yangyu rushed into the tall tower, looking travel-worn. He quickly said, "Are we late? Has that brat gone up yet?" Someone immediately replied, "Not too late." As instructed, he was moved to the end. The desolate city was very far from Longyang Island. With Gao Yangyu's strength, he would need to find someone to go back and forth. One night would not be enough. Therefore, he could only come up with this plan and move Xiao Chen's order to the last. Gao Yangyu said, "Did this kid ask why?" "No, it was very peaceful." Gao Yangyu laughed softly. "This brat is rather tactful. He knows who is in charge here." "City Lord, are there no problems this time?" The old man asked with interest. Someone who could make Gao Yangyu personally go to Desolate City to look for was definitely not simple. Gao Yangyu nodded gently and said coldly, 40,000 medial-grade spirit stones to borrow someone from the wrestling ring in Desolate City. He cultivates a peak Earth-ranked fist technique. His physical body and speed are pretty good. I can't be bothered to continue playing with him. Let's just cripple him in one match, Gao Yangyu said casually. The setting sun was like fire, illuminating the clouds in the sky. The matches in the wrestling ring were slowly coming to an end. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the corner, and said, "Number 125, it is your turn." Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the old man indifferently. Then he slowly walked into the wrestling ring. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he was astonished. Why does it seem like every time this brat meditates, his strength improves a little? Furthermore, Xiao Chen is clearly only an inferior-grade martial king. Yet, the gray-robed old man could not understand him. He could not understand him. I am the great Qi nation's Xiao Chen. Please give me your guidance. Xiao Chen's voice, which was neither soft nor loud, resounded in the wrestling ring. It immediately caused a commotion. I nearly forgot about this brat. I thought he had withdrawn from the competition and was about to leave. Indeed, no matter what, he is now one of the 5 people with consecutive victories. I wonder if he can maintain this. Haha, I would like to know as well. This fellow always looks like he is using his full power. However, in the end, he is able to pull through. It is truly unfathomable. As the wrestling ring came to an end, many of the spectators already had thoughts of withdrawing. When they saw Xiao Chen, they became more interested. Bang! A cultivator in black robes shot out from the spectator stands. After he landed, his sharp aura immediately created a whirlwind in the wrestling ring, causing Xiao Chen's hair to flutter. I am the Desolate City's Bai Zhan. I am here to seek advice from you. Bai Zhan took out a pair of shiny metal gloves and slowly put them on. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at Xiao Chen coldly. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhan was a cultivator from the Desolate City. Furthermore, he was a boxing master that specialized in dealing with Xiao Chen. Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood why he changed his iron medallion to number 125. This Gao Yangyu really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at a tall tower in the distance. There was a pair of eyes looking at him coldly from there. Every time he appeared, he could clearly feel it. When Gao Yangyu saw Xiao Chen's gaze in the tall tower, he felt a strange chill. He shook his head and dispelled this chill. Gao Yangyu smiled coldly and said, "No matter how much you struggle, you will not have a chance this time. This is a boxing master that specializes in dealing with you. You have no chance in terms of punches and kicks." Boom! There was an explosion and a strong wind blew in the air. Bai Zhan had already put on his gloves and was sending a punch at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's feet were firmly glued to the ground as he looked at this punch. Then, he used his right fist, which was covered in a black glove, to meet the punch. Bang! When the two fists met, there was a violent tremor. The air seemed to stop flowing for an instant. In the next moment, it exploded. Countless spider-like cracks appeared on the ground around the two of them. Pieces of rock floated up into the air before exploding and turning into dust. A strong wind blew and kicked up the dust, covering the two's figures. The crowd's vision was immediately affected. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Bai Zhan shouted 3 times and punched. 3 waves of energy surged out, each wave stronger than the one before. The two, who were originally evenly matched, immediately lost their balance. This sudden burst of energy forced Xiao Chen to take 3 steps back. The qi and blood in his body could not help but surge. Finally, the 3 waves of energy merged together and exploded out with an even stronger force. Bai Zhan's body left the ground. This ferocious and berserk punch was like a falcon hunting its prey. It chased closely after Xiao Chen, whose qi and blood were surging. Bai Zhan's gaze was cold and calm. There were no fluctuations at all. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was just prey. Bai Zhan only had one goal: to injure and cripple Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to admit defeat. In a rush, Xiao Chen could only merge his essence and vital qi. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched again. Bang! Countless long gorges appeared on the ground. The energy from the collision of the two fists kicked up an even stronger storm. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a strong wind howled. Xiaochen retreated again. This time, he took more than 10 steps back before he could stand stably. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Bai Zhan's fist force was not as strong as Xiaochen's, by stacking 3 layers of energy and using this technique, Xiaochen could not clash head-on with his essence and vital qi. Bang, 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 bang. Bai Zhan did not show any mercy when he gained the upper hand. He quickly pressed forward and sent out hundreds of fist images with his fists, attacking Xiaochen relentlessly. Bai Zhan controlled the rhythm of the fight. Xiaochen could only follow his attacks. However, the gloves in Bai Zhan's hands seemed to be a secret treasure. His attack speed was even faster than Xiaochen's. Xiaochen was at a complete disadvantage. After exchanging a few hundred moves, half of Bai Zhan's fist winds landed on him, forcing him to retreat. Strong explosive power, brilliant techniques, lightning-fast attack speed, and an incredibly calm mental state. In terms of fist techniques, Bai Zhan completely suppressed Xiaochen. Interesting. It looks like he is not satisfied until I die. Bai Zhan used his full power in every move. It was clear that he would not stop until he crippled Xiaochen. If he made any mistakes, he would not be able to recover from this setback. He would lose countless times in a row. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. Unfortunately, I was never a fist master. Using a fist master to deal with me? Isn't that a joke? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, split. After retreating for a long time, Xiaochen's figure suddenly flickered, and he split into 9 clones. These clones headed in 9 different directions, quickly escaping from Bai Zhan's attacks. The 9 clones looked exactly the same. Amidst the dust and chaotic winds, it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Bai Zhan mocked, "Cloning techniques are unorthodox. Before absolute strength and speed, they are useless. Why are you, a fist master, learning this? Break for me." Xiaochen said calmly, "Absolute speed? Do you have it?" Blood Flame Shu's secret technique, activate. Xiaochen shouted, and the black-winged blood flame eagle patterns on his shoes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, Xiaochen's speed increased by 4 times the speed of sound. The instant the 9 clones merged, a saber appeared in Xiaochen's hand. The saber's edge was sharp, and it gave off a cold light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed through the air filled with dust. Xiaochen wanted to hack Bai Zhan in half with his saber. Bai Zhan's previously relaxed face revealed a horrified expression. "Damn it! Why didn't Gao Yangyu tell me that this fellow is a bladesman?" Bai Zhan's punch was extremely fast. Originally, he had intended to break all of Xiaochen's clones in one go. However, he had not expected that Xiaochen did not even think of using his clones to confuse him. Xiaochen used an even faster speed to clash with Bai Zhan's attack. Furthermore, it was not a fist technique but a saber technique with a startling aura. Even if Bai Zhan wanted to retreat, he did not have the opportunity to do so. His opponent's explosive speed reached 4 times the speed of sound. It was not something that Bai Zhan could dodge. He could only do his best to avoid being hit in the vital areas. A miserable cry resounded, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Xiaochen's saber strike chopped off one of Bai Zhan's arms. Bai Zhan lay on the ground, his left hand covering his wound. He trembled as he said, "How hateful! You are actually not a fist master." When fist masters fought with fist masters, when fist masters fought with bladesmen, they all had different strategies. Furthermore, they were 2 completely different sets of strategies. Bai Zhan had used the strategy of fighting a fist master against a bladesman. It would be difficult for him not to suffer a tragedy. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I never said that I was a fist master." Chapter 444. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu and the old man beside him heard a heart-wrenching scream from the dust-filled wrestling ring. The 2 of them could not help but reveal smiles. The old man quickly said, "Congratulations, City Lord. You finally dealt with this brat." Based on that sound, he must have lost at least one arm. Gao Yangyu had a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "Naturally, the person I found is more reliable than that by Li Shiyu found. The 40,000 medial grade spirit stones were not spent for nothing." Knowing that Gao Yangyu was in a good mood, the old man flattered, "City Lord's eyes are naturally far-sighted, able to see 1,000 kilometers away. When you make your move, you hit the nail on the head, eliminating any future problems." "Ha! You really know how to talk. However, I like it. Ha! Come, let's go and take a look at the information on the bets." Gao Yangyu laughed loudly. Just at this moment, the dust in the wrestling ring slowly settled. The two of them stopped and turned around, preparing to see Xiao Chen's sorry state. However, the situation in the wrestling ring was beyond their expectations. One of Bai Zhan's arms was broken, and he lay on the ground in pain. Xiao Chen had a faint smile on his face. He looked calmly at the two people in the tall tower, as if nothing had happened to them. The smiles on the two's faces froze. The old man's body trembled slightly as he said in a quivering voice, "City Lord, it seems like the one who got crippled is the person you invited." Bang! Gao Yangyu's expression turned furious. He kicked the old man's chest and said angrily, "This old man has eyes. Do I need you to tell me?" Scram! The old man's face was filled with pain as he complained in his heart. The ribs on his chest had not fully recovered yet. Now they were all broken again. Pumph! When Gao Yangyu saw Xiao Chen's faint smile, he snorted coldly. Then he smacked the window heavily again. Gao Yangyu turned around and walked to the western corner of the room. The old man on the ground just got up. Gao Yangyu's eyes were filled with disgust when he thought about what the old man said about far-sighted, able to see 1,000 kilometers away. Gao Yangyu kicked the old man again, knocking him into the wall and causing him to faint. If you had not gone to find that by Li Shi, we would not have waited until today to deal with that brat." When Gao Yangyu arrived at the western corner, he looked at the 7 cultivators with extremely strong auras. In the end, his gaze landed on an old man with white hair and beard. He said indifferently, "Old Bai, I'll need you to make a move earlier this time. Help me kill him tomorrow." Old Bai slowly opened his eyes and a bright light shot out from his eyes. He said in a calm voice, "As you wish." Bai Zhan. Anyone who went to Desolate City's wrestling ring would be familiar with this name. The Desolate City was the link that connected the 4 great empires. It was one of the 2 great hearts of the Sky Martial Continent. It was as famous as the capital of the Great Jin Empire, the Wind City. Since Bai Zhan was able to make a name for himself there was no need to doubt his strength. However, it was unexpected that he was an expert in boxing. When the dust settled, Bai Zhan fell at Xiao Chen's hands, crippling one of his arms. His life would be ruined in Longyang Island's wrestling ring. The one who ended all of this was the great Qin youth who still had a calm and indifferent expression, causing everyone to look down on him. The matches continued. Xiao Chen also figured out how Gao Yangyu dealt with him. Gao Yangyu would send an expert to deal with Xiao Chen every day for the first match. As long as Xiao Chen could injure Xiao Chen severely in the first match, he would continue to lose the next few matches. This was the best way to conserve resources. Gao Yangyu probably did not have enough resources on hand. He could not possibly place everyone on Xiao Chen. In this selection, there was also Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo, peak geniuses like them. If they broke their 60 consecutive victories, they would definitely die. If Xiao Chen managed to break his 60 consecutive victories, there would be horrifying bets placed on him. No matter how rich he was, he would not be able to afford it. Hence, in the following matches, Xiao Chen did not intend to continue using his saber. He continued to use his vital qi and the modified Great Dragon Tiger Fist to fight. Like the previous day, Xiao Chen won every match in a sorry state. As of now, he had more than 30 victories. As long as he won a few hundred, he would be able to obtain more than 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. Naturally, those who could afford half the challenge fee were not mediocre. Otherwise, they would not have squandered their money so casually. Xiao Chen's victories were even more arduous than the previous day. The wounds on his body were already horrifying. However, as long as he could endure, And his opponent was not a peak fist master. Xiaochen would persist in using only his vital qi. After the firmament body tempering art reached small perfection, his vital qi had increased by 20,000. Although it was not obvious, Xiaochen could feel the improvement. Compared to the previous day, Xiaochen's comprehension of the increase in his vital qi had become even deeper. Fight, fight, fight. Holding on to the thought of winning, Xiaochen persevered with the sound of the war drums. As long as his opponent was not defeated, he would not fall. Complete victory. After 18 matches, Xiaochen obtained complete victory once again. His winning streak now reached 46. Although Xiaochen was in a sorry state and covered in wounds, his eyes remained calm. He did not care about the crowd's astonishment and disbelief. Xiaochen dragged his somewhat fatigued body over to the gray-robed old man and received the 1,3,800 medial grade spirit stones that he had obtained today. This was a crazy number. This was the charm of consecutive victories in the arena. Those who did not have a winning streak would not be able to do so. Even though these people had obtained 17 victories today, they had only obtained 50,000 medial grade spirit stones. Compared to people like Xiaochen who had obtained consecutive victories, they were far from it. If Xiaochen continued winning, the number of spirit stones he obtained tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that would reach an even crazier number. The expression on the gray-robed old man's face twitched a few times. It was clear that he felt pained. However, he still smiled bitterly and said, "Congratulations on obtaining 46 consecutive victories." Xiaochen nodded gently and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then he ignored everyone's gazes and walked out of the wrestling ring, heading for his courtyard. The internal injuries that Xiaochen had suffered today were more severe than the previous 2 days combined. It would be difficult for him to recover in a short time by relying on his essence. Xiaochen had no choice but to take out the spirit herbs for treating injuries that he had obtained from the herb garden on Qianren Island. He took out the spirit herbs that were 500 years old and above. Then, Xiaochen categorized them according to how they treated internal and external injuries. Finally, he chose 2 700-year-old spirit herbs that did not clash with each other. Then, he decocted them and consumed them. After that, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and circulated his essence to speed up the release of the medicinal energy. With the assistance of the spirit herbs and Xiaochen's somewhat monstrous physique, the wounds on his skin healed at a visible rate. The wounds on his skin were slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The internal injuries and blocked qi and blood in his body were also slowly clearing up. After 2 hours, Xiaochen opened his eyes and vomited a mouthful of black blood. He immediately felt much more relaxed. His internal injuries had completely recovered. Looking at the remaining spirit herbs on the table, Xiaochen said softly, "Spirit herbs are indeed good stuff." The internal injuries that would have required at least a week were completely healed in 2 hours with the assistance of these 2 spirit herbs. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. There are still 2,000-year-old spirit herbs. I will leave them for the day after tomorrow and tomorrow. After the wrestling ring ends on the last day, it will not affect the overall situation. After Xiaochen left the room and ate dinner, he started his daily routine. He carefully simulated the fights that happened during the day. This was especially so for the fight with Bai Zhan. After he simulated it several times, the conclusion he came to was somewhat depressing. If Xiaochen did not use the lunar shadow saber, he would not be a match for a peak fist master like Bai Zhan, no matter how he modified the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. This made Xiaochen even more determined to obtain a peak Earth-ranked fist technique or palm technique. Only then would he be able to bring out his strong vital qi and physical body perfectly. The night deepened and the silver moon climbed up the treetops, sending down a gentle light. Xiaochen sat in the courtyard and started to infuse the comprehensions he gained during the day into the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Using pure vital qi to fight, comprehending the wonders of cultivating the physical body during battle was like Bai Lishi had said, it allowed one to improve very quickly. Every day after the fights, Xiaochen would gain a new understanding of vital qi. Now, he could cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer with greater proficiency. Xiaochen finally understood how Bai Lishi managed to cultivate the 4th layer in 2 months. Aside from talent, By Li Shi's several dozen years of combat experience with vital qi was not something Xiaochen could compare to. Time slowly went by. In the quiet night, there were the cries of insects, birds, or people whispering to each other. While it looked peaceful, it was actually very noisy. In the end, whether it was quiet or not depended on a single thought in one's heart. There was no distinction between day and night. During the past few days, Xiaochen cultivated day and night. He seemed to have comprehended something in terms of mental state, becoming calmer and steadier than before. Bang! When the sun rose on the second day, Xiaochen opened his eyes. The third acupoint on his left hand exploded open and turned into a strand of azure-colored dragon qi filling his left arm. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he looked at the third acupoint on his arm. Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile. He muttered to himself, "I opened another acupoint. It looks like I can open 2 more acupoints before I reach great perfection. If I reach consummation, I might be able to open all 12 acupoints on my left arm." When Xiaochen arrived at the wrestling ring, he continued to cultivate as usual. The participants in the spectator stands who had mocked Xiaochen for the past few days did not know what to do. They felt very conflicted in their hearts. No matter what they said, they could not erase Xiaochen's glorious 46 consecutive victories. If they continued to say that Xiaochen was ignorant and had low talent, they would be slapping themselves in the face. Even a foolish person like Xiaochen, with such low talent, managed to obtain 46 consecutive victories. What about the people that they did not? Wouldn't that make them even more ignorant and have even lower talent, even worse than trash? Yunping said with some hatred, "I don't believe that he can still obtain consecutive victories today. How can an ignorant person who is cramming at the last minute obtain 50 consecutive victories?" Chapter 445. He is just lucky. How can someone from the great Qi nation obtain more than 50 consecutive victories? That's right. Why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? He will eventually taste defeat. Everyone felt jealous. When they heard Yunping's words, they all agreed. When Xiao saw this, she felt very angry. She said, "Senior sister, how can they do this? To think they are the outstanding talents of the various places. They do not have any magnanimity at all." Xiaxian smiled faintly and said, "You will understand when you see more of them in the future." Xiaxian had been out adventuring since the age of 14. She had seen too much of the dark side of the world. The things that Xiao saw were just a drop in the bucket. They could no longer cause any ripples in Xiaxian's heart. Xiao looked at Xiaochen, who was immersed in cultivation. She asked, "Senior sister, do you think that fellow will be able to obtain consecutive victories today?" Xiaxian shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not understand. It was hard to say. Xiaxian had a draw yesterday, so her winning streak had ended. The people who fought yesterday were all peak martial kings. Furthermore, they did not lack combat experience. Xiaxian had experienced it herself. She did not believe that Xiaochen's victories could be explained by luck. Xiaochen was strong. However, when Xiaxian saw how difficult it was for him to win every match, she could not see through Xiaochen. It seemed like if he could continue winning, he would lose the next match. She could not understand him at all. Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo looked at Xiaochen with unfathomable gazes. Their hearts were filled with doubts. However, Pei Xiaoxian ignored Xiaochen. He did not care about him at all. He walked over to Jiang Zimo and smiled. "Brother Jiang, with our strength, we should be able to continue winning today." Jiang Zimo shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. 48 consecutive victories is a threshold. The experts hired by the wrestling ring should be coming out soon. If we continue winning like this, the spirit stones we win are small. However, the spirit stones from the people outside will be enough to bankrupt Gao Yangyu." Pei Xiaoxian did not care and said, "Let's wait and see. Unless a half-step martial monarch comes out, I do not believe that anyone can defeat me." Jiang Zimo smiled gently and did not say anything. Jiang Zimo had seen many peak experts below half-step martial monarch. There were many such people in the myriad fiend palace alone. With Pei Xiaoshuan's attitude, he would definitely lose today. The spectator stands in the Colosseum were filled with people. There were even situations where 2 or 3 people were sitting on the same seat. With Gao Yangyu's promotion, the news that this wrestling ring was the first round of selections for the ancient desolate tower quickly spread. As a result, many cultivators on Longyang Island received the news and rushed over in large numbers. Today's ticket prices had increased by several times, and they were all sold out. The supply could not meet the demand. Moreover, the 4th day of the Colosseum was the true climax of the event. The participants who obtained consecutive victories had already accumulated more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. To be able to afford such a challenge fee, one's own strength was a kind of proof. It could be imagined that the fights would be incomparably intense. The combination of the two resulted in the situation of 2 or 3 people sitting together in the audience seats. 5 participants obtaining 46 consecutive victories at the same time. This is the first time something like this has happened in Wrestling City on Longyang Island. Wrestling City has been around for close to 1,000 years, but the highest winning streak was only 60. Furthermore, that was 100 years ago. This is the first time I've seen so many people obtain 46 consecutive victories. That is normal. Think about who is qualified to participate in the ancient desolate tower selections. How could any of them be mediocre? Let's see who will obtain 60 consecutive victories in the end. I bet half of my wealth on Ding Fengqiu. I bet on Pei Xiaoxian. That fellow can order around spirit beasts. Few people of the same cultivation realm would be a match for him. Ha! I bet on Pei Xiaoxian as well. The spirit beasts are undefeatable. With more than 10 spirit beasts surrounding him, it would be hard to break through. Before the wrestling ring started, the discussions about the wrestling ring never stopped. Aside from the ancient desolate tower, most of the discussions focused on who would obtain 60 consecutive victories. Most of the topics were focused on who would be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. After all, they had bet real money on these people. The victories of these people were closely related to their interests. As the war drums rang out, the wrestling ring officially started. As the first participant, Yun Ping went up first. I am the great Chu Nation's Yun Ping. Everyone, please give me some pointers. After Yun Ping landed, he performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. However, even after a few minutes, no one was willing to go up. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. As of now, Yun Ping had only accumulated 5 consecutive victories. Defeating him would not give him many spirit stones, so no one was interested in him. After 10-odd minutes, someone came down to challenge him. This person did not even look at Yun Ping and immediately started fighting. Bang! 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 After 100 moves, this person's sword left a 2-centimeter-long wound on Yun Ping's chest. The wound was so deep that his bones and internal organs could be seen. Yun Ping used his trump card and turned the tables at the last moment. However, due to the severe wound on his chest, Yun Ping lost again and again in the next 10-odd matches. Eventually, he lost 17 consecutive matches. Boos came from the entire wrestling ring, making Yun Ping feel ashamed. The following matches were rather boring. There was nothing to see. Only when Pei Xiaoxian went up did thunderous cheers resound in the wrestling ring. Pei Xiaoxian smiled faintly. He enjoyed this feeling. He raised his head and said, I am Pei Xiaoxian of the Beast Taming Abode. Everyone, please give me some pointers. Shio. Right after Pei Xiaoxian spoke, a stout man wearing black soft armor with a black wolf tattoo on his neck and a mace on his back quickly descended from the spectator stands. This was a stark contrast to Yun Ping, who had not appeared for 10-odd minutes. I am Tuoba Luyun. I am here to experience your great moves. Pei Xiaoxian looked at the mace on Tuoba Luyun's back and the black wolf tattoo on his neck. Then he touched the ring on his hand and mocked, unexpectedly, you are a barbarian warrior. I have defeated quite a few people. It looks like there will be one more today. However, Tuoba Luyun ignored Pei Xiaoxian's belittling words. After he spoke, he took out the mace on his back. The black wolf tattoo on Tuoba Luyun's neck seemed to come to life as it quickly spread over his face. When Tuoba Luyun's entire face was covered by the wolf tattoo, he suddenly shouted and rushed at Pei Xiaoxian. Tuoba Luyun moved as fast as lightning and swung his mace. The huge mace tore the air in half. It was very mighty. Ignorant. Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly and retreated gently. Then, he raised the ring in his hand and prepared to summon a spirit beast. He only needed 2 hand seals to summon a rank 7 spirit beast. After that, he could summon 2, 3, or 4 spirit beasts. If a rank 7 spirit beast was not enough, he could summon a rank 8 spirit beast. He could easily grind anyone to death. Shio. However, just at this moment, the wolf tattoo on Tuoba Luyun's body came out and formed the image of a black wolf, encasing Tuoba Luyun. The instant the image of the black wolf appeared, Tuoba Luyun's speed doubled again. Bang! The mace struck Pei Xiaoxian, who had not completed the last hand seal. Pei Xiaoxian was immediately flung into the air like a sandbag. Pain. Pei Xiaoxian vomited a mouthful of blood. He had an extremely pained expression on his face. This strike had broken several of his ribs. Damn it! Why is this fellow so fast? Pei Xiaoxian thought in horror. He did not give me any time to summon a spirit beast. Boom! 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 Tuoba Luyun did not give Pei Xiaoxian any time to react. His mace moved so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Pei Xiaoxian was struck more than 10 times. Pei Xiaoxian was like a sandbag, easily toyed with by Tuoba Luyun. He could not react at all. Every time Pei Xiaoxian tried to form the final hand seal, he would be interrupted by the mace, preventing him from summoning any spirit beasts. It's over. Pei Xiaoxian is going to lose. This Tuoba Luyun is simply too fast. Damn it. I should have thought of it long ago. As long as this fellow cannot summon a spirit beast, he will lose half of his strength. To think I even bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Me too. I am in an even worse state than you. I bet 20,000 medial grade spirit stones, and now, it's all gone. When the spectators saw the situation in the wrestling ring, they all started cursing. This was a serious loss. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu revealed a faint smile. Tuoba Luyun indeed does not feel any pressure when dealing with Pei Xiaoxian. Gao Yangyu turned his head back and said to the group of old men at the table, "It is time to reap the harvest. How much did you bet on Pei Xiaoxian?" 2 million medial grade spirit stones. The smile on Gao Yangyu's face became even wider. If Pei Xiaoxian lost, these 2 million medial grade spirit stones would all be his. Very good. I remember that the next contestant with consecutive victories is Ding Fengqiu, Gao Yangyu continued. The old man leading the group nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed Ding Fengqiu. He bet a lot, a total of 6 million medial grade spirit stones." Gao Yangyu smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed not easy to deal with. However, there is still a chance of a draw." Pei Xiaoxian was covered in wounds. He weakly returned to the spectator stands. He was severely injured and could not continue fighting, so he could only give up. Pei Xiaoxian had lost 18 matches in a row. His expression was very unsightly. The wrestling rings continued. The challengers today were all very strong. As a result, few of them had more than a 50% chance of victory. The crowd finally felt that 60 consecutive victories were not that easy to obtain, even if they were not consecutive victories. After 3 days, the spectators had already figured out their strength and moves. However, they did not know anything about their opponents. If they were like Yunping and were severely injured in the first match, they might end up with consecutive defeats every day. When the crowd saw Pei Xiaoxian, who was injured and forced to give up for a day, the unease in their hearts intensified. If even Pei Xiaoxian could not avoid such an outcome, then wouldn't it be even more dangerous for them? The crowd started to panic. The waters of this wrestling ring were much deeper than they thought. The crowd looked at Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating calmly. They sighed and said, "This fellow is really damn calm." Chapter 446. Another person is losing consecutively. How many is this? Including Yunping and Pei Xiaoxian, there are already 10. The people fighting today are too strong. Indeed, they have figured out all our moves. Damn it. If this goes on, it will be very difficult to win 60 matches. The matches continued. Aside from the cultivators who still had trump cards up their sleeves, the other outstanding talents ended up in a miserable state. They did not even manage to win 10 matches. Some even lost 18 matches in a row. The atmosphere of the arena became even more horrifying. The gray-robed old man said expressionlessly, "Number 56, Ding Fengqiu." Ding Fengqiu's figure floated up and landed on the wrestling ring. He cupped his hands and said, "Heavenly Sword Gates, Ding Fengqiu seeks everyone's guidance. Ding Fengqiu is finally coming up. He better not lose. I bet 50 or 60,000 medial-grade spirit stones on him." "Me too. Don't be like Pei Shaoxian. Otherwise, we won't even be able to cry." That should not be the case. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is not clear. Furthermore, he has grasped the technique of using qi as a sword. When the spectators saw Ding Fengqiu enter the wrestling ring, they started discussing him. After all, the number of people who bet on him was much higher than Pei Shaoxuan's. Bang! A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor landed firmly on the ground. He waved his hand and 3 palm-sized pagoda shields flew out and danced around him. "I, Mo Yen, am here to seek advice from you." When Ding Fengqiu saw the 3 small pagoda shields, he frowned slightly. Based on the aura of the shields, they seemed to be medial-grade defensive secret treasures. Using qi as a sword, Ding Fengqiu shouted and 18 qi swords appeared behind him. He pointed forward with 2 fingers. Ding dang, ding dang. There was a series of clanging sounds as the 3 palm-sized shield flew up, down, left and right, blocking all the sword qi 1 meter away from Mo Yan's body. Ding Fengqiu's expression sank. He could not help but increase his speed. The angle at which he attacked also became more crafty. However, the shields seemed to be able to sense danger automatically. No matter where the qi sword came from above, left, right, or turning, it would be able to block the sharp qi sword at the last moment. "Since I cannot find an opening, then I will make one. Using qi as a sword, merge." Ding Fengqiu could not help but become angry after attacking for a long time. A surging sword intent rushed into the sky from Ding Fengqiu's body. There seemed to be countless sword hums in the air, creating a strong wind as they danced around wildly. The 18 qi swords merged into one and pierced toward Mo Yen. Clang clang. With a thought from Mo Yen, one of the palm-sized shields instantly grew to over 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, covering his entire body. The qi sword pierced the tower shield, causing clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and a surging sword intent surged. Mo Yen, who was 1 meter behind the tower shield, was forming hand seals with both hands. His expression did not look relaxed, and his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Hoochie hoochie. The sword intent was vast and mighty, like a gushing river. Ding Fengqiu controlled the qi sword over and over again, sending it crashing into the tower shield. Every time the tower shield crashed into the tower shield, it kicked up a strong wind. The sword hummed in the wind, giving off a woo-woo sound. The strong sword intent seemed very solid. As the strong wind tried to merge with it, it seemed like it was trying to invade Mo Yan's body. However, they were all blocked by the other 2 palm-sized shields. Interesting. Still not breaking? State of massacre, merge. Ding Fengqiu snorted coldly, and the qi sword immediately turned scarlet. An aura of massacre quickly spread throughout the place. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify. Ding Fengqiu's aura rose to another level. Bang! The scarlet qi sword pierced the tower shield violently. There was a loud sound, and Mo Yen was knocked back 100 meters along with the tower shield. Boom! After Mo Yen landed, the force of the sword was transmitted to the ground, creating a huge pit. Although Mo Yen was pale, he did not suffer any major injuries. When Gao Yangyu saw all this, he smiled faintly and said, "It is useless. A regular medial-grade secret treasure would not be able to block your sword. However, when combined with the Mo clan's special secret technique, breaking it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven." When the spectators saw the fight enter a stalemate, they all started to feel anxious. Even the drumbeats, which normally sounded very passionate, sounded very irritating. Bang! Bang, bang. Ding Fengqiu executed all sorts of killing moves. Like a torrential storm, he forced Mo Yen to retreat continuously. A horrifying sword intent spread throughout the place. This increased the might of each sword strike by at least 20%. However, Mo Yen defended like a tortoise. The three shields moved up and down, changing sizes as they blocked Ding Fengqiu's killing moves. Kasi. Ding Fengqiu sheathed his sword and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead and sighed, "Never mind, you can go down. This match is considered a draw." Ding Fengqiu had already attacked for 4 hours. However, his opponent's defense was simply too shocking. If this continued, he would exhaust too much essence. He would have to give up on the remaining 17 matches. Ding Fengqiu could only helplessly choose a draw. This person was here to deal with his defensive sword. He was indeed not easy to deal with. Ha ha ha. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu laughed heartily. After Ding Fengqiu said this, he had earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, City Lord. You have earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. A few old men stood up and congratulated. Gao Yangyu could not hide the smile on his face. He said in high spirits, "The next person with consecutive victories seems to be Jiang Zimo. How much did he bet?" "It is less than Ding Fengqiu's. However, it is still 3 million. Gao Yangyu said sullenly, "The non-phase divine technique is indeed difficult to deal with. However, it should not be a problem if I spend some resources on him." Ding Fengqiu's consecutive victories came to an end. However, he won the remaining 17 matches. He had a total of 63 victories. Given this, regardless of the results of the matches tomorrow and the day after, Ding Fengqiu had obtained the qualifications to appear in the first round. The spectators all felt that it was a pity. If Ding Fengqiu had not ended in a draw in his first match, he might have broken the record of 60 consecutive victories. The sound of cursing in the crowd was even louder than when Pei Shaoxian lost. This was because there were simply too many people who bet on Ding Fengqiu. In the end, Ding Fengqiu did not even manage to obtain 50 consecutive victories. He fell on the 47th match. The people who bet on him had lost everything. When Ding Fengqiu passed by Jiang Zimo, he said, "The 60 consecutive victories will depend on you. The endurance of your non-phase divine technique is sufficient for you to continue smiling proudly." Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled. "It will be difficult. My non-phase divine technique wins by endurance, but it also loses by endurance." After a few matches, Jiang Zimo entered the arena. His first opponent was a 100-year-old old man with extremely dense essence. When Jiang Zimo felt this person's aura, his heart sank slightly. The old man's greatest advantage was that every one of his palm strikes contained 100% of its might. However, he only exhausted 10% of his essence. Thus, if an ordinary person fought with him and went all out, he would exhaust his essence in no time. However, he would still have an abundance of essence. This was the strangeness of the non-phase divine technique. It was one of the 3 inferior-grade heaven-ranked cultivation techniques of the Myriad Fiend Palace. However, this old man who had lived for an unknown period of time was very problematic. The other party might be lacking in everything, but he definitely would not lack essence. Bang, bang, bang. After the two greeted each other, they immediately started fighting. They clashed head-on, exchanging blows with each other. Both of them used their full strength. Strong essence surged in the dueling ring. Every time the palm winds clashed, a huge pit would appear in the dueling ring. Intense explosions rang out incessantly, completely suppressing the sound of the towering war drums. The two fought tirelessly. The might of the palm winds that erupted from the two were about equal. The only thing that mattered was who could exhaust their essence first. After 1,000 moves, the shock waves of the two's battle riddled the vast arena with holes. There was not a single place that was unscathed. The old man's complexion slowly paled. His strength seemed to run out. As for Jiang Zimo, his face did not turn red, and he did not pant. There was no change in him at all. The air buzzed from the palm winds, but the might did not weaken at all. Bang! The two exchanged another palm strike. This time, They were not evenly matched. The old man was knocked back several dozen steps, but Jiang Zimo only took 3 steps back. You can't hold on anymore? Again. Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and flew forward. Then, he sent a palm strike at the old man's chest. The palm wind was still as sharp as before, its might did not weaken at all. With one palm strike, the old man vomited blood and was defeated. The second match continued. In the end, another old man over 100 years old appeared. Jiang Zimo smiled bitterly. After exchanging 1,000 moves with him, the other party's essence was exhausted. He could no longer keep up with Jiang Zimo's might and was defeated in one move. The third match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. His aura was deep and drawn out. With one look, it was clear that he was a cultivator with rich essence. Jiang Zimo exchanged another 1,000 moves with him. His opponent's essence could no longer keep up, and Jiang Zimo defeated him again. The fourth match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. When Jiang Zimo saw the old man's relaxed expression, his lips twitched slightly. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. Although Jiang Zimo had expected that the other party would find many cultivators with rich essence to take turns fighting him, he had not expected Gao Yangyu to be so disgusting. However, Jiang Zimo did not expect Gao Yangyu to be so disgusting. He actually looked for old fellows who were over 100 years old. Every time they fought, it would take more than 1,000 moves. No matter how powerful the phaseless divine art was, he would tire himself to death if this went on. Jiang Zimo waved his hand helplessly and said, "You may go down. I admit defeat for this match." When the old man heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, little friend. I'm just a bag of old bones. It will be even harder for me to endure 1,000 moves than for you youths." After 49 consecutive victories, Jiang Zimo did not manage to reach 50 consecutive victories. Another mournful wail resounded in the crowd. As long as Jiang Zimo passed 50 consecutive victories, he would be able to obtain some money. It was just that the payout was small. Who knew that Jiang Zimo would not be able to make it past the final step despite being so close? After that, Mu Xinya appeared. The crowd rekindled their last hope. Mu Xinya was as famous as Jiang Zimo. Perhaps she would be able to obtain 50 or even 60 consecutive victories. Chapter 447. However, Mu Xinya did not want to use the energy that the Heavenly Wolf King left behind. That would leave her in a weakened state for a long time. In the end, Mu Xinya lost to Gao Yangyu's sneak attack, stopping at 48 consecutive victories. AI. When Mu Xinya was defeated, several thousand people in the large spectator stand sighed. No one managed to break through even after 50 consecutive victories, what more 60? This time, we have lost everything. Gao Yangyu's mood became exceptionally good after the final threat was eliminated. He smiled and said, "Tabulate the total amount of medial-grade spirit stones that we obtained in this wrestling ring." After a while, an old man took out a stack of information and said, "There is a total of 20 million medial-grade spirit stones bet on these 4 people. They all stopped at 50 consecutive victories. That is to say, the people who bet on them will not get a single cent. If the person who bet on obtained 50 consecutive victories, then the person who bet on them would obtain 50% of the payout. After that, for every 10 consecutive victories, the payout would double. The payout would be double for 60 consecutive victories, double for 70 consecutive victories, quadruple for 80 consecutive victories, and 16 times for 100 consecutive victories." The odds looked extremely tempting, but unfortunately, if they stopped at 50 consecutive wins, they wouldn't be able to get a single cent. They would lose everything they had. Furthermore, with Gao Yangyu's clever promotion, the wrestling ring this time was the ancient desolate tower's first round of selections. This caused the number of bets to soar. After this wrestling ring ended, who knew how many cultivators would be penniless and have to start all over again? Gao Yangyu paused for a while and thought of something. He said, "What is the amount of bets on that, Xiaoqin?" The few of them lowered their heads and flipped through the information on the table. Then they said, "Hey, why did it suddenly reach 2 million? Gao Yangyu's expression changed slightly. He said, Didn't we freeze the bets on this brat? How could there be 2 million bets? The few of them checked carefully and said, I found it. Yesterday and the day before, there were only 1 million bets. That should be normal. After all, he is a contestant with consecutive victories. However, today, there is an increase of 1 million. Something is not right. Gao Yangyu sneered. It looks like someone wants to gamble. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. It shouldn't be a problem to use Master Bai to deal with that kid, right? He's the only one with a winning streak now. Gao Yangyu said indifferently, Old Bai is 150 years old. When he uses his full strength, even I find it hard to deal with him. Even if Old Bai fails, Tuoba Luyun and Mo Yen still have one more chance. Do you think this brat has a chance? In the spectator stands, when everyone's gazes were focused on Mu Xinya, another 2 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. 2 streams of blue dragon energy slowly wandered on his arms and slowly seeped into his skin. Xiao Chen opened his eyes slightly and revealed a faint expression of joy on his face. He said, I am just short of great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. After today's battle, it looks like I will definitely reach greater mastery. However, I wonder if Gao Yangyu will give me this opportunity. It would be his turn soon. Xiao Chen thought for a while and stopped cultivating. He got up and walked to the front of the spectator stands to watch the matches. The one fighting was Mu Xinya. She used 2 Mandarin duck sabers. The strength of the challengers in the wrestling ring increased by the day. Today, the strength of the challengers was comparable to the outstanding talents of the various regions. After all, they were all middle-aged cultivators. Although the outstanding talents of the various regions were outstanding, they had not fully matured yet. Furthermore, they had a good grasp of the strength of the challengers. Every match was exceptionally difficult. If they wanted to obtain victory, they had to go all out. Even someone as strong as Mu Xinya had a hard time winning. There were even a few draws. After the 18 matches ended, Mu Xinya walked off the wrestling ring, feeling somewhat fatigued. She received the 4,000-odd medial grade spirit stones from the gray-robed old man. Her winning streak had come to an end. She could not accumulate her previous winning streaks. Today, she had only won 15 matches. That was all she could obtain. Mu Xinya nodded gently at Xiao Chen and returned to Jiang Zimo's side. Pei Xiaoxian, who had already recovered from some of his injuries, smiled bitterly and said, it was not easy to obtain 60 consecutive victories. Now, even the last hope is gone. Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and said, there is still Xiao Chen's winning streak. Perhaps he still has hope. Pei Xiaoxian mocked, what ability does he have? He could not even win against Ding Fengqiu. The others all expressed that they did not think well of Xiao Chen. Yun Ping's words were as mocking as ever. He is beaten to death every day. How could he obtain consecutive victories today? What a joke. Jiang Zimo, your eyesight is too poor. Xiao Chen turned his head and swept his gaze across the people who spoke harshly. Finally, his gaze landed on Yun Ping. Although Xiao Chen had been immersed in cultivation, he had used his spiritual sense to observe his surroundings. This was to ensure that when someone interrupted his cultivation, he would be able to retaliate immediately. These people's numbers were all in front of Xiao Chen's. For the past few days, they had been mocking him non-stop like flies. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still feel impatient. Yun Ping had suffered 17 consecutive defeats today. Furthermore, he had sustained significant sword injuries. He might not be able to recover by tomorrow. Yun Ping was in an extremely bad mood. When he felt Xiao Chen's gaze, he said angrily, what are you looking at? What are you trying to do? Could it be that I can't even say a few words to you? Who do you think you are? How annoying. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He pushed off the ground and his figure flashed, arriving before Yun Ping. Pa! Before Yun Ping could react, Xiao Chen slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap was melodious, stunning everyone. How dare you hit me? You! This slap caused Yun Ping's face to swell up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. Most importantly, it was done in front of everyone. This slap caused Yun Ping to lose all face. There was a saying that one should not hit the face when hitting someone. However, Xiaochen did not seem to care that much. Yunping grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and revealed a murderous intent. He was about to draw his sword and chop at Xiaochen. But Xiaochen did not give Yunping any chance to draw his sword. He slapped Yunping's left cheek and sent him flying. The spectators' stands fell silent. Several people gaped in shock as they looked at Xiaochen in disbelief. It was like this was the first time they met this fellow. At this moment, Xiaochen was extremely cold. His killing chi was withdrawn. Although it was not released, everyone felt a chill. Compared to the usual calm and indifferent Xiaochen, he was like a completely different person. A miserable shriek rang out as Xiaochen kicked Yunping's chest. That spot happened to be the wound that Yunping suffered today. Yunping's internal organs had just recovered a little when Xiaochen kicked him. The intense pain was a small matter. If Yunping's injuries worsened, he would not be able to participate in the next 2 days of the competition. That was to say, Yunping was completely disqualified from the first round of selections. This guy's kick must have been intentional. Several people in the field thought in their hearts. His attack was really not ordinary ruthless. You can say whatever you want, but after you make a move, he will beat you up until you are disqualified from the selections. The people who normally mocked Xiaochen quickly hid in a corner, avoiding Xiaochen's gaze. Xiao Rou looked at Yunping, who was lying on the ground in pain and despair. She snorted coldly and said, "Serves him right. Let's see if this fellow still dares to speak so viciously." When Ding Fengqiu saw the situation, he was not surprised. He had never thought that Xiaochen was someone who acted normally, someone who would have any reservations. Otherwise, Xiaochen would not have attacked Jin Wuji so mercilessly that day after learning his identity. Just because Xiaochen had withdrawn his sharpness did not mean that he did not have it. Just because he did not have a temper did not mean that he had a good temper. This was Xiaochen. As a bladesman, Xiaochen's sharpness could not be reduced. His pride could not be broken. He wanted to condense his chi into saber intent. How could he allow others to humiliate him? Ding Fengqiu withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking. He only raised Xiaochen's position in his heart. Like Jiang Zimo, Xiaochen was one of Ding Fengqiu's biggest competitors for the 20 spots. When Pei Xiaoxian saw the scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an inexplicable chill. When Pei Xiaoxian thought about how he had just recovered from his injuries, he summoned out a spirit beast. He felt that it was not safe, so he summoned out another spirit beast. Then, he walked to a corner and started to treat his injuries. After doing all this, Xiaochen ignored Yunping, who was lying on the ground, groaning. Then, he turned his gaze back to the wrestling ring. This person was already crippled and could not enter the ancient desolate tower. He would never be a threat to Xiaochen. As long as Xiaochen continued to grow stronger, the sect behind Yunping would not offend Xiaochen for the sake of a second-rank genius. Even if Yunping made a move against Xiaochen, he still had 2 medallions to use. Xiaochen did not have to worry about making a move against Yunping. After Xiaochen caused such a commotion, the atmosphere turned strange. The originally lively discussion stopped. It was like everyone was afraid of Xiaochen. After a while, the voice of the gray-robed old man rang out, "Number 125, prepare to go out quickly." Xiaochen leaped up gently and landed in the wrestling ring. After he left, many of the people in the wrestling ring heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. It was like a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. "I am Xiaochen of the Great Qin Nation. Everyone, please give me some pointers." The sky slowly turned dark. The setting sun cast a fiery red glow over the wrestling ring, coating Xiaochen's body with a faint red glow. Xiaochen maintained a calm expression, neither happy nor angry. Just like that, Xiaochen appeared before the crowd once again. "Xiaochen, this fellow is coming up again. Can he continue to win?" Every time Xiaochen won, he paid a heavy price. He was like a small leaf in a storm. In the storm, Xiaochen was beaten into a mess. He rose and fell, but he persisted until the end every time, obtaining a victory that belonged to him. Would he continue to win? No one would say that he could. However, if they gave the opposite answer, no one would say that Xiaochen would definitely lose. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the crowd in the spectator stands were all unfathomable. They were filled with boundless mysteries. It was hard to say whether Xiao Chen would win or not. Chapter 448. Of the 7 people with consecutive victories, only this person is left. Unfortunately, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me. I only bet 500 medial grade spirit stones on him. I bet less than you, only 200. I bet all of my bets on Ding Fengqiu. Me too, I bet most of my bets on Jiang Zimo. I only bet 700 medial grade spirit stones on him. Let's wait and see. If he loses today, all his consecutive victories will come to an end. It would be like the wrestling ring ended early. When Xiao Chen entered the arena, with his familiar voice and expression, the many cultivators in the spectators' stands perked up again. Many of them already had the mentality of watching the last match. After today, there would be no more consecutive victories. The greatest charm of the wrestling ring would be gone. It did not matter whether they watched or not. A strong wind blew in the arena. The wind howled and kicked up a cloud of dust, filling the air. This was a strong wind created by pure aura. Even though this person was here, his aura was already so strong. This person was not simple. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the old man slowly descending from the sky. The person landed firmly on the ground. His hair and eyebrows were white, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked old and his voice was somewhat hoarse. He said indifferently, "Bai Mufeng, here to seek advice." It is actually Bai Mufeng. This old fellow has not come out for decades. I thought he was dead. I seem to remember this fellow. 50 or 60 years ago, he would often end the winning streaks of cultivators. After that, there was no news of him. Unexpectedly, he reappeared today. 50 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial king. How horrifying is his cultivation now? He should be strong enough to kill Xiao Chen. This time it's all over. His last winning streak is about to end. When the spectators in the spectator stands saw the white-haired old man announce his name, they all shook their heads in regret. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would be able to obtain a few more consecutive victories. Now, they no longer held any hope. The reason for this was that the difference in cultivation was too great. Boom. Bai Mufeng did not pay attention to the surrounding voices. After he finished speaking, a 1-meter-long sword appeared in his hand and he waved it. A thick sword chi that was over 20 meters long swept out with boundless momentum. As the sword chi surged, it seemed as if even the air was being split in half. Xiao Chen tapped the ground with his toes and quickly dodged to the side, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom! As soon as his foot left the ground, the thick sword chi crashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the sword chi created a long ravine that was half a meter deep. What a guy! The treasured sword hasn't aged. Instead, it's surging even more. Seeing this scene, the audience on the stage cried out in surprise. Boom boom boom. A strong wind blew and Bai Mufeng's figure flickered. He brandished his sword 4 times in a row and the 4 strands of sword chi intertwined with each other, spinning continuously. Every sword chi was more than 20 meters long. Like a windmill, they descended from the sky and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Whirlwind sword chop, Bai Mufeng's famous consummate skill. The power of the sword descends from the sky. You can't dodge this move, you can only face it head-on. Unexpectedly, this old fellow is still so strong. I remember that he could only brandish his sword twice in the past. Now, he can brandish his sword 4 times. Seeing this whirlwind sword chop, a sword expert immediately started explaining. Xiao Chen looked up and saw that the 4 strands of sword chi were spinning rapidly. He could no longer see their outlines, he could only see blurry shadows. The power of the sword condensed in the sky, carrying a supreme might as it slowly pressed down. Xiao Chen felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He had no way to dodge. Even a mountain is pressing down. Where can you hide? The whirlwind sword chop has reached such a level. What an exquisite sword move. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He thought to himself, unexpectedly I can't dodge it. Since I can't dodge, I will break it for you. Xiao Chen shouted and the acupoints on his palm burst open. Boom. A strand of dragon chi gathered in his right arm. In that instant, Xiaochen felt like he was filled with boundless strength. He could even shatter a mountain. The dragon chi gathered in his 5 fingers and he clenched his left hand into a fist. Then, Xiaochen soared into the sky at the center of the whirlwind sword chop. You overestimate yourself. So what if you can break it? Bai Mufeng snorted coldly. The essence in his body surged and his clothes fluttered continuously. Pooh, pooh. The air started to surge along with the fluttering of his clothes. It formed a strong wind that howled back and forth in the dueling ring, rising and falling like waves. Whirlwind sword chop, 5 swords. Whirlwind sword chop, 6 swords. Whirlwind sword chop, 7 swords. Bai Mufeng's aura rose continuously. A strong wind blew and the sky changed color as he brandished his sword continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The whirlwind sword chop grew larger and larger as it flew at Xiaochen. As the sword chi spun, it stirred up a horrifying storm. The ground split open and huge chunks of soil flew into the sky, unable to withstand the horrifying force. Damn it! What is this Bai Mufeng trying to do? He is clearly trying to kill Xiaochen. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the strong wind blew, several martial saint cultivators in the spectator stands could not stand stably and started to sway. However, Bai Mufeng did not stop. In the end, he sent out a whirlwind sword chop consisting of 10 strands of sword chi. Only then did he slow down. Boo! Pooh! Bai Mufeng panted continuously. After he sent out these 10 whirlwind sword chop, he seemed to have aged 10 years. His entire person also became extremely weak. He could no longer exert any strength. Layers upon layers of whirlwind sword slashes, each larger and stronger than the previous one, looked like a continuous mountain range that overlapped with each other. The expressions of the various outstanding talents in the spectators' stands changed. This was especially so for those cultivators who were not on good terms with Xiaochen. They all had joyful expressions on their faces. They could tell that the might of these 7 whirlwind sword chop was boundless. An ordinary martial king would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that Xiaochen would die under these layers of whirlwind sword chop. How could they be happy? Jiang Zimo, Xia Xian, and the others all had worried expressions on their faces. They had not expected such an intense scene to occur in the wrestling ring. Xiaochen's expression was calm. He ignored the strong wind and the rocks flying around him. He punched the center of the pinwheel sword chop, which was at the very front, where the sword chi intersected. Break! The whirlwind sword chop shattered and a huge force surged into Xiaochen's body, causing his internal organs to churn. The shattered sword chi were like knives raining down on Xiaochen's body, leaving behind bloody wounds. Boom! The second acupoint on Xiaochen's left arm, below his palm, exploded. The 2 strands of dragon chi merged and shattered it with one punch. Then he followed up with the second whirlwind sword chop. The third acupoint exploded. Once again, Xiaochen broke through an even more powerful pinwheel sword chop, slashing his way through. When the final 5 strands of dragon chi gathered, Xiaochen had already broken through the whirlwind sword chop formed by the 9 strands of sword chi. Only the last strand of sword chi remained. It was also the strongest, the whirlwind sword chop with 10 strands of sword chi. Xiaochen's clothes were already in tatters from the shattered sword chi. Wounds of various sizes covered his body. There was not a single part of him that was unscathed. If not for his strong physical body, just the shattered sword chi would have torn Xiaochen to shreds countless times over. When Xiaochen saw the final whirlwind sword chop, he shouted. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm suddenly came to life. His right fist, which he had not used, finally exploded out. Bang! A dragon might spread out, completely suppressing that mountain-like aura. There was a loud sound, and the entire wrestling ring could not help but tremble a few times. Whoosh! The whirlwind sword chop formed by the 10 strands of sword chi shattered into countless strands of sword chi. They fell to the ground like rain. Amid the rain of sword chi, Xiaochen descended from the sky and punched at Bai Mufeng. When Bai Mufeng saw Xiaochen break the 10 whirlwind sword chop, his eyes filled with shock. He had not expected such an ending. Bai Mufeng wanted to resist, but he discovered that he had already exhausted all his essence on the whirlwind sword chop. He did not have any strength left. Bang! With a punch, Bai Mufeng's aged body floated into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Pu Si. Pu Si. The rapidly descending sword chi struck Bai Mufeng's body like rain. Soon, thousands of holes appeared on his body, leaving behind countless bloody holes. When Bai Mufeng landed, he was completely dead. A strong wind blew. The spectators could not accept this fact. Bai Mufeng was actually killed by the shattered sword chi that he sent out. Damn, he is still alive. Yun Ping endured the intense pain as he looked at Xiao Qin, who was still standing. His heart filled with hatred. Xia Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were astonished at Xiao Qian's strength. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu's expression remained calm. He looked at the bleeding and injured Xiao Qin, who was panting. He said, "Tell Tuoba Luyan to prepare to fight. Don't give this fellow any time to vent. I do not want him to lose, I just want him to die." The strength that Xiao Chen displayed made Gao Yangyu not hold much hope of defeating Xiao Chen in one go. Bai Mufeng originally did not have much lifespan left. He was already very satisfied that he could reduce Xiao Chen to such a miserable state. When the other old men in the room saw Gao Yangyu's cold expression, they all felt a slight chill. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu did not lament the death of one of his subordinates. Such cold-bloodedness made everyone tremble in fear. Dida, Dida. Blood dripped from Xiao Chen's wounds onto the ground. Pain spread throughout his entire body. It was hard to imagine that a martial king could send out 10 layers of whirlwind sword chops. Even with Xiao Chen's essence, he would not be able to sustain the exhaustion of this move. Only an old monster like Bai Mufeng, who had lived for more than 150 years, could do this. Unfortunately, Bai Mufeng had not expected Xiao Chen to have the blue dragon's chi. That was the power of a half-step martial monarch's full power strike. This was also a trump card that Xiao Chen would not use unless he had no other choice. Once he used it, he would be able to break any killing move under half-step martial monarch. Even so, Xiao Chen found the injuries somewhat unbearable. Although the external injuries looked horrifying, they were small matters. It was just some pain. After enduring it for a while, it would pass. With Xiao Chen's mental state, it would not affect his combat. Chapter 449. The more serious ones were internal injuries. Every time he destroyed that round of sword slashes, the intense shockwave would shake his internal organs. After accumulating so many times, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had suffered considerable damage. If he continued to fight, his injuries would worsen. Right at this moment, clumps of red light invisible to the naked eye floated out from Bai Muron's corpse. The amount of red light was actually about the same as the high-ranked blood demons that Xiao Chen had killed in the past. Moreover, it was much less baleful and did not have as many negative emotions as the demon dwellers. In an instant, it made Xiao Chen's entire body feel a lot more comfortable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scarlet throne in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiao Chen felt the energy he expended recovering continuously. Inside the throne, the pool of blood was also growing in circles. Xiao Chen cut off the pleasure and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. Shio! A heavy sound rang out. It was the second challenger. Xiao Chen's eyes had already recovered their clarity. When he looked up, he saw that it was Tuoba Luyan, who had defeated Pei Xiaoxian. Tuoba Luyan removed his mace, and the black wolf tattoo on his body slowly spread out. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I do not like to take advantage of others. However, this is a wrestling ring. To you, there is no such thing as fairness." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no need to say anything more. Ever since I entered the wrestling ring, I have never thought of true fairness." Xiao Chen activated the blood flame shoes and moved as fast as lightning. Tiger and dragon roars came from his fists as he took the initiative to attack. The other party's black wolf tattoo was a little strange. Xiao Chen did not want to give the other party too much time. He wanted to stop the black wolf tattoo from spreading. Bang! Tuoba Luyun calmly swung his spiked mace to receive Xiao Chen's fist. The fist and the spiked mace clashed violently. With a loud bang, a ripple immediately spread in the air. Xiaoqin used the rebound force from the mace and flipped in the air. The fist wind howled as it punched at Tuoba Liuyun's head. Tuoba Liyun reacted very quickly. He took a step back and swung his mace at Xiaoqin again. Bang bang bang. Using the rebound force from the mace, Xiaoqin moved up and down. His fist winds were like lightning as he continuously attacked Tuoba Liyun with the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Tuoba Liuyun's black wolf tattoo was forced to stop spreading. He could only continue to face his enemies. He increased his strength a few times. Tuoba Liyun wanted to swing his staff at Xiaoqin so that his black wolf tattoo would appear. However, Tuoba Liyun was blocked by Xiaoqin. Why is this fellow so strong? Tuoba Liyun could not take down Xiaoqin after attacking for a long time. Slowly, he started to feel frustrated. Tuoba Liyun was a barbarian warrior, and that black wolf was the totem of his tribe. If he could not summon it, his strength would be halved. Tuoba Liyun knew that Xiaoqin was very strong. However, Tuoba Liyun did not care much about it. After all, he was a barbarian warrior famous for his strength. However, when he clashed with Xiaoqin, he realized that his strength could not reach Xiaoqin at all. If not for the special material of his mace, he might have been suppressed by Xiaoqin. Boom, boom, boom. The Great Dragon Tiger Fist worked with the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. Xiaoqin was like a soaring blue dragon. As Xiaoqin moved up and down, he forced Tuoba Liyun to retreat continuously, forcing him to retreat continuously. This cannot continue. This fellow does not seem to be injured at all. I have to knock him back in one strike and summon out my totem. Wolf Fang break. Tuoba Liyun shouted and brandished his mace. A black wolf appeared, looking very solid. It carried a vicious aura as it swung at Xiaoqin. The black wolf's strange eyes looked at Xiaoqin. It looked like a beast god, making one's heart tremble. This strange energy actually has a mental attack as well. Xiaoqin smiled faintly to himself. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. It is time to end this. Boom! Not intending to hide his strength, Xiaoqin merged his vital qi and essence. His strength immediately reached 400,000 kilograms of force. The surging energy in his fist wind could not help but explode. Bang! 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 The black wolf was instantly shattered by the explosive energy. It only managed to resist for a moment. Tuoba Liyun laughed loudly and said, "I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. Unfortunately, I am too late." In the short time that the black wolf blocked, the tattoo on Tuoba Liyun's body had already spread out. The image of a black wolf slowly appeared behind Tuoba Liyun. Too late? I don't think so. Xiaoqin shattered the black wolf. The instant Tuoba Liyun summoned his totem, Xiaoqin placed his right hand on Tuoba Liyun's chest. Pu Si. The palm sword shot out and a bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Tuoba Liyun's chest. Blood leaked out of the corner of Tuoba Liyun's mouth, and his eyes filled with shock. The image of the black wolf that was about to form behind Tuoba Liyun slowly scattered. He had not expected that just as the situation was about to turn around, Xiaoqin would immediately end the battle. Bang! Xiaoqin sent out another palm strike. His vital qi and essence merged, and Tuoba Liyun was knocked back by Xiaoqin. Tuoba Liyun could no longer get up. The palm sword circled around and returned to Xiaoqin's palm once again. 48 wins in a row. Can he keep winning? When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw Tuoba Liyun lying on the ground, their emotions surged. This was Tuoba Liyun, who had defeated even Pei Xiaoxian. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Liyun lost to Xiaoqin. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to use his totem. Pa! Gao Yangyu smacked the windowsill violently. His expression turned sullen again. After that, he calmed himself and said, "Don't be afraid. I still have Mo Yen. He is someone that even Ding Fengqiu could not defeat." Right now, the only people Gao Yangyu could use were Mo Yen and Shifeng. The experts he hired had all been used up on Jiang Zimo and the others. If Gao Yangyu had known that Xiaoqin would be so difficult to deal with, he might have reconsidered his arrangements. When will Shifeng return? Gao Yangyu asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. As the main character of the wrestling ring, Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. Even Gao Yangyu could not control her. Shi Feng could come and go as she pleased. She did not care about the wrestling ring at all. City Lord, Shi Feng left 2 days ago. The earliest she will return is tomorrow. Gao Yangyu said angrily, "Bastard! To think I gave her such a high reward. She did not even give me face at such a crucial moment. If I let Xiaochen continue winning, I will lose at least 1 million medial-grade spirit stones." Back in the wrestling ring, Xiaochen watched as Mo Yen summoned out the 3 shields and stopped moving. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you planning to use the tortoise tactic?" As the shield danced in the air, Mo Yen said indifferently, "Is it a good tactic to end your winning streak?" Xiaochen withdrew his smile and stomped on the ground ferociously. Bang! A crack immediately appeared in the ground. A wave of chi blades flew rapidly towards Mo Yen as the crack extended. Mo Yen formed hand seals with both hands, and the 3 palm-sized shields quickly enlarged. Then he stomped on the ground as well. A formless energy spread out, and the crack stopped 3 meters in front of the shields. Dang! Ding! Ding! Seeing that this move did not work, Xiaochen's figure flashed and he quickly punched at Mo Yen. When the fist wind struck the shield, it gave off a loud sound. Xiaochen's fist turned numb. However, Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, only turned slightly red. He was not affected at all. This shield should be a medial-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, the other party should know some defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Xiaochen used his pure vital qi to attack several hundred times. However, he could not take down Mo Yen for a long time, so he could only give up and continue using brute force. Mo Yen sneered from behind the shield. "Are you feeling pain in your hand? Come on, I won't fall before your own arm is crippled." Xiaochen could not help but feel angry. This fellow is too noisy. He is just like a tortoise. No, he is even harder to deal with than a tortoise. When Ding Fengqiu saw the scene, he shook his head slightly. He had personally experienced the might of this shield. That defensive power could only be described as monstrous. Ding Fengqiu even suspected that even a half-step martial monarch would not be able to do anything to this fellow. 49 consecutive victories. As long as he wins 1 more, he will reach 50 consecutive victories. Is he going to end like this? The cultivators in the spectator stands who had placed some spirit stones on Xiaochen thought in dissatisfaction as they looked at the clueless Xiaochen. 3 palm-sized shields floated quietly beside Mo Yen. Mo Yen had a relaxed expression as he looked at Xiaochen with some mockery. Why is he out of energy? Or is his hand really crippled? Xiaochen closed his eyes and ignored the other party's words. He started to think of a countermeasure. Ding Fengqiu has the art of controlling swords and an even stronger state of massacre. Even so, he could not break this person's shield. This meant that those under half-step martial monarch would not be able to break this person's shield with pure offensive power. I have to think of another way. It would also be hard to break through with speed. That shield had the ability to automatically capture the enemy's movements. Unless one's speed was Mach 4, it would be useless. If one could not break through with speed or strength, this shield would be a headache for those under half-step martial monarch. It felt like there was no way to break through it. No wonder even someone as strong as Ding Fengqiu could only end up in a draw. I got it. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes and his lips curled up in an arc. He finally thought of a countermeasure. If I cannot break it with speed or strength, can I block a physical attack? Can I block a mental attack? Right now, Xiaochen's mental energy was very strong. It was as strong as a martial monarch's. Although Xiaochen's attack methods were lacking and he needed a long time to prepare, it was not suitable to use in a proper battle. However, it was very suitable for someone like Mo Yen, who took the initiative to ask for peace. As long as the other party revealed an opening, Xiaochen would be able to break through immediately. Without the protection of the shield, this guy was just a piece of trash. Suddenly, the mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness started to surge. After a while, it formed a deity. Under Xiaochen's control, it left the sea of consciousness and flew towards Mo Yen. Xiaochen left the sea of consciousness and headed for Mo Yen, who was behind the shield. When the formless deity pierced through the shield, Xiaochen was surprised to discover that the deity's glow weakened significantly. This shield actually had the effect of weakening mental energy. Chapter 450. Fortunately, it was only weakening and not blocking. Xiaochen had achieved his goal. Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, looked at the helpless Xiaochen. He felt very pleased with himself and was about to say a few mocking words when he suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. However, he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him had suddenly changed. On the barren land, a deity with supreme majesty stood in midair. What's going on? Wasn't I in Wrestling City? How did I end up here? Mo Yen thought to himself as he looked around blankly. Oh no, this is an illusion. Mo Yen reacted quickly. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a wave of pain. Then, the illusion before him slowly disappeared. However, when Mo Yen recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiaochen had already entered the shield at some point in time. Now, Xiaochen was standing less than half a meter in front of him. How did you get in? Mo Yen exclaimed in horror. However, after Mo Yen finished speaking, he suddenly understood what was going on. Mo Yen must have lost control of the shield when he was distracted, allowing Xiaochen to take advantage of it. Bang! Bang! Xiaochen used his fist to answer Mo Yen's question. He sent out an unending stream of fist winds, causing Mo Yen to howl in pain. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a turtle shield? Now, I am beating you. Mo Yen did not even have a chance to dodge in the narrow space. After he was beaten half to death, Xiaochen finally stopped. When the spectators saw this, they felt it was strange. They did not know how Xiaochen managed to find a loophole in the seemingly flawless shield a moment ago. However, after a while, the spectators realized that Xiaochen had won. He had already obtained 49 consecutive victories. The spectators immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. After defeating 3 of the opponents that Gao Yangyu arranged, Xiaochen's next opponents were more normal. They were no longer ridiculously strong. Xiaochen continued to use his vital qi to fight. He felt that the firmament body tempering art was about to reach great perfection. As long as he did not encounter a situation that he could not handle, he would not merge his essence and vital qi. Xiaochen would not merge his essence and vital qi. As he fought battle after battle, Xiaochen's consecutive victories started to accumulate crazily. 50, 51, 52, 53. Dong. War drums resounded endlessly. Dragons roared and tigers roared in the wrestling ring. Xiaochen's aura flourished. Although it was still difficult for him to win, he managed to persevere and win. When Xiaochen achieved his 60th consecutive victory, the entire wrestling ring erupted with excitement. Several of the cultivators who had voted for Xiaochen stood up excitedly. 60 consecutive victories. This fellow really obtained 60 consecutive victories. He finally recouped some of his capital. Who could have thought that he would break the record of 60 consecutive victories? Yunping's Xiaochen's expression became extremely complicated. They clenched their fists and bit their lips. Was it envy, jealousy, or shame? There was no way to describe what they were feeling now. He felt like he was envy, or Xiao. Was Xiao. Chen was he and was Chen. And was Chen. Xiaochen and he was. His entire body was filled with boundless energy. Every part of his body was a sharp weapon that could injure others. During the battle, Xiaochen's understanding of vital qi reached a whole new level. He felt that he was already very close to great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In fact, as long as Gao Yangyu interfered with the crowd and sent out cultivators to deal with them, Gao Yangyu would not be able to defeat them. If Jiang Zimo and the others fought normally, it would not be a problem for them to obtain consecutive victories. These geniuses cultivated the best cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, they had strong comprehension ability and talent. Xiaochen had reached the peak in every aspect. He would find few opponents under half-step martial monarch. From the fact that Ding Fengqiu and the others could continue winning after their consecutive victories, it was clear that they were not geniuses on the same level as Yunping and the others. As long as they could break through Gao Yangyu's sniping, they would be able to continue their winning streak. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Jiang Zimo and the others' winning streaks ended. Ding Fengqiu looked at Xiao Chen, whose robes were stained with blood and his body riddled with wounds. He felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This fellow is always so unremarkable. He is neither hot nor cold. However, when he explodes out in the end, he startles everyone. Xiao Chen won every match with great difficulty. There were no highlights at all. It gave the impression that he would not be able to last until the next day. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Pei Shaoxian, and Mu Xinya's winning streaks all ended because of Gao Yangyu's sniping, only Xiao Chen persisted. Only he had persisted all the way. Just like in the past, he had won miserably and painstakingly, but he had truly won 60 matches in a row. He didn't use any flashy moves, nor did he use any threatening postures. He was just like that, ordinary and indifferent as he continued to win his way through the battles. Xiao Rou's final eruption exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rou smiled happily and said, "Senior sister, Xiao Chen has obtained 60 consecutive victories. Let's see if those people still dare to say anything." Xia Xian looked at Xiao Chen and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, after everyone lost, he is the only one with the last laugh. Boom. Boom. When Xiao Chen fought his final opponent of the day, he opened another 3 acupoints on his left arm. 3 streams of azure-colored dragon chi filled his arms, and all the bones and joints in his body started to crackle loudly. All the muscles in his body pulsed, and his blood surged. The most primitive vital chi that came from his bones continuously filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He thought to himself, "Unexpectedly, I broke through in the middle of a fight. I have reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer." Xiao Chen clenched his fists and felt all the energy in his body gather together. Not only did Xiao Chen open 3 acupoints, but his strength also increased from 255,000 kilograms of force to 600,000 kilograms of force. When his opponent saw that Xiao Chen was in a daze, he rejoiced in his heart. He sent out an unparalleled saber light at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Break for me." Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and punched at the sky. There were 2 bang sounds. That dense saber light shattered, and the fist wind exploded. Xiao Chen unleashed a total of 600,000 kilograms of force, forming a whirlwind in the air. He pulled his opponent into the air and spun him around. Defeat. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and punched with both fists. A tiger and a dragon appeared. The roars of the tiger and the dragon resounded throughout the entire arena. The energy of the tiger and dragon struck the bladesman, who was pulled into the air by Xiao Chen's vital chi, and sent him flying back more than a kilometer. After obtaining the final victory, Xiao Chen obtained his 64th consecutive victory. He was now the only gladiator with a winning streak. When Xiao Chen felt the cheers of the entire arena and the gasps of the crowd, he remained calm. He did not have many fluctuations, just like before. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen return victorious, he felt a pang in his heart. He took out boxes of spirit stones while trembling slightly. After 64 consecutive victories, Xiao Chen would be able to obtain close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the madness of his consecutive victories finally revealed itself. Even a regular half-step martial monarch would not have such a large sum of medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen store the spirit stones into the medial-grade universe ring, he did not congratulate Xiao Chen like he usually did. The gray-robed old man felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. He had not expected this youth to go so far. Close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones was just a small sum. The gray-robed old man was very clear on Xiao Chen's 60 consecutive victories. Gao Yangyu, the banker of the betting area, had lost at least 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu probably felt like chopping Xiao Chen into pieces. "Congratulations," Jiang Zimo and the others said with a smile as they walked over to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled gently and politely cupped his hands in thanks to everyone. As for those envious gazes, he chose to ignore them. If Xiao Chen had not mercilessly crippled Yun Ping, there might still be some discordant voices in the crowd. Unfortunately, these people already knew of Xiaochen. Under his indifferent appearance, there was a sharp aura. It was not that Xiaochen did not have a temper or strength. It was just that he could not be bothered with them normally. Furthermore, with Yun Ping's fate before them, who would dare to seek trouble for themselves? They only glanced at Xiaochen with envy before quickly withdrawing their gazes. Inside the tall tower, Gao Yangyu was not as berserk as everyone expected. Instead, his expression was so calm that it was scary. The atmosphere in the room was very stifling. When the subordinates at the two sides saw the expressionless Gao Yangyu sitting in the middle, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that in the wrestling ring that just ended, Gao Yangyu had lost 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. Originally, he had only bet 1 million medial-grade spirit stones on Xiaochen. However, someone suddenly increased it to 1 million, doubling Gao Yangyu's losses for no reason. If Xiaochen continued to win tomorrow and achieved his 70 consecutive victories, the payout would double again, reaching 4 times. Then his losses would reach 800 medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu had only earned 20 million medial-grade spirit stones. After deducting the various costs and bribing his subordinates, he had only earned a few million medial-grade spirit stones. He had only obtained a few million gold coins. If Xiaochen continued to win, he would really go bankrupt, and his reputation would be tarnished. After a while, Gao Yangyu tapped the table with his finger a few times. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Why are you all not saying anything? Are you just sitting there waiting for death?" The group of old men exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Gao Yangyu snorted coldly. Then, he turned to the nearest old man on his left and asked, "Are you sure Feng will return tomorrow?" The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, "It is hard to say. She said that she would return tomorrow. However, if she really does not return, there is nothing we can do about her." When Gao Yangyu heard this, his face sank slightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes as though he was making a decision. If Feng arrived tomorrow, all she had to do was end Xiaochen's winning streak at 70 consecutive victories. Although she would suffer heavy losses, she would still be able to earn a few 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, if she came late and Xiaochen reached 80 consecutive victories, she would suffer a great loss. She would have to cough up all the money she had earned over the past few years. This was the first time Gao Yangyu encountered such a situation since he took control of Wrestling City. The Rank A wrestling ring was held only once every 3 years. In the past wrestling rings, there had never been so many geniuses. At most, there would only be 2 or 3 people competing. Even so, everything was still within Gao Yangyu's control. He had successfully defeated all the other popular characters. Chapter 451. However, they did not expect that an inferior grade martial king, whom they did not pay much attention to, would slip through their net. They had failed to assassinate him multiple times. "No, I cannot afford to lose. There is no chance of that happening. It was not easy for me to reach my current position. I have worked hard for most of my life. If I lose the vast resources of Wrestling City, I will never be able to advance to Martial Monarch." Gao Yangyu finally made up his mind. He said, "Tomorrow, put up a notice to activate the 100 victory rule. If we are going to play, let's play it big." The moment Gao Yangyu said this, the expressions of all the old men changed. They were clearly astonished. Once the 100 victory rule was activated, if Xiaochen obtained 100 victories, then the people who bet on him would receive 32 times their bets. This was double the original 16 times. However, the requirements were stricter as well. If Xiaochen did not obtain 100 victories, the people who bet on him would not receive a single cent. "City Lord, isn't this a little too big?" an old man asked, trembling with fear. Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "I am free to think about it. Most people cannot afford to play with the 100 victory rule. Once the 100 victory rule is activated, at least half of the people will stop playing early." Gao Yangyu was right. 60 consecutive victories had already allowed the people who bet on him to double their bets. The risk of a 100 victory rule was too great. Since the establishment of the wrestling ring, no one had heard of anyone obtaining 100 victories. Even in the rank A wrestling ring, no one had ever obtained 100 victories. The highest record was 80 consecutive victories in the core island of the Northern Archipelago. After the 100 victory rule was activated, most people would calmly choose to stop while they were ahead. An old man said worriedly, however, that extra 1 million medial grade spirit stones, it is clear that someone wants to make a wild gamble. He might not stop. Gao Yangyu smiled coldly and said, "It is best if he stops. If he does not, I will make him lose everything. Those who go against me will not have a good ending." The crowd thought about it carefully and felt that this was a good idea. As long as they could end the 100 victory rule, they would only lose 4 million medial grade spirit stones. However, if Gao Yangyu failed, the payout of 32 times was terrifying. Not only would Gao Yangyu be finished, but they would also be finished as well. Gao Yangyu's expression eased up as he said, "Don't overthink. Go out and do your things. Give Shifeng 2 days. How could she not return in time? You still don't believe in her strength." When everyone thought of Shifeng's horrifying strength, they calmed down, feeling that she would not fail. "Then we'll start to prepare for the publicity. I promise that before tomorrow's game starts, everyone will know about the winner's token. I'll leave first." After the old man finished speaking, he slowly left. Soon, only Gao Yangyu was left in the room. Seeing the final person disappear from his sight, Gao Yangyu's expression immediately turned grave. Killing intent filled his eyes. Under that terrifying aura, all the decorations in the room started to shake uncontrollably. Xiao Qin had spent most of his life in the ancient desolate land. Unexpectedly, an insignificant inferior-grade martial king forced him to take out the all-conquering medallion. When Gao Yangyu thought about Xiao Qin's mocking smile at him in the wrestling ring, he could not suppress his rage. If not for the Heavenly Extermination Union, Gao Yangyu would have broken the wrestling ring's rules and personally killed Xiao Qin. How hateful! Bang, bang, bang. Gao Yangyu felt depressed as he smashed his palm on the table. The flower pots, water bottles, and wind curtains in the room all exploded. Early the next morning, Xiao Qin entered the spectators' stands punctually. As usual, he went to his corner and started cultivating again. When fighting with vital qi, Xiao Qin's physical body cultivation improved rapidly. In a mere 4 days, he already reached great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Now that he was at the pinnacle of perfection, he would be done with the cultivation of the 4th level, and he would be able to start on the 5th level. After this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter such a high-intensity battle in the future. Xiao Qin intended to use the remaining 2 days to make one final push to peak consummation of the 4th layer. Now that they saw Xiao Qin's actions, no one dared to say that Xiao Qin was making a last-minute effort. If they said that, it would be like slapping their own faces. Those who said that in the past all felt their faces turn red. As time ticked by, the duels in the dueling ring continued in full swing, accompanied by the rumbling drums. However, the spectators did not pay much attention to the wrestling ring. Occasionally, they would look at the spectator stands where the contestants were. Clearly, the matches in the wrestling ring no longer attracted the crowd's attention. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu took out the all-conquering medallion. This is the first time in the history of Wrestling City, right? However, achieving 100 victories is too difficult. In the entire ancient desolate land, I have never heard of anyone in the other wrestling cities in the surrounding islands obtaining 100 victories. Indeed, I have already withdrawn all my bets. I have already earned 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. I don't want to lose out on something small. Me too. Otherwise, if I fail to achieve 100 victories, I will lose everything. However, I still want to see how many consecutive victories this Xiao Qin can obtain. Perhaps, it is not impossible for him to obtain 100 victories. The focus of everyone's discussion was on the all-conquering medallion that Gao Yangyu took out. Their gazes were on the spectator stands, waiting for Xiao Qin to make his next appearance. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was the last to make his appearance. They had been waiting for a long time. When the sun set again, a cultivator with sharp eyes shouted, "Xiao Qin is coming out." Everyone immediately looked over and raised their heads in anticipation. The great Qin nation's Xiaochen seeks everyone's guidance. A familiar voice resounded throughout the wrestling ring once again. Then, a war drum resounded, and the entire wrestling city erupted into an uproar. Using vital qi to fight his enemies, Xiaochen used his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. After 3 days of practice, he had become more familiar with it. Furthermore, he discovered that when he used his vital qi to execute the fist technique, he could perfectly materialize the mysterious phenomenon of a dragon and tiger. Its might was much stronger than when he used his essence. The dragon and tiger roared as Xiaochen tested out his many ideas in front of his opponents. After the consecutive battles, Xiaochen's understanding of vital qi rose to new heights. This allowed Xiaochen to benefit a lot. Xiaochen did not view consecutive victories as important. To him, the most important thing in these 100 battles was cultivation. The rewards of consecutive victories were very tempting. However, he could not fight for the rewards. Instead, he fought for cultivation. Xiaochen continuously improved himself through the battles. He had never forgotten that this was only the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. The second round of selection would be the truly intense battles. At that time, he would have to face peak experts like Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo. There were 5 or 6 people in his group. Xiaochen did not dare say that he could defeat them all. If the other groups worked together, the situation would be even more dangerous. After all, there were only 20 slots for the ancient desolate tower. If Xiaochen could not enter the next floor, it would be very difficult for him to obtain those 20 slots. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon and tiger roars accompanied the rumbling of the war drums. Xiaochen brought out his 300,000 kilograms of vital qi to the limits. His figure flickered, and when he landed on the ground, cracks would appear on the ground beneath his feet. The circulation of vital qi was much faster than that of essence. Furthermore, Xiaochen attacked very quickly. This resulted in Xiaochen's attacks being very sharp. After he could use his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Xiaochen's fighting style was different from before. Xiaochen's aura soared, suppressing his opponent. His strong physique gave him the capital to clash head-on. He won another 6 matches. Xiaochen already has 70 consecutive victories. This fellow's strength seems to have improved significantly compared to the past 3 days. Did you all notice? He seems to be using this wrestling ring as a place to test something. A cultivator with good observation skills asked when he saw that Xiaochen was no longer in a sorry state. Now that you mentioned it, I noticed it as well. I remember that the great Qin nation's Xiaochen is a bladesman. He even has the title white-robed bladesman. Today, there is a white robe. However, I do not see a saber. I noticed that he has been using his fists and legs. I thought I heard wrong. Could it be that he was in such a sorry state a few days ago just to test the results of his cultivation of his fists and legs? Then he succeeded after 3 days? After the first cultivator spoke, the discussion about Xiaochen's sudden turnaround suddenly increased. If this was really the case, everyone found it inconceivable. These people had clearly seen the injuries that Xiaochen suffered in the past few days. It was hard to imagine that Xiaochen had to endure such inhumane pain just to test out a certain aspect of his cultivation, and he had to hide his identity as a bladesman. In the end, an old man sighed softly. This youth is talented and has perseverance. He can endure torture. What's more, he has a calm state of mind. There have never been too many fluctuations because of the rewards for consecutive victories or difficult battles. In this budding age of geniuses, he will definitely be one of the most important characters on the stage. Xiaochen's performance today had indeed surpassed many people's expectations. He had been in a sorry state for the past 4 days. It was rare for Xiaochen to suppress his opponent and force him to retreat, holding the advantage from start to end. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and the others exchanged glances. They all felt somewhat astonished in their hearts. At the top of the tall pagoda in the distance, a graceful girl wearing black leather armor had appeared beside a drummer at some point in time. She carried 2 short swords crossed on her back, and she wore a half-black mask, revealing only her face above the bridge of her nose. She looked very mysterious. The skin that was exposed outside the leather armor was very delicate. It was as white as snow and looked very delicate. The figure under the black leather armor was exquisite and very alluring. The black-armored girl looked at the two people fighting intensely in the distant wrestling ring. She looked at the white-robed youth with interest. Her deep eyes revealed a pensive expression. She muttered softly, "He is so strong just by relying on his vital qi." No wonder Gao Yangyu felt such a headache.